I mean, talk to someone else.
My week, my week was good.
Oh,
I have no,
that's good.
I
My
have no
bank account
complaint.
just got hacked.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it
How do
sucks.
you know how that happened? Or
Well, technically, it's not my bank account. Technically, my PlayStation account got hacked, and they just pulled a lot of money from my PlayStation account from my bank account because it was connected, which sucks. And PlayStation has the worst um like support service team I've ever seen of any company in the history of the world.
I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope you're able to recover. Well, everything ideally.
No, probably won't. This is likely the last you've seen of me. But
Well,
yeah,
nice knowing you. Good luck.
you're right. But in better news, I'm the movie guy. I talk about movies I've seen recently. I seen Creed 3. I thought it was really, really good. It was Michael B. Jordan's
Dir-
debut,
directorial debut.
yeah, directorial debut. I think that Jonathan Majors is like a fantastic actor. Like probably, I'm not even exaggerating. He's probably he's 33, so I say this generation loosely, but I think he's like the millennial Denzel. I think he's that talented. Um and
But not Denzel's son.
no, not John David. Oh, John David Washington is really good too, though, actually. But but yeah, they're different. Um,
Fair.
but yeah, no. So I think that was really good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else new I've seen this week.
Oh, speaking of watch, so Lactoid and probably other people on the panel. So I recently started watching or got onto the train of watching The Last of Us, since
Oh,
apparently
that's really good.
well, some people say it's like the best show.
Yeah.
It is really good, but I think it's I'm not all up to date. I'm only on like episode 5 or 6. I think they're at episode 8 now, and like it is definitely like very good, an exceptional show. But I think there can be improvements to that. There's definitely a few moments that I
Yeah,
think
I
are
think it's too early to call anything the best show ever in their first season. Like I said, 7, 8 episodes in. But no, I think it's pretty good. And I say as someone who has no like history with the game, so I'm not even like
Me neither.
I'm bought into that.
I think it's
So
definitely
far,
one of
they've
the
managed to
best.
do like two things really well, which is very difficult to do. They've stayed apparently very true to the story. That's what everybody tells me to the game,
Mhm.
and they haven't allowed that to like hamstring them sort of stylistically or lock them into anything that would like make the storyline particularly weak. Like I agree with Corey that it's a very good show, but maybe not Breaking Bad levels quite yet. But it's got
What
lots of room to grow.
what show is this? I missed it.
The Last of
The
Us.
Last of Us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I still haven't seen it yet. I'm being really annoying to everyone else around me. But
No,
why
no,
not?
I just started like last week, just because I was missing out.
My problem
Fear of
is
missing
I'm
out.
torn between like watching this show and just playing the game. But then again, it's like I am a guy who like reads manga then watches the anime afterwards. So maybe I shouldn't like maybe I should just do it. So I don't know.
I kind of feel like you should always watch in the order in which they came out because um, that way you can like sort of judge what the innovations are instead of
Mm,
like notice the absence of the innovations.
mm.
Well, I mean, maybe. Like what you're saying is probably correct, but it seems that anyone who starts like, well, not anyone, but like 99% of people who start something based off of some source material are like the most horrible people to ever be around because they can never enjoy anything
Are
else.
you talking about Lethe Waterkai?
I mean, well, yeah, he's an example, but like he's like that personified. But that's everyone who knows about something that has some level of source material. They're like, oh, it's not
No,
like
I
this
mean
sucks.
I don't know. Like I read the Old Man Logan like comic book series, right? And then I went to
Hmm.
go see the movie, and it's nothing like the comic, right?
Nothing like it.
But I thought the movie was way better.
Okay.
Like maybe that's a hot take, but even though I absolutely noticed that it was nothing like the comic, I thought that the concept they
Yeah.
came up with, everything else they did, like yeah, I enjoyed it way more than I did the comic.
I think there were two different things.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they were I think they just kind of put the name Old Man Logan on
Yeah.
it, and
Right.
so like
Well, they didn't even do that. They just called it Logan.
yeah, they just call it Logan. Logan, fair enough. Yeah, but like I think they just like it has like the thinnest gossamer like
Yeah.
story
Yeah.
connection to the other one, so it's like not
Yeah.
the same thing at all.
Right.
It's just like it's like you got inspired by like Dr. Seuss, and then you wrote Game of Thrones, right? I mean, yeah, I guess you could find some connections there, but
Mhm.
um,
I think that anyone, I because I always have to connect everything in one piece. I think anyone who says that Wano was better in the manga than it's been in the anime is lying to themselves. Um, but that's just my personal
Wano
opinion.
is better in the sorry.
Yeah, Wano is like better in the anime than the manga. Like they just were able to flesh out like because it's so action based. There's so many like fights that last like years in the manga, and like being able to like flesh those action scenes out, I think are just better.
So
I should
then you
also
like
say,
it better in the anime then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought you meant
No,
the
not
other
the
way
reverse.
around.
I'm
I was
saying
like
anyone
confused.
who's I'm
Come on.
saying people who say that like the manga is the source material, but if you say the manga is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
better than the anime, at least is how they've handled Wano. I don't think you're like. I think you're just like biased. I don't think you're like really engaging.
I
Mm.
felt like the true source material for Logan was No Country for Old Men.
Mm. I could see that.
Wait a minute.
By the way,
I thought
Logan was
about that
the
like
only
10
movie.
seconds.
Logan was the only like comic book movie where I've shed a tear. So
Wow.
I mean that makes it better than the source
Yeah,
material. I think.
I cried at I did cry at the end, but again,
Yeah.
it wasn't it wasn't even source material. I think that's my problem
Yeah.
with your criticism. It wasn't source material. It's like yeah, the X-Men gone and
Yeah.
Logan give up,
Yeah.
and then he does a
Mhm.
thing with a person.
Right.
Like
Yeah. Yeah.
that's it.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
But that's because the idea they came up with was way better than the source material. Like in my opinion, that's what made it such a good movie. Probably the best comic book movie ever made. Although I don't know, Joker might be up there.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Logan. I mean, well, I guess it's up to personal opinion, but
Yeah.
I walked out of it thinking like, oh,
Fair
okay,
enough.
this is all right. Like
Wow.
end of an era. Like I didn't think it was like man.
Okay,
I don't
wait
know if we're
until
gonna
you
top
get a
this.
beard that's this gray and then walk
that
into
might
a
do
movie
it.
like that and tell me it's not going to make you cry.
That might do it.
That might be what it is.
Mm.
It just reminded me of my impending death.
Mm.
Let's see. There was something else I've seen. Oh, there. Crap. I think it was trending on Netflix.
I just started Severance. It looks good so far. Like I've maybe 4 episodes in.
What is Severance? I've heard of it, but I don't.
It's a really sort of existential sort of I don't want to say existential thriller, but an existential like meditation type movie where basically what it is these workers have made an agreement because they're working on stuff that's so sensitive. They've made an agreement to have their brains split such that when they walk into the building where they work, they have no memories of their outside lives. And when they walk out of the building, their personality switches and they have no memory of their inside lives, like inside the building. So they call themselves innies and outies, people who are at work and people who are the innies.
Not
and
very
then
creative.
In their home life, they're outies. Yeah, I know. Well, but
I think I have heard about this,
it's
yeah.
good.
I have heard of that. Someone mentioned this before. Go ahead.
People tell me it's a slow burn at the beginning, but it's worth the wait.
Mhm.
So we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm still
don't
towards
recommend
the
the Prime.
beginning,
He'll never actually watch it.
Like look at the bile that was directed at me just now. Oh man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe that should
Um,
be our topic today.
Mhm.
mm,
Well, Ical, you mentioned earlier when we were talking about The Last of Us and good shows.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
brought up like it's not on Breaking Bad level, so I'm assuming like you have high
Right.
regard for Breaking Bad. Is that like your number
Yeah.
one or like?
It's my number one. Yeah, I
Oh.
know I'm the meme, right? Like because Breaking Bad's my number one and The Wire's my number two. And there's a meme of like Peter saying like exactly that and saying it sort of robotically as if that's what everybody says. But honestly, those are my two top shows.
No,
and
like-
Mr. Robot though. Mr. Robot's up there.
I
I'd say it's
encounter-
a 3-way tie.
I encounter it frequently, at least among my circle of like people, just like put Breaking Bad is like number one, or,
Yeah.
like really up there. And
Yeah.
I don't like that show.
Oh wow.
That's strong.
But that's just like a personal like I just don't like I agree like the first like I don't know 2 seasons maybe 3 whenever he much turns into an actual villain.
Yeah.
I just don't enjoy.
Well, that's
watching
always the
villains.
debate. When does he cross that line? When is he truly a villain? And everyone has a different opinion of when that is. Like mine is the scene at the school assembly, like in the gymnasium, when he's trying to explain why it might be a good thing that the plane crash happened.
Right.
And he's trying to rationalize it. I think at that moment in my head, like that's like one big turning moment. But there are like a dozen moments at which you could say, okay, he was salvageable before this happened, and then after that, he's past the point of no return. And really, like, there's no one way to do it. I know this is a weird comparison to make, but when I look at how they dealt with Star Wars 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The prequels, the Star Wars prequels. Yeah, we can.
Okay, Jesus fuck. I had to restart my whole goddamn computer.
Anyway, I think the prequels should have been more like what Breaking Bad did. Like in the prequels, like Anakin is a hero in the first movie, he's a hero in the second movie, he's a hero in the first half of the third movie, and then he all of a sudden breaks bad. It didn't make sense to me. Like it wasn't, but it was like masterfully done in Breaking Bad. Like that's how somebody like turns to the dark side.
Oh my goodness! I just put the name of the show together. Like
the Breaking Bad.
Oh wow! Yeah, I just got the reference. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like what you said makes sense. They added like 2% appreciation.
Now it's his number one.
It's not my number one. But
yeah.
but I already thought it was a good show. But like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny that a white guy like explained what Breaking Bad means.
Is there anybody not white in Breaking Bad?
We got our Latin brothers there, right? We got,
Espinosa, bro. He's like the best.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's probably the best character. I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The
other thing, like they've been dragging the season out, but like the start to what I assume is actually going to be the last season of Attack on Titan is probably, even though people say the show is going to end terrible, I don't care about other people's opinions. That was a fantastic piece of
that's the one anime I'm actually tempted to watch because I've heard just so much praise about it.
It's so good.
Like I'm not an anime guy, but I might go watch that. That might be my introduction.
You don't have to be an anime person to like. If anything, it's it's not a like. If you're an anime person, like it probably doesn't correlate well to like really liking it. It's more of a normie show.
I would say no. I'm
a normie.
I disagree with you. I think, and I've said this many times before that like Attack on Titan, the first episode, right? It encompasses like all the good parts of and like literally all the great things the anime has to offer. And if you don't like that episode, if you don't like what they offer there, then anime really doesn't have anything to offer you. I think it's that good.
You know what? I actually did watch that episode. I'm kind of your perfect test case for this because I've only seen that one episode. And it was very confusing to me because they don't explain anything, like just like these giant people running around eating things. Like it's weird, and but it instantly makes you want to find out the answers as to what's going on because everything's so mysterious and out there and like unexpected that it makes you want to go watch more. So I do think it sparks curiosity, that first episode.
And it has the most satisfying reveals I've ever seen in shows. Like you're left in the dark, and then like when you actually figure out what's going on, like it's not like, oh okay, like that wasn't satisfying. Like it's like really satisfying. Like wow, so that's what's going on. I don't know.
So would you say it's like Lynchian in a way, like in that it has. Prime, you know what I'm talking about. You like Lynch.
I don't know what you're talking about.
David Lynch. Oh, wait. Oh, man. I'm thinking of somebody else.
Okay. That's a different.
Oh, my God. That was almost really bad. Jesus Christ.
Twin Peaks?
I don't think Twin Peaks answers anything. I don't know why you say satisfying reveals when Twin Peaks, the whole point of it is that it's
season
kind of
3.
Just like
well, season 3 has reveals, but my point wasn't about the reveals. It was about like that's just chock full of mysteries. But yeah, season 3. Here's the thing about Lynch. It has reveals, but the way Bam said it, he said when he figured it out. And with Lynch, you have to figure it out. And usually you have to do it by talking to other fans and like piecing things together. It takes a while. But I'd say season 3 provided like 80% of the answers I wanted.
Okay.
Like the new season, the one that was 25 years later. Yeah.
You got property lynched.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
what
there's
is.
a recommend that
The
Prime
Boomer
also
Show.
watch.
Yeah.
You should watch Mulholland Drive if you watch nothing else. It's a movie. It's
Mulholland.
got nothing to do with Twin Peaks.
Okay. You'll have
You
to
like
send
it?
me. I don't even know how to spell that.
He won't.
I'll
watch
send
it.
you the link. Yeah.
The link doesn't matter. Trust me, I've tried. He will let you down.
I'm just saying I'll send him a link, but I won't because I know he won't watch.
No, just no. I'm gonna, bam. I'm gonna watch the thing you sent me. Okay.
Okay, now he has to prove us wrong, so now maybe he'll watch.
We need a movie trivia now next week. Next panel.
Oh boy. All right. So I guess we'll get started. We have one more person who hopefully will be able to join us soon. But we're just gonna jump into it for now. Hey all, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have at Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for joining us. I haven't been back streaming in a week because, IRL stuff. That stuff happens. But anyway, we are here and we have yet to miss a week in nearly 3 years. Yet to miss a week of the Reverie. So here we are. We are going to get started by introducing all these great individuals. But I'd like to say, guys, if you are new and you've enjoyed that lynching talk, I guess, whatever, then join the channel, follow the channel. I'd love to have you. Consider subscribing, all that good stuff. Expert social and chat for all social media. All right. So let's start with my man. I don't know which one to choose now. Okay, all right. Bam is he's number one on Thursdays for Abe, and then Lactoid is number one for Mondays for Reverie. And I don't know, like I feel like
You want to rock paper scissors for it?
yeah, do it.
Do
Come
it.
on.
Do it.
Right? Like, do it.
Lacto doesn't seem into it.
Is it best to a 3 or what's the? Is it one time? How's
No, we put it all on the line one
Oh
time.
God.
No, best
One
two,
shot.
best two out of
How's
three.
your
Come
network
on.
latency? Is it gonna fucking?
Right.
You're right. Oh,
Wait,
you're
close your
right.
close your eyes. Close your eyes and do it. And then
Yeah, good idea. Close your eyes.
I'm just gonna cheat.
I'm just rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Wait, was that test round or was that it? For
No,
real?
that was it. No.
Well, actually, close your fucking eyes, dude.
All right.
Make me
Do it
shoot.
again.
Lactoid won.
What did
You
he
said
do?
all on the, you said all on the
paper.
line.
You
You
had
said all on the
rock.
line.
I didn't even slam it though.
He had a
Yeah,
rock, yeah, the whole
rock.
time.
Wait, well,
Fine. Put me out. It's all right. It was cheating.
You know,
I'm
if
gonna show
Lactoid
you.
had scissors, he would have been like, "Oh yeah, that was
Yeah,
I
talk to me.
intended to do that." Yeah.
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. What did I win?
He didn't even know he
No.
doesn't even want it. Switch it back.
You get another dare badge.
Basically, you're always in the left corner. You always go first.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
But I go first. He doesn't even appreciate it.
Wait. I actually didn't care either way, so I'm glad. I don't know if you had a preference or not.
It's white
Pole
privilege is
position. You
finest.
want pole
Like,
position.
It doesn't even matter. But okay. Let's go to Lactoid, the winner, the champion, without even trying. Lactoid. Thanks for being here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much, Brian, for having me on again. So sorry, Bam. I didn't mean to win. Sorry, but no, I'm excited. And as usual, if you're interested in seeing my content, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube.
Okay. Thanks so much. All right, next we have our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, you've upgraded to number 2, right? But always number 1 in my heart. Corey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing super well. I'm glad I don't have to rock, paper, scissors your heart to win its plate. But I am pretty good. I'll take anyone on rock, paper, scissors. But yeah, always grateful to be here with these familiar and fine faces. Yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and on Twitter and Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And I have no doubt that this is going to be the panel where we all agree on everything.
Yes. Indeed. The questions are designed for that. Easy going today. Let's go to our man, Bam. Bam, like it pains me to see you over there, right?
does.
Uh,
It'll be all right. I will. This is the new. This is the new first spot. Anyways, this is this is a different day. But yeah, I'm Bam. I come on these panels. I always give the most correct opinions, and people are just varying degrees of like worse off than me. Uh, thanks for having me.
Yeah. My man Sprouticus is back. Sprouticus, thank you for being here. Sprouticus, tried and true. No matter where he is on the board here, right? You can always count on Sprout. How are you doing, Sprout?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just got off a 2-hour phone call with Samsung. So that was fun. But no, looking forward to it. Have some anger in my heart that Samsung left there, and looking forward to just let that out. And I'm Sprouticus, Twitch's favorite wild card. People love me, people hate me, and they change their minds all the time.
Did you at least like accomplish whatever it was that you did, or
Oh
did we just cut
no,
you off?
no, I had to hang up on him because of this. So I'll be calling back afterwards.
I'm so sorry, buddy. Like,
This is this
is it?
this 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 is just like the preempt, right? I get to take out most of my anger, and then it's just gonna end with like the grand finale when that poor agent answers their phone. That's just gonna be the grand finale. So I'm looking
Wait,
forward to it.
were you on hold for 2 hours, or were you actually talking to someone for 2
Oh
hours?
no, I was arguing with the agent for about 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was it a phone issue?
You're
I just
ready.
yeah, it was like a phone thing.
Oh no, I have a tablet. I bought a tablet for college that I use for college. And the tablet stopped working within a week. And so I filed a return to everything, and I was working with health insurance last week and all that stuff, so I didn't have time to go send it. I sent it today, and they're like, "Oh, by the way, we canceled your ticket, so once we get it, we're just gonna send it right back." And by the way, the $30 for the box that you had to purchase to send your tablet, we're not gonna refund you that either. So the poor agent that doesn't even know his day is about to suck. Um, I feel bad for him, but at the same time,
He knows.
Samsung's gonna work. Samsung's gotta work.
Fuck
He wakes
you.
up every morning knowing his day is going to suck. Like that's what
I'm
that
dealing,
job is.
yeah, pretty much. I am dealing with my own customer support saga right now, and oh my, this is I the ticket page literally doesn't work. Right, the ticket page like doesn't work. Hey, go to the ticket page. It doesn't work. You physically cannot submit a ticket. Whatever. Anyway,
Is it with the
we're moving on.
PlayStation? Because that's mine. Like,
No, it's not. It's not Sony.
Oh.
But okay, I guess we're all in the shit this week. But yeah, it's something completely different. But let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being true to form with the comic book references. Yay, we love to see it. Love to see it. How are you, friend?
I'm doing well. It's spring break, so I don't have any classes this week except for a couple of classes in China, like through Zoom. But for the most part, my week is a lot more open than normal. So I'm working on a new project because my kids started asking me about ChatGPT. They finally discovered it. And so now I spent the last 15 years like pissing off the teacher's lounge by being the only person who supports using Wikipedia for research articles. And we could do a whole panel on that.
Well, let's
But
go.
I am now the only debate coach in this company that I work for now that supports Chat GPT. And so I'm teaching the kids how to use it, how to cut cards with it, how to write oratories with it, everything. And they feel like they're cheating. But surprise, it just means I'm going to expect that much higher quality work for them. But we're doing a lot of work with ChatGPT this week, like sort of online through Zoom and stuff like that. And it's a new thing for me, but it's amazing what it can do.
Okay. All right. Love to see it. Embracing new technology. Boomer status revoked. All right.
Yeah.
Upgrading you. Well, downgrading to Gen X because they're even worse. But like you are actually Gen X.
Well, I am actually Gen X, but my technological performance on the last panel earns me boomer status.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, I'd love to see it. People are innovating here. Yeah, technology has lots of stuff to offer us. Let's not be afraid of it. Let's go to Nina, who is here on her second appearance, right? After making quite a splash last time. Look, I mean, I'm just going to point this out. Nina is here. Dot's not. It just feels like
Running scared.
I didn't say it. Corey said it. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't
I'll
say that
say
about
it.
my
I'll
man
stand
Scott.
by it.
But like, it seems like Nina is standing strong here, and Scott is just I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Well, some people can stand up to the heat.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Anyways, I am Nina from twitch.tv/Nina. I also have a YouTube channel, but it's just VOD uploads. But if you like watching on that format, it's the same thing. Nina, Neina. Thank you so much for having me again. I had a lot of fun last time. My house almost burnt down this weekend, so that was fun. So I'm pretty charged to get into it today, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation.
Was it your fault that it nearly burned down? Or?
No, okay, so it's crazy. Our pool heater overheated and like literally caught fire, and then caught the fence on fire, and then we obviously had the fire department come. But it was a nice way to meet our neighbors.
Was anybody hurt?
No, everyone was fine. We were just worried because it's directly attached to the gas line. So we're like,
Right.
once we
Yeah.
called, they're like, just get everybody out. So we got the dogs out, and one of our roommates valiantly tried to grab the cat. He was fine at the end, but like he got clawed pretty bad because you know how cats are.
It's not even a story if somebody doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, it ended up okay. Our
The
pool
only
equipment-
injuries were from a cat.
Yeah, basically. But hopefully we'll get a new pool system because our remote doesn't work. So.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I'm glad everyone is safe. Glad your house is still standing and your neighbors' houses as well. But yeah, thanks so much. Next we have Ginger. Ginger, thank you for being here as well. Glad you can make it.
Thank you. I am so sorry I'm late. I am Gingeremma. That is Gingeremma with 2 R's in the middle. I do cosplay and panels and all kinds of stuff. I too am also having a problem with customer service, but it is insurance customer service. And I'm gonna pass it along because if I go any longer, I will say something TOS.
Insurance customer service. Absolutely dire straits you're in, right? But you're in luck. If you want to take out your anger, anyone, Doobie owns an insurance company. Doobie, thank you for being here. Dark Lord Saber there, all right?
Does he actually? That's crazy.
You can just call him directly.
Yeah,
he'll
thank you for
solve
having
your
me.
issue.
Doobie. I think you should answer for your kind. Doobie. Thanks for being here, friend.
Look,
How are
I
you?
said you didn't believe me last time. Insurance is actually a beautiful industry, full of great people. We save lives, change lives every fucking day. Okay, you should thank your insurance broker, your insurance agent, and you should pay them more. Pay them more broker fees for putting up with your shit.
Unironically agree
And
with
thank
Doobie.
your insurance
Are you a
defense
PNC,
attorney.
Major Medical?
That's
or-
I've
it.
charged people tens of thousands of dollars in broker fees, okay, for like an hour's worth of work, and they were happy to fucking pay me.
I am so nice to people that are in insurance because I used to sell health and life insurance and I know how it is. Especially when you have to get like really like specific information from people that you just met 2 seconds ago on the telephone.
Have you ever had cancer? Do you got AIDS?
I mean, you have to straight up ask people like, have you ever had anything in your butt? Like it's just
You
there's
currently
things
have crabs like,
yeah,
right now.
like
I mean, that's my job. That's what I do every day.
Would you like them?
it was especially funny when like moms would call for their sons and they're like, "Yeah, I know everything about my son. That's fine." And I had to ask them a question like that, and they're like, "Christopher."
Do you have anything in your butt now? No? Why not? This is what we insure you for, actually. So we'll get that fixed right in a jiffy. All right, guys, this is weird. We're gonna start it now. Okay. Topic 1. Not about butt stuff, but that's my failing, really. Topic 1. Loot boxes have long been a controversial aspect of modern gaming. Some say that they are a pernicious gambling mechanic. Others say they are a legitimate way to monetize content that benefits both designers and audiences. Where do you fall in this debate? Should they be banned? If not, should any action at all be taken to curb their use? Or do you think that loot boxes are overall positive? So yeah, we've talked about this before, but it became clear last week that we still had a lot more to say about this. So I was really happy to bring this up again because it brings out the passion. It brings out the passion, surprisingly. So yeah, we'll start with our legitimate first.
Thank you, Prime. It's a pleasure to, as a legitimate first goer, to give my opinion. Just straight off the bat, loot boxes for children should be banned. All unsupervised in-game purchases for children should be banned, flat out. But for adults, loot boxes are a little bit more of a mixed bag. I think, like all in-game purchases, it allows people with the financial wherewithal to pay for a better experience and also subsidize other people having a better experience than they otherwise would have, which is to not have any experience. Adults can choose to gamble if they want to, but I also agree that gambling tends to not be very good for the gambler's well-being, and therefore loot boxes are somewhat intrinsically predatory. I do think there's a lot of pros and cons. I think casinos are a lot worse, just given the empirics we know about it. And I think that because loot boxes within games do offer sort of a gameplay experience along with some artistic value, I think that they're probably better. So I think overall it weighs out in favor. And I think if adults want to buy loot boxes, it's probably a good thing.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, well, so I echo a lot of the same sentiments that Lactoid just went through in terms of, yeah, loot boxes for children, at least in my mind, definitely should be banned, or just like, yeah, the ability for children to have any sort of transaction in video games should be banned. But also, as a result of me being clear on my positions on some other issues, like for example, football, you can make my position clear. I'm gonna go like one step further of like, just as we should ban football, like the ultimate solution is not banning loot boxes, banning video games. Like that is the ultimate solution. But am I actually going to advocate for that? No, absolutely not. Where I participate in gaming, and I've actually bought some loot boxes previously. And there are some problematic elements when it comes to loot boxes that should be addressed, but I don't know exactly how to address them. Where it's like I think they should be regulated some way in terms of like maybe the amount of loot box that you can buy in like one time period, or something to that extent. But I do see it as some form of gambling. But at the end of the day, like people are free to gamble and do things to their detriment. Just that hopefully we can place limits on it. But I don't know exactly what those are, and I'll leave it there for now.
Bam.
Yeah. I'll go even further. I don't mind children using loot boxes either. I think that if if you have like a bank account connected to your like if a child has their own bank account, generally what children spend their money on is video games and toys. If you're an adult and like your child's like phone ends up being connected to like to your bank account and they end up spending a lot of money, just call and like refute it and get your money back and don't let them do it anymore. But I think that like it does it it does seem to be one of the ways that we can allow, especially with like cell phone game, mobile games. It seems a way we can allow games to be sort of free to play, even though they're not necessarily free to win. I think it gives people some level of short term entertainment, and if, like I said, if that's what people feel like spending their money on, that's completely fine. But that's also because I probably hold this position because I don't have a strong position against gambling either. Um, I think that like I see the negative ways that addiction can like impact people's lives, but I think that's an issue with addiction generally. Like I don't think that's something specifically egregious about gambling. If anything, gambling is probably um, one of the elements of things you can get into that like people have had positive experiences with, even though like I probably couldn't make as strong of an argument related to some harder drugs. But like I think that people take vacations, they go to Vegas, they go gamble, and then they go home and they figure out like, oh, okay, either they made money or they lost money, and they can decide that like, oh, I had a fun time, and I think I'm okay with people spending money towards entertainment.
Thank you so much. All right, Sproticus. Excuse me.
Okay. First off, there shouldn't be loot boxes that are geared towards children. The idea that I don't take a hard stance against gambling idea is in my mind a little bit off-putting, considering children can't gamble, children can't consent to gamble, children are kept out of casinos, they're kept out of any form of gambling that we would traditionally recognize. And any other loot boxes that are left after not being geared towards children, I would argue they should be cosmetic only. And this is more of just a personal argument. I find games more fun when when you can't just purchase your way to win. And so if it's just a cosmetic only loot box, great. You get like these new skins that no one else has because you got the loot box or whatever. That's fine. But it shouldn't attribute to percentages in the game. It should attribute to skills in the game. It should literally just attribute to skins or other items that are cosmetic only. And anything past that, like you can do as much cosmetically as you want to with loot boxes, but you shouldn't be able to purchase like skills or anything like that through loot boxes, and definitely not when it's geared towards children.
Okay, Aiko. Muted.
The boomer age is over.
Feel me.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. It always confuses me when we have like two, like when we've got the StreamYard and the Discord together.
You do that when we're all just in Discord. Come on, don't try it. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the alternative is like just never mute, and then you can hear my air conditioner all the time.
Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
No. Okay. So I'm kind of. I agree with a lot of what Sprout said, except I don't think I would go so far as to like ban play to win type stuff in the game. What I would do now, this is for adults. So I agree with what everyone said about loot box kid for kids, and also kids like they should need their parents' permission if they're going to use their credit cards for any. Like a kid shouldn't have a credit card. Anyway, but for adults, I think a solution that maybe is a little bit less drastic than what Sprout suggested is to just plainly mark games as play to win if they have elements that are like that. So if the loot boxes, give you extra ammo or give you power ups or something like that, then it should be known. Like that should be a brand that goes across the front of the box, that goes in the graphics, that has to be displayed, sort of like the warning on cigarettes that says this is a play to win game, so that everybody knows if they're buying this that people can pay money to instantly be better than them. And at this point, I don't know, I think that would hurt the sales of the game if they had to do something like that. And that ought to be enough to differentiate like among games and be a disincentive towards the wrong kind of loot boxes. As for the addictive elements of it, I think video games are addictive in and of themselves, and they can figure out a way to get you to spend money within the game too, even avoiding all of these rules, just because of how addictive video games are. Like just there are. I remember when Facebook games first started coming out, like Mafia Wars and stuff like that, and it drove engagement for Facebook like through the ceiling because those things were so addictive, and they weren't getting money out of you quite yet. Well, no, they did. From the beginning, they got money out of you, and you could like get through your skills or tasks or whatever by paying money, and that makes it addictive as well. But those aren't loot boxes. That's not random. You know exactly what you're going to get. But the same level of addiction is sort of there that makes you go there. So I don't know that this is like that loot boxes are uniquely addictive or addictive in a way that things that we would allow are not. So yeah, I mean, that's not the part I would like the law to address. I would like everything to be like plainly labeled. That's my solution.
Thank you. Let's go to Nina.
Okay. I actually work at a video game company, and I was looking up some information about this, and it is unfortunate reality that I think we're going to be stuck with loot boxes, because Overwatch generated 1 billion in loot boxes since 2016, and Fortnite generated 2.4 billion in revenue from in-game purchases in 2019. So it's like they're not going anywhere. But I do think that there's obviously a danger with the kids like the do this and then watch Twitch, and then the gambling pipeline is definitely there. But I think maybe a solution somewhat similar to something similar to what I was saying with. I also worked at a casino, at one point in my life, and there is a registry that you can be on to basically self-ban yourself from being able to make those, like, to be going into a casino and stuff like that. So, like, I could definitely see, like, parents, like, having the option to be like, okay, so they like if you're on, like, the like, a lot of games have, like, think of, like, YouTube Kids or whatever, you can only do a certain amount of things, and, like, that being a option for, like, the standard of, like, what, I don't know, like, all Steam games or all Sony games or something like that, to be an option to make sure that those, not even like the like, not that they're gonna do it behind the back, but that they don't even see it to begin with, so it's not even an option. My other thing that I want to say is, I definitely don't like the pay to win model. Obviously, I feel like that kind of ruins the artistry of the game itself. I feel like I always like, if I'm like vibing in a game and then I just see like, oh, pay real money, I get kind of taken out of it. If that makes sense, I get taken out of like the artistry of the game itself. So I don't like that factor either. And I had another point, but I forgot. But I will remember, I'm sure, during the conversation.
All right, thank you so much, and thanks for all that insight. Let's go to Ginger.
So, I also worked in a casino at one point. I do feel like loot boxes are a form of gambling. I feel like if kids can purchase something from a game, it should be like a skin that you can see with your own eyes what skin you're gonna get, and it should have to be like obviously signed off by a parent. Um, Unfortunately, I don't see them being able to do that, so I do feel like for games like Minecraft or Roblox or stuff like that, I don't give a fuck if adults are playing it. Um, it's for kids, and you shouldn't be able to have a loot voice. So,
Thank you so much. And finally, the reason for this topic in the first place, Doobie, love to hear what you have to say because it's going to infuriate me.
Look, um, the reality is, if you're opposed to loot boxes, they're probably not for you. And so some people can afford to sit on their asses all day, and they're slowly expanding asses all fucking day, right? And just grind away at video games until they have all the coolest, shiniest gear. They max out the game 100%, and then they go into PvP and they're just stomping all over everybody because they've devoted so much time to the game. Hundreds of hours, thousands of hours sometimes, right? But then there's people like me. I don't have time for that kind of shit. I get home from work. I want to play a video game. I don't want to get my ass kicked. So I spend a couple $100, buy all the coolest, latest gear, and then I'm ready to go. Why? I don't understand like why that's a problem to anybody, right? So yeah, if you want to, and because really all I'm doing there is transferring like time that I've spent at work, right, and money that I've generated through my time spent elsewhere to the video game. Say, hey, I rather than spend the time grinding away here, I did the grinding somewhere else, and now I'm extracting that profit and I'm pushing it toward this thing that I like to do, right, for fun. I don't understand like why that's an issue to anybody reasonable, unless you're one of these people who gets upset that you know you have more time than me, but I can spend more money than you, and so I can still kick your ass in the video game. I mean, maybe that's the thing. People who are upset about children getting access to loot boxes, that seems like a parenting issue. I guess you know, take care of your fucking kids. Make sure they don't have your credit card. Why is that my fucking problem? Why are you gonna ban my loot boxes because you can't take care of your fucking kids? Uh, maybe I want my kid to have access to loot boxes, right? So if I want my kid to be able to go out, use my fucking credit card, a couple $100 a day to buy Overwatch loot boxes, what's the fucking problem with that? Like I don't understand. Like it just feels like this is the poor trying to punish the more successful in some fucking way. You guys are finding some way to punish me for my success, and I don't fucking like it. It doesn't make any rational sense to anybody.
okay, so are you
Okay.
playing children's games, Doobie?
Yeah, I play Overwatch sometimes. I mean, I've spent like I'm not joking, thousands of dollars in loot
Okay,
boxes,
I'm talking about
maybe
like
tens of thousands over the
I'm
years.
talking
I,
about
I
like
spent a lot of money in loot
Roblox
boxes.
or
Not
Minecraft.
Roblox. No, not Roblox. I played Candy Crush once for like a weekend. Probably spent
Okay,
like a
that
hundred
don't
bucks buying all the fucking little knickknacks and like little gems and shit you can do there. Right, just to get through the levels quicker because it was taking a long time.
No, but
okay, but
that's crazy. I've agreed with Doobie twice. Like honestly, yeah, some people do come home and they're like, "Oh, okay, I don't want to grind it through this game." Like games are forms of entertainment. Like if someone does want to say like, "Sure, I'm gonna drop $100, unlock all the cool stuff, and then enjoy my game because I only like get to play it 2 hours after work." Like that's weird to say that. Like I don't think that should be allowed.
Bam,
Here's
I
the
got a
problem.
question for Bam specifically, real quick.
Go ahead.
During your opening, you talked about, well, if the kids they do all these charges, well, you can just charge it back. You can contact the company. If I don't, if I'm not wrong, before this panel started, you were just complaining about how difficult PlayStation is to like negotiate with and get your money back that was taken,
Proud of
right?
this
Oh,
too.
for sure.
So
No, but I was just talking about contacting your bank, just disputing the charges. Like,
okay, so it's the bank, not PlayStation.
Oh, the
yeah,
banks are wonderfully
yeah,
known
the
to
banks
be.
won't give you any problems.
Yeah,
They have
banks
a
are all
wait a minute.
about just
reputation.
giving.
I've actually worked in banks. Banks
Everyone
are
loves
really
the
easy to
banks.
dispute cards. Like,
Where do you bank at?
I've
Well,
been with most people right now, but Wells Fargo. But like, banks are like really easy to
Wells
dispute cards.
Fargo. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But no, like,
No.
the idea of again, I just don't believe that. Like I said, from a parenting issue, like don't let your children like you put your card on their like game system. But if a child like I said, you can open a bank account like when you're young as a kid if you want to. Like my parents did for me because they wanted me to start saving money and stuff. And I don't like I wasn't participating towards bills. So if I like go work my little part time job at the local grocery store, insert whatever kids do to make their $100, like I think they should be able to spend it however they feel like. If it's on video games and movie tickets or
So
whatever, that's fine.
I want to.
$100.
Okay, because I'm gonna have to do most of the fighting here. It seems like that's fine. Because I want to. Um. So first of all, let's just get it out there. Wells Fargo is a pack of criminals. Let's never forget that they constantly steal their customers' money. I just want to put that out there
Good
in
bank
case
to me.
anyone
Like
ever
every
forgot.
bank, though.
No, Wells Fargo in particular.
invest
I
in a
know
credit
it's
union
it's
like I do.
it's among I know that it's like a king among thieves,
No,
right?
Bank of
But like
America's the worst.
Wells Fargo is a pack of criminals. Got to put that out there. Okay. Beyond that, it's weird to me. It's super weird that like all these people here, especially the lefties, right? Will come in here and say, "Yeah, I guess it's okay to be pernicious to adults." That's fine. Like a pernicious behavior directed towards adults, that's okay. Not a problem. As long as you're an adult, then I guess it doesn't matter. Like what society does to you. All right, sure, that's one way of looking at things. And then lastly is this idea that Bam and Doobie were talking about of coming home and not wanting to grind in the game. Here's the thing, though, right? The games are designed to be grindy to get you to buy the loot boxes. They literally do. They literally design the game to
Some people are
slow
okay
it
with that.
down, to slow
Good
this,
point.
to slow down progression, so that you go to the store and whether it's in the form of loot boxes, it doesn't have to be, or some other like time savers, right? Like Clash of Clans is the perfect example of this, right? As a Clash of Clan player who played it for fucking years, right?
Yeah, it still gets you.
Literally, the point of it is that like to build your buildings, right? To advance in the game, at some point it takes weeks to build a building, right? It doesn't have to, but they do it. So you go to the store. Like that's how the games are designed. So that's why that's one of the reasons, and I'll get into others later on, why this is so pernicious and why it just should probably be banned, or at the very least, some sort of consumer action is taken about it.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me because first off, unless you're like a moron, right? You do a little research before you buy a game, watch a review or something, right? And if you say, "Hey, this has loot boxes," and you don't like loot boxes, just don't buy that game. Buy another game. Why would you?
What if
Why
it's
do you
a
need to?
game? Wait.
Why
But
do
what
you
if
need
it's a
to ban the
game?
thing?
What if it's a game that like had like didn't have loot boxes previously? Like the way that like Overwatch used to have it, where it was like okay, you could just randomly get them by playing, but now you can't do that at all. Like, what would you say about that?
So again, move to another game. Isn't Overwatch free to play now? Overwatch 2?
Okay, but the point being though, like
Okay,
it
so you
was
get access to a
annoying when
free
it changed the
game.
game that you like.
You
Okay, so
just
you
pay
get access
$70.
to a free to play game, right? That you can spend as much time as you want playing with your friends. You get access to everything. But if you want to change the way your person looks, you have to pay. You have to shell out some money. So fucking what? Like I don't understand. So if you don't want to shell out the money, don't shell out the money. You still get access to the game. Actually, loot boxes are giving you access to that game for free, so you should be thankful for them.
Yeah, would you
You
prefer
you
the
can't get all this
alternative?
stuff. What do you mean?
But I'm saying, would you prefer the alternative where everyone that plays it, even casually, has to drop $70?
$70? What the original Overwatch was like $30, dude.
What I'm saying that like the average cost of games, like for gaming systems,
It's not
Yeah, what about all the
$70.
people?
I don't know
What about
you're
all the
talking
becoming
about.
what about all the
60.
people who
60,
couldn't pay $30 for Overwatch? They just don't get to play.
So how much was the next? How much was the next one?
It's free. Overwatch 2 is free to play.
So
For
Because
everybody.
they
Yeah,
Let's
allow.
go to let's go
I
to
mean, like,
Corey, then Corey and
Okay.
Lactoid.
Well,
Again.
so to I think what Nina brought up earlier, where what if a game didn't have loot boxes, but they implemented it after the fact? As in, so this is not an exact one-to-one comparison, but this is just so using this different game with a slightly different scenario, but I think there's some parallels. So on the original release of Diablo 3. There was like the real money auction house, as in you can auction on 4 items. And part of the original design of the game, as to also Prime's point, is like finding those rare, unique items was just like the rate was so low that like you pretty much like couldn't really compete or like have an enjoyable experience with the game unless you actually went onto the real money auction house or like you just devoted so much time. And like that, basically that failed so miserably. That they got rid of the real money auction house. It was just like the response to it was just like, so even though I think they were still making money, just like I think there's something to be said. I'll approach from a different angle. I think there's something to be said for like the spirit of competition. And like philosophically, I would agree. It's pretty hard to defend, let's say, banning loot boxes. But I think there's a more fundamental argument of just like competing in games, and that we want to compete ideally on an even playing field. But yeah, not always the case.
Yeah, okay, so you want me, who's, again, I'm somebody who's just playing this for fun, right? I need to compete on an apparently equal ground with a fucking sweaty no-lifer who just grinds away at the game for 20 hours a day. You expect me to compete with that person for that to be fair?
Well, first of all, I reject
what
the
if-
probably gonna
stereotype
What
be
if
of
better
there?
than
What if there?
you.
What if there's a dude who works at McDonald's, right? So he's not like me. He works at McDonald's. He saves up his money. He gets home. He gets on the fucking game, and he's just getting stomped because he can't devote that much time to playing the video game. So he spends $20, gets a cool set of armor, gives himself a little boost, gives himself maybe like an experience boost, right? So he can level up more quickly. So at some point he can eventually compete with those guys. So he's able to even play the game at all at a competitive level, which they usually don't have access to, just because they don't have the time to devote to it.
Wait,
Let's
but
go
that's
to- let's go. We're gonna Lactoid, Nina, then I go. Okay.
Yeah, let's just be clear. So when I'm looking at loot boxes, the only problem I have with loot boxes is when it's like a kind of gambling random element to it, because there's like numbers of like studies on like the psychological effects of that, especially when you're introduced to children. But when it comes to just like in-game purchases, like I don't know how Clash of Clans works, or what Doobie's saying, you buy some better armor. I don't I don't see any problem with that whatsoever. Because in the sense of you have to like measure entertainment in terms of like dollar per hour. What are you getting out of it? What kind of fun are you having? And if you're spending all your time on this free to play game, and you could enhance your enjoyment of this with new content for like $10, $20, like that's not unreasonable when you're looking at it like in a per hour kind of entertainment value, right? So for $60, I mean that's a lot for a video game. But if you spend 100 hours in that video game, I mean, how much money would it cost you to watch 100 hours worth of like movie theater movies? I mean, way more than $60. I think that when you're just buying in-game content, you're just again like very easily like selling content to people who can afford it, which is what you're doing with games generally. One company that does this, I think, almost to an annoying extent, is Paradox, where they will sell you like the base game, and if you want to buy everything that goes, and they'll even pull out some like important mechanics for the gameplay. In order to buy expansions for all that, like the overall game's going to cost you like $300, $400 if you want to buy all of it, right? But by doing this, like if you have to pay to have like the base game, but you can still like you can basically pay for how much you want to get out of the game. I don't see that as a problem. I don't even see like why that would be a problem. Like
Why is introducing it to children a problem, Octoid?
So, well, the gambling aspect of children, I think, is the problem. I think getting kids
Why?
addicted to gambling, well, because we know that gambling can be, like, specifically gambling is addictive, A, and B, like, gambling habits are bad for you in your long-term well-being. Like, just
But
as
isn't
bad
this
for you
like
as,
a
like,
parenting
drugs.
issue? Like, why is this an issue that game developers should be aware of, or even like have any kind of responsibility for?
Yeah,
Like,
ultimately,
it just seems like the parents, hey, if you don't want to introduce your kid to gambling or violence or whatever it is, or drag queens in your video games, don't buy those games. You're the parent.
Sure. So I get that, and the parents should absolutely have like a hand in this. But I think parents should also say, you know, not give little Timmy liquor. In the same way, we're not going to let little Timmy go to the casino. And if little Timmy's got bad parents who don't care either way, I would still want the person providing those services to be like, sorry, we don't sell to kids. We're not going to sell a 5-year-old liquor. We're not going to sell a 9-year-old gambling because we know like the site.
What about a firearm?
Yeah, definitely not. So we're not going to sell a kid firearms. I mean, I think that if you take your kids shooting and hunting, it'd be very good for you. That I highly encourage the sport. But when it comes to gambling, we know that's just not good for like people. I mean, Doobie, don't you agree? So if I gave you studies indicating that like gambling has effects on the brains, like effects on the brain that are similar to like drug use, and I know how you feel about drug use, wouldn't you also be against children gambling?
I don't think they're similar to drug use. I think you're overstating how similar those two things are. But
What's
I'm
the
wondering, like,
difference?
how far you're extending. Well, you're talking about like a chemical dependence versus like, oh, you know, I'm excited that this a Wheel of Fortune thing that I just spun
There
my
are
brain.
chemicals in your brain.
It's
by the way.
taking advantage of the exact same chemical neural
We're talking
pathways.
about
In your
like
brain.
being introduced like heroin or some shit. I don't think you
He's
can
saying
compare those.
outside the body
By the time he
chemicals.
gets to like.
No, but
Yeah,
even that
I
stuff
don't think you
usually
can compare those
hijacks
when
the
it gets to
brain's
gambling.
chemicals. It doesn't actually. It's not like the,
But I'm
the
wondering
drug
like how
itself.
far you would take this. So you're saying that like we shouldn't let kids see Wheel of Fortune on the TV because it's going to introduce them to the concept of gambling? Like we shouldn't show them like dice rolling games because hey,
No.
oh god, they can get addicted to the dice rolling on the numbers that they want. Like how far are you going to take that?
No, because I don't think so. From what I've seen, and this is just an empirical question, right? If it turns out that like this shit gave them gambling addictions, then I would be super skeptical of it. But from what I've seen, like the potency really comes when like the individual is like gambling, when they are putting up money and they are taking the chance, and like that kind of exhilaration and that kind of like neuroplasticity, like pathways being created, like that's when the problems begin.
Is it directly related to money, like the transaction of money?
Yeah, usually. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that like, you don't think those same neural pathways can be created from any like unironically, like we were saying, any board game that involves like dice?
They can be, but the question is, what kind of habit is that reinforcing, right? If you're reinforcing the gambling habit of them throwing their money at this is going to have detrimental effects like later in life for obvious reasons. They're going to blow too much money on this. If instead they spend too much time playing a board game, I guess it could become a problem, but the risk of this becoming a serious problem for their well-being is just so much less.
Let's go to Nina. Sorry, I got a list here. Nina, Aiko, Ginger.
Okay, so I was just using our good friend ChatGPT, and I was just asking them. It's not what I initially wanted to say, but since I've completely forgot what we were saying, it looks like is there a connection between loot boxes and gambling addictions? And apparently, several studies have found that there is a significant overlap between loot box spending and gambling behavior in children and young adults. For example, a study published in the Journal of Addictive. Were you saying that you have that problem, or were you just wanting to talk next to it?
No, you were just confirming what I said. So I was saying,
Yeah,
haha.
okay,
gotcha.
I was
Okay.
saying,
I
haha,
wasn't
Doobie.
sure.
Yeah, get fucked, Doobie.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, found that elements to
fuck,
purchase loot
dude.
box were more likely to exhibit problem gambling behavior than those who did not. Similarly, a study published in the Journal of Gambling Studies, that's a funny name, found that the adults who reported gambling problems were more likely to purchase loot boxes than those who did not have gambling problems. So it seems pretty clear there that it is a little bit of a pipeline that tends to create a addictive behavioral patterns and stuff like that. What do you say
I
to
don't
that,
know.
Doobie?
That doesn't feel
Yeah, I
that
think,
doesn't feel enough to
again,
be
this sounds like a
causal, 'cause that
parenting
could sound like
issue,
people
and
have
that's
money.
something that I should be concerned with, right? So if their parents are giving their kids access to the fucking credit card to the point they're gambling so much
What
with
if
their
they're
parents'
stealing
money,
it?
their parent, well then again, a parenting issue. If you've raised a kid who's such a piece of shit, he's stealing from you to the point he's becoming addicted to gambling.
Oh
Hey,
my
you got other
God.
fucking
What
problems.
if
to
their
deal with. You have
parents?
way bigger
What if the
problems to
kids'
deal with.
parents suck? What are you gonna do then?
Well, hey, we have some fuck ups in society. What if the parents suck and let them watch porn from an early age, or
We
they
should
shouldn't
stop that too, shouldn't we?
Hold on. Are
They
you
do.
suggesting?
Most parents
Are you
don't
suggesting?
have
Yeah,
no
so
idea what
porn
their
shops
kids
do
are
not
looking at
sell
on
to
Are you
kids,
suggesting
right?
this fair?
Doobie, are you
you
seriously saying that? Are you
Oh
seriously
my
saying that
God.
anything the kids does is like the fault of the parents? Like anything the
think that
kid
if the
does,
kid has
oh, must
behavioral
be the
problems, yes,
parents,
it's
must be the
issue.
fucking parents.
I think it's a parenting issue at that point. Right? So
Specifically,
again,
if you're dealing with money,
hold
I
on.
think
Do you
that's
think?
that's
Hold on,
fair.
please. So do you think that if a child becomes like a fucking compulsive liar, piece of shit thief, like murderer, rapist, you think the parents had like no like no input on that at all on the child's development? Of
I
course
think
they
it could be
right?
due to the parents. I also think it could be due to the 1 million other factors that could have affected that. It may not be the parents. It may be that the kid was like bullied at school and bullied so
And that
much that they
bullying led
got
him
that
to
way.
like loot
It could be because
boxes.
they
Sure,
developed a
okay, but he's
gambling
still
addiction.
using if he's stealing from his parents to do so. That's their fucking problem to deal
Okay.
with. I don't see why they should take
I'm
away my
guessing
fucking
everyone can
loot
still
boxes.
hear. I'm gonna leave and come back. All right. let's
Yeah,
keep
I don't
going.
think that. I don't think that the
Hold on,
kid.
guys. I gotta
Oh,
leave and come
everybody
back
stop. Gotcha.
because yeah.
Dude, you're such a fucking elitist.
I'm not an okay. You guys are
You
literally
are the
saying
definition of a
you guys are
fucking
literally
elitist,
you guys
dude.
are literally saying, hey,
What
we
just
shouldn't allow
happened?
children to have access to
Oh, can
I
you
think
all hear
Prime's
him?
having a
We can
we
hear
can.
you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Prime.
Can you hear us?
He can't hear us at all.
So he can't. So
Now's our
I'm gonna
chance.
take.
Say
Yeah.
the word.
I'm gonna take advantage of this.
You know which one. Say the word.
Doobie.
I can still hear.
Oh,
Doobie,
no.
if a kid with shitty parents walks into a porn shop, should the porn shop be able to sell that kid like XXX rated shit?
No, of course not.
Okay, but like it's a parenting issue, right? But we should still say you can't sell this to kids because.
Hold on. But I think that you're comparing things that are like
Dude, I
not
think you're like anti-regulation, bro. I feel like you don't
I'm
even
not
like.
okay. No, I'm like the opposite here. I'm what I'm advocating for is regulating your desire to regulate. I don't think that you should be
Well,
allowed.
that's not
to
regulation.
regulate-
No,
I
I
like
don't
that.
think that you
government.
should
What
be
do you mean?
allowed to regulate my behavior such that I can't buy loot boxes to whenever the fuck I want in any game that I want. If the game developers want to sell me cosmetic shit or cool weapons in the game or damage boosts or whatever it is, I should be able to buy it from them. This is a transaction
Okay, but you
between
know, like
You
it's
should.
not. We're talking about loot
parties.
boxes, though. The idea of it that it is random. You're not buying a boost.
That's
You're
part of the
buying a
fun.
chance at the boost.
That's literally
Okay, but
part
then
of
it
the
defeats
fun.
your argument where the entire point is to,
No, it doesn't.
I don't know, skip the line here. Because if you're
But no,
skipping, there's
that's-
no guarantee that you're skipping the line.
They do both. Okay,
Nina,
typically,
you're
typically
missing
they
it.
do
You're
both,
missing
right?
it.
So
You
they have
literally,
the
you literally, Doobie,
Oh my
you
God.
literally just said because it's fun. So you're now attributing fun to the chance to basically paying for the
Yeah.
chance to get something, which inherently
course.
is
The chance.
wait, which inherently is gambling. And
So?
now you're saying it's fun, right? And I agree. I enjoy gambling. I go to casinos. I play roulette. But you're saying it is fun, and it is fun for these kids to pay money for a chance to get this item, right? How is that not inherently gambling? And how can that not start a gambling addiction? You don't need to gamble a lot to start a gambling addiction. You need to gamble enough for you to go, hell, this is fun. I want to keep fucking doing this. I don't care how much money I have in the bank. I don't care how much money mommy and daddy have in the bank.
Okay,
I know
so-
that this was directed at Doobie, but let me jump in right there because it's kind of frustrating. Okay, so I mean, if we're going to talk about that and like maybe not getting something out of maybe necessarily what you're putting in, you can tack on arcades to that. You could tack on like um, carnivals. You can tack on circuses. You can tack on anything where um, they're paying for something, but they're not necessarily getting back in
Not
return.
necessarily.
Was it
because
ever
when you're
worth
talking
a
about
dollar?
carnivals-
Why not, Sprout?
Not necessarily, because you're talking about carnivals. You're talking about you're talking about games that you're actually doing
Games of
something. When I'm
chance.
talking, wait,
Those
one
games are
second. We're
actually
talking,
rigged to
when we're,
lose.
ta- when we're talking,
Yeah, they're
when we're
rigged.
talking,
They're all rigged.
they are rigged, and I've got a different argument for them, but it doesn't necessarily correlate with this one.
But that's-
So
that's-
when
You're
we're talking
talking
about
about banning
wait,
all
one
games of
second,
chance for
one
children.
second,
Example, though.
holy fucking shit, 1 second,
That
please.
involve money.
Thank you. We're talking about this game. We're talking about paying money for literally a chance. There's nothing you can do to increase that chance. There's nothing you can do to try to manipulate that. There's no skill involved. Right? It's literally just a game of chance.
That is
Well, hold on, those
exactly what
carnival games
carnival
are-
games are. That's
Yeah, those
exactly
kind
what
look.
carnival games are.
I've worked some of those.
One second. Let Ginger finish your point, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so the problem with that is you can use that with arcades, you can use that with carnival games as well, because carnival games, yes, are extremely rigged against you. They're extremely rigged against you, and it does not take it doesn't take being good at the game. It takes actual fucking luck to win one of those. It's not like, oh, I've spent my time and I know how to. No, it's absolute luck. And you're putting so much money into it, knowing that you're going to get a 50-cent stuffed animal
Yeah, but the game
I
itself
think
is
those
the
are
thing
actually
that's fun.
I think those are actually fraud, by the way, because they're like
Yeah.
So how
lying.
is that not gambling?
Well, so no, but it's actually it's worse because like it's
It's
fraud.
not just gambling; it's fraud.
Yeah,
They're
you
stealing
think
their
you
money.
Would
think
ban
it's
not
skill.
just
children
gambling.
from like from playing carnival game? Would you ban that for children?
I would make it illegal for carnival games to advertise themselves as a game of skill unless they were actually a game of skill.
Wait, but you're
Okay,
you're paying
so
the fun of the game, not the fun of gambling.
so there are carnival games that are just games of chance, right? So
Yeah.
would you ban children from taking part in those games?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, for sure.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
You're
Well,
like
you know, in
unironically like
California,
nanny stating right now, Mr.
Like-
Libertarian. Like I don't
I've said
understand
multiple
why-
times I will
If we
defend
just,
children.
if we just
children.
label
okay?
it, if we
You're
just
not
label it
defending
as what it is,
children.
it's
I'm
defending
defending children.
If we literally just
Let's
label
let-
it as what it
let's-
is, if we just label it as gambling, it immediately bans children from doing it. If we literally
Let-
just label these things as what they are, which is gambling, it would, by
Yeah.
doing so, ban children
and-
from participating
and we
in these
shouldn't
Yeah, you
activities.
can't put a
children from
slot
all
machine at a
gambling.
Let's-
carnival.
I think
Let's
children
let
should be allowed to
Heiko-
gamble once in a while.
Okay, let's oh boy, let's let
Just
Heiko
a
in,
cigarette
please.
every once in a while. No big deal.
Yeah,
Not
It's
comparable.
a beer.
Oh,
Muted.
he's doing it again.
I go.
Good point.
It's
good
a
Yeah,
great
take it
argument.
over.
That's
but I can't
because I
hear it.
wasn't muting myself. I was muting ChatGPT because it was telling me what my answer should be now. No, I actually did ask it just that one question about whether or not like gambling activates the same parts of the brain as drugs, and it said yes. And I haven't asked for its citations yet. If anybody wants it, I can go further into it. But let me just say that yeah, I've worked those games before. Like when I was a kid, I worked a few of those games, and what it is it's designed to give the impression that it's a game of skill, and there's usually a trick behind winning it. That if you learn that trick, they will not let you play. So it literally, it's not even a game of chance. It's fooling you into thinking that there's a skill that you do not have and you're guaranteed to lose. There's maybe a small element of luck where you might win, or there might be somebody in there who every once in a while who wins so that everyone can see that it's possible to win or whatever. But yeah, it is. Actually, those things are worse than loot boxes in that sense, because in a loot box, you actually do have a chance of getting something good. But I just wanted to say about this conversation about little Timmy, like, yeah, I think everything Doobie said about this being a parental issue is absolutely true, but it's not little Timmy's fault if he has bad parents, right? So we can't like let him bear the punishment of like, that's luck too, right? Whether or not you get good or bad parents, that's absolutely by chance. You don't get to pick your parents. You know, you're born into what you're born into. And if those parents are shitty parents, then there need to be some things done to help protect like kids from that. And one of the ways, though, is making sure that kids don't have access to their parents' credit cards. And there needs to be ways of handling this prior to just the loot box element of it. Like they shouldn't have any of this financial access. If they want to buy a game, their parents need to put in a code and buy the game. If they want to buy something in game, they need to be able, the parents need to come in and give that code again. There needs to be some solution on that level. On the adult level, I don't think I still maintain on the adult level that labeling a game play to win, if it has certain predatory practices, I think could be a very successful element. I think it should at least be tried to see if you would still get those billions of dollars from that sort of loot boxes and things. I don't know if the 1.4 billion or whatever it was,
Those were all cosmetic.
Yeah. So okay. Well, that's fundamentally different, right? Because it doesn't really affect how you play in the game. Like cosmetics sounds fair to me. But if you're to whatever extent you're making money off of things that will help you win in the game, I think Doobie's right. Like, a 15-year-old who like spends hundreds of hours playing this game, and then some adult goes in and like instantly gets crushed by people who've developed all these skills. I think there's a place for being able to increase your skill set artificially in a game, but I think everyone needs to know that that's what the game does, so that people who think that's unfair, people who have like Prime's position on this, can see at the very beginning, oh, this is play to win. Fuck that bullshit, and I'm going to go to another game where that's not an option. And that way, Prime gets the games he wants, Doobie gets the games he wants, everyone can win.
So no, you're wrong. First of all, they already are labeled with in-game purchases, right? And uh, this is wrong on so many levels. One, and I thought Nina was
But
trying
that's
to get
different
to
than
this
play to
previous.
win.
I thought this was different from. I thought Nina was trying to get to this previously, but um, like what developers will do is they'll put the game out and they'll advertise, hey, no loot boxes, and then add loot boxes afterwards. Oh, here's a convenient update for you, right? So that's the thing that happens. So and they do that to avoid the ESRB rating. So putting that out there. And then
That should be
there's
fraud.
it's not just absolutely, absolutely. But it's not just that, but it's the fact that these in-game purchases, um, you're saying, well, it's cosmetic, right? So it shouldn't be a problem, but it is a problem. Like looking at people's behaviors, right? Like for things that they technically don't need to win to play the game, they still buy a shit ton of it and more than they can afford, right? There was a conference of game designers, right? And one of these game designers, he was like giving like a keynote speech. He was talking about how we've designed our game to like enhance like FOMO, right? Among children, and to say so kids would be shamed for having the base outfits. Right? Oh, you only have the base outfits. There's something wrong for you. You must be poor.
Broke bit.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I mean, you've
That's
seen
every
this. Like,
bicycle.
have you exactly right? Like, we've seen this before, in other contexts, but they're designing it that way. So I don't just have a problem. I didn't mean to give that impression. I don't just have the problem with being able to skip like progression. I don't really care about that competition part as much, right? Yeah, Doopy can. If he wants to skip that, that's not the problem. I'm saying the mechanics are the issue in and of themselves.
So
Okay,
I'll
so I
ask
think
again. Does anyone like? Would you prefer the previous world back, like when people had PS2 or whatever, where everyone who wanted to play the game casually or like super invested pay $60-$70 up front, and then everything
Well,
like
it was like 50 in PS2, like it was $50.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, but that's
$49.99.
$50 for like 1990s
yeah.
money. So
But I'm saying that like inflation bit. Anyways, this is like yeah. Would you prefer that world? Like, oh yeah, everything's unlocked, but like anyone who even casually wants to play it has to drop this amount of money.
Yeah,
Do you think that's
yeah,
a better
Probably.
world than the free to play
that's a
world
much
where
worse role.
where hundreds of thousands of kids are getting to like play the games with their friends, even though they don't have like the finances to purchase a game, even if they might have to wear the casual skin like that. We think
Right.
yeah.
So-
That's what we grew up in, where yeah, you play the games you could get, right? Like yeah, I didn't grow up with. I can tell you, my parents did not buy me a shit ton of games. I barely got any games growing up, right? But yeah,
So
I
none of those
made
kids
it
could call
somehow. Oh no,
George.
what a terrible
And there,
world!
there
I'm
were
saying,
still,
but you
there
just
were
made
still
the
free games back then. There were still free games back then.
We had
Okay.
demos. We had the
Yeah.
Well, no, they worked on
Hey,
on
listen,
purposes,
disc,
though,
bro.
right?
Prime.
You didn't get
Prime,
to
if we're
dress up
talking about
Princess Daisy and you didn't get to dress up Crash Bandicoot. Like you played with
Yeah.
the character that got in.
Prime,
But
if
I'm
we're talking about games we grew up with, like, I prefer the games like, where you drop the coin in the
Stickball.
Nickelodeon and it gives you the 5 frames per second, and or the little marble comes down like the nails and stuff. Yeah, those are the games we should go back to.
Jinko.
talking
Sure.
about the game
Yeah,
of
ones I
life
grew up
where you
with, yeah.
actually
Uh,
go survive.
Yeah.
DB and Lactoid.
Yeah, I don't understand how you guys can say that I'm an elitist when you're literally advocating for raising the barrier of entry here, right? I'm saying, hey, keep the barrier of entry low and then fund the game some other way, right? In Prime, the reality is most of these companies, right, the reason that they open up loot boxes later is because they want new people to come to their game and not be totally outclassed or crushed by all the people who've been playing for 2 years.
For the good
Right?
of the,
What?
No,
of
hold
the
on.
country.
Yeah, no, it's
For the
it's
good
true.
of
Hold on.
humanity.
No, but it's true though. So
Yeah, that's
if
what these capitalist
if you
companies
get
are
into like
doing.
New World, right? So New World, a huge Amazon game, they spent like hundreds of millions of dollars on this fucking game. If you were to get into that game right now, you'd be a year behind everybody else who's been playing the game. right? In gear stats, in level, in everything. So you'd have to start from scratch, getting crushed every time you step outside the fucking gate because that game is like open world PvP.
Well, Prime
So-
conceded that.
So these people, hold on,
No, I didn't.
oh my god. So these people can buy, they can buy a level boost. They can buy a better pickaxe early on, so they can boost themselves up a bit. Like, what's the fucking issue
No,
with that?
no. I didn't concede that specific point, Aiko, because I'm saying that like what Dubious is talking about is like bad game design, right? Like within the context of that's like MMO you were talking about, right? Within the context of an MMO, you're supposed to have a starting area for starting people, right? Like, oh yeah, let's have a level 1 guy face level 99 guy. How do you keep a user base that way, right? Like, clearly, like game designers like understand this, and if they design a game so that that doesn't happen, right, then yes, they're encouraging you to go to the store and buy more money, right? I don't know how the game even survives
Prime.
that way, right? It's so badly designed, but
Prime.
like literal like basic game design would keep that from happening, right? So you're like trying to
No,
create some sort of
wouldn't. You
Go ahead.
literally wouldn't. Okay, so here's why. So with this game specifically, right? I'm sure there are other games like this that would get into like Lost Ark or Arc Age or whatever, or Neverwinter. It's a great game too. ESL, but they do have a starting area, right? But when people have been playing the game for a very long time, start up on a new character, they're also in that starting area, right? They beat the shit out of you constantly because they just have more
It seems like a
practice with.
skill issue.
Okay, there we go. Skill issue, because you can devote hundreds of hours of gameplay to this fucking thing while I'm grinding away at work. Oh, it's a skill issue. Just get good, retard.
Wait, so should you
Like,
have
no,
the
fuck
advantage
you.
or be equal?
Fuck
Because it
you.
seems like you are
I'm
equal.
gonna pay $50, get an XP boost, get some better gear, so I can kick your ass too, right? So I can provide some kind of competition. Unless you just want a game where you're just stomping all over the new people all fucking day, right?
How the
secondly,
fuck is a game?
secondly, okay. Another problem that I have with all this nonsense you guys just said, is who was it? Was it Bam? Oh, these games affect your brain in the same way that drugs do. Well, so does fucking smelling cookies. So does going to the theme park, right? So does anything that releases a lot of dopamine, right? So are you saying, hey, we shouldn't let kids have a cookie because it might lead to them getting addicted and becoming like fat asses?
Just dopamine
No,
release.
there's
We
statistics.
shouldn't let kids drink soda ever.
is
We shouldn't let kids
Drug
drink
use is
soda
not
ever.
drug use is not just
ever,
dopamine
because they
release.
might
It's
get
not just
addicted
a
to soda
dopamine
and
release.
sugar, and then they're gonna get fat and die at fucking 13 years old. Like what?
Dopamine
you
release
guys are
is
saying,
not-
you guys
it's
are
not the-
simultaneously saying that hey, these things around the world, and
drugs
it's
equals
not the
dopamine
parents' fault.
release, guys.
But
That's what drugs
Okay,
equals.
well then tell
You
me.
have sex,
then
might
tell
as well
me-
have drugs.
Then tell me how it's different, right? So how does this game, how does gambling specifically affect the brain in a way that like any other reward function or event does, right? So if I go out and I win a fucking like a race, right, or like a sporting event, how does that affect my brain in the way that gambling doesn't, in a way that drugs don't,
Game of chance.
right? It's about the big dopamine release, right, that people are seeking.
Well, no,
Well, I think
it's a
question of
dopamine
what-
release that's like easily repeatable.
It's a question of what is rewarded.
Yeah,
right?
like Lactoid.
in sports, what's being rewarded is presumed by society to be a good thing. You put out a lot of effort, you put a lot of physical effort,
Sure,
you achieve
right.
something, and you got a reward for it, right? In a video game, also you can put out a lot of effort and get a big reward for it, right? And what this tries to do is sort of short circuit that and give you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With the loot box, it's short circuiting that effort and reward system, and it's taking away the effort part. And I think
Well,
that might be
bullshit.
the difference.
No,
between
it's just
the-
transferring the
not-
effort somewhere else.
okay.
So should I be able
It's
to
not just
pay
dopamine.
money
Wait,
in a basketball
please
game
realize
Oh my
this.
and have extra points?
Oh my god, please stop. Okay, look.
Wait,
So
please realize
this
that
is
it's
why
not just-
the drug point doesn't make
Only
any
when the
sense.
bucks are down.
Right, because
drugs
it's
is
about
not
the
just dopamine.
release and what's
Okay,
being
drugs is also-
They said that like 12
what's
times.
being rewarded. Then Lactoid, why shouldn't we say, hey kids, you can't go to the theme park because it's you're gonna have like an adrenaline rush and a huge dopamine release.
Because it's
This
not
might lead you-
repetitive.
This
Let me
might lead you.
answer.
This
Because
might
those are
lead you. This might
guaranteed
lead you. This
generators.
might lead you to be a
Holy
daredevil,
fucking
and you
shit.
fucking die trying to jump over a
You
building
have
with your fucking
no
bike.
idea what the fuck
Right,
you're
like,
talking about.
So I don't understand why you guys are speaking as if exposing these children
You have
to
no idea
large
what the fuck you're
dopamine
talking
to
about.
large dopamine releases ever is gonna
Keep
it's gonna
talking
lead to them
ignorantly,
automatically
seriously.
being addicted and fucking like getting addicted to
Okay.
gambling. Well, we don't
Okay,
treat anything else
let-
that way. It's okay for a kid to have a cookie
you're
once in a while, isn't
this
it?
is
Well,
so
let me
stupid.
respond
Okay,
to
well,
this.
that would be
please,
guaranteed, though.
Lactoid,
That-
please. Okay. So so gambling is different. It affects the same way that drugs do, and it's not
Explain
just
that. How is it
okay,
specifically?
I was getting ready to, but you interrupted me. So now I have to take this time out of my conversation to
Hurry
try
up.
and point out that you're interrupting me, and I can't explain now.
Okay, get
Now
to
I'm
it.
gonna explain.
Chop chop.
So it's not just dopamine; it's the dopamine releasing stimuli that hits your brain's
You just
reward
you just-
system.
you
Oh,
just
wait!
repeated the
I'm
fucking
not
thing.
done.
Shut
I'm not
up,
done.
dude.
I'm not done.
Don't do it,
Over
bro.
time, repeatedly, that then changes your brain activity, right? And then your brain is involved in involved in higher risk decision making, higher risk self control, and higher risk emotional regulation. These things actually change in your brain. It's not just the dopamine release; it's a dopamine release attached to the risky behavior that you're behaving in. Those two combined is why something becomes dangerous. Otherwise, sex would be dangerous. Otherwise, there'd be like 20
All
million
things can
different
be
things that are
dangerous, though.
dangerous
Okay,
because they
like
give off dopamine.
like pizza,
Petting
like
your dog.
cookies.
Sex
Like,
does
hey,
cause
hey,
addiction.
this
You
dopamine
get
release is
addicted.
attached to having this cookie, so children might just want to eat all the fucking cookies and get fat and die. Like, if this is the line of
Again, it
thinking
has
that
Yeah,
you're
but
to
those
be-
are guaranteed, though. They're going for
someone-
that dopamine release.
someone-
Like
okay,
that's
so
completely different than
exactly-
gambling, where it's not
exactly.
guaranteed.
Well, drugs
That's
are
where you can get
guaranteed.
taken advantage
cookies,
of.
So by this logic, cookies are actually more dangerous because the dopamine release is
No,
guaranteed.
that's not by that logic.
No,
Absolutely.
because no, it's not. It's not done by that logic. Again, it has to take the risky behavior, which means that it's not always going to happen. It's a risky behavior to where it's rewarded with dopamine that changes your brain chemistry and
This specific thing, are you telling me that hold on, are you telling me that eating sweets, right, from when you're a little kid, right, eating sweets all the time, that also releases dopamine, doesn't also change the way that your brain works and change
no,
the
but
way
you're
that
Maybe on
you
a
seeking
much-
it out and you're
maybe on a
getting
much
what you
smaller
want.
scale.
and
Maybe
change the way
maybe on a
that you
much
look at
smaller
food,
scale.
and maybe
Maybe
have you
on a much
associate
smaller scale.
no, that's bullshit, and maybe
Maybe
have
on
you
a much
associate
smaller
good
scale.
feelings with food.
Okay, let's. I think this is simple. One, addiction can work in multiple ways. Like, why does addiction have to work in one way? This is weird, right? Okay, and also the way I do sex, no one has any dopamine releases. Okay, that's the way to do it. This is God's way. Let's go to lactoid.
Okay.
All right,
Three quick points. Doobie. So the first point is I had said it was like a repeatable, easily repeatable event. I mean, it's obviously not the only thing that makes up the reason why gambling is so addicting and dangerous. It's an easily repeatable event that releases chemicals that is associated with putting up your money at risk. And like hardwiring this preference early on just demonstrably leads to bad outcomes for the person later in life, right? The empirics are what matters here. This is what's different than an amusement park, right? The person who's addicted to going to amusement parks, there is a hard limit on them destroying their life if they go every weekend. For a gambler, there is no hard limit. You can blow everything at Vegas in one weekend. You can lose everything. You can lose your fucking house, right? The level of risk and the level of demonstrable empirical harm that comes from this addicting behavior is just shown, right? It's indisputable.
Bullshit.
It's not total bullshit.
It is bullshit.
Whether or not diet can be addicting and whether or not kids with bad diets are a problem, yes, food like cookies and ice cream and this shit can also be addicting.
Yeah,
And
so we should never give children
and children
ice
should
cream
be
cone,
highly
ever.
limited in any kind of junk food they have. To be honest,
Wait, hold on.
any kid of
So why
mine's
should
not
you give
having
it to
any
them
junk
ever?
food.
Why should you give a kid an ice cream cone ever?
Ideally, the kid will never get an ice cream cone. Ideally,
Ever?
Ever.
Like
when
a
they turn
single cookie
18,
or
they
like
go to the fucking
a
ice cream
fucking
store.
strawberry
They can
now and then?
show
Like, what?
their license and they can buy an ice cream along with a pack of cigarettes. Okay, ideally. Now, Prime, I wanted to address something you said because you said something that I didn't like. You're talking about like it's some kind of grand conspiracy that you got a bunch of game developers talking about how they can, here's how we make kids want to, to envy other kids. You're talking about like production at that point. Yes, throughout all of history, people have made a nicer looking bicycle, and hey, all the kids on the block are going to want this kid's bicycle. That's the point of making a better product. Of course, you're going to want to like create something cool that everyone on the block's going to want, and they're going to feel that they're missing out if they don't buy it. It's not unique to like in-game content. I don't think it's particularly nefarious with in-game content. The only thing that I'm like, well, I don't see why it's nefarious with in-game content compared to any kind of real life content, right? Like Pogs, like Pogs or trading cards. Like, how the fuck is this not nefarious in the same way?
So I would say I judge these things on a spectrum, right? And I I'm not totally against like in-game purchases. It's not like I like you can't just buy anything within there. I disagree with that. I think the type of purchase matters and the mechanics based around it, right? So loot boxes in and of
Oh my god, this
themselves.
is getting to us.
Uh, oh god. Oh yeah. Uh, oh, what is happening? Fuck. All right. Oh, I mean, this will help the channel, right? If it gets us on, if it gets us on like a show, like about like a murder that just took place on Twitch, that'd be great. I mean, well,
What the hell?
Wait, he just said that would be great. Like,
I mean,
clip
like,
it,
yeah, if it was
clip
like,
it and ship it, clip
if
it and
it,
ship it.
Monkey ass.
if it's like one of those those like cable shows that like do like murder reenactments, right? And they did one on the channel. I wouldn't be against that. Any which way, back to my man Lactoid. The mechanics matter, right? So that is it that like, oh, I have people have social pressure, which it's stupid. I agree, it's dumb, right? But they have social pressure to conform. And so if you use that, which is what those game designers specifically said they were going to do, right? If you
Yes.
use that and you put that within a loot box and say like, well, your gear just isn't good enough, right? But we got these loot boxes with these incredibly tiny chances of you getting the items that you want. So you just keep spending,
It's the chance
right?
that's the problem.
That's a problem.
It's the chance that's the problem, not just buying in-game content. What happened to Bam?
Should we be concerned?
Sure.
No.
That's fine. Maybe his girlfriend is more reasonable than he is. Okay, maybe she'll
Probably.
agree that loot boxes are actually a good thing.
Oh.
Based off of what we just witnessed, you think they're more reasonable than Bam?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there might have been some dopamine releases in that.
Yeah, she can stick around. I'd love to hear her opinion, especially on the next topic, right? We're doing abortion next, so if you want to be a part of that,
Wait,
we'd love to
okay,
have
can I
you.
can
We're,
I
we're
say
but-
something really
we're
quick though?
talking about it, Prime. We're not doing it.
Yeah,
Oh,
as
yeah.
some-
Oh, yeah, but thank you.
as somebody that does work on a video game company, I do think that video games are like a new age version of like a level of like art, because like I know how much work is put into these.
Yes.
And I think if your main there is a really big issue within the industry with the corporate greed versus the artistry of like the developers, the artists, et cetera, all of that. Like there's this is something that just is a thing. Like is luckily I work at a pretty progressive place with that, so they do prioritize. Doobie, you were too close. You need to back up. Anyways, stop it. I hate it. I'm just not gonna look. Anyway, so working at a video game company and piggybacking on when you were saying about like the developers being like, oh well, we're purposely making it that way. Like that's not a choice from the people who care about the game. That is an executive choice, and that is fucking epically cringe, and it's unethical in my opinion when it comes to like the game should be fun. That's what a game is. That is how you make a fucking awesome game, is that it's fun. And I feel like these corporate greedy assholes are constantly coming into the industry and doing shit like that where they're like, because I assume the person I was talking about is not a developer. They're just like some guy who was like supposed to talk about it, and then because they got like a command, we'll say, from the higher ups that are like, yeah, we got to make like that is completely like antithetical to the artistry of the game. Like the game should be fun and shouldn't be a way to just like squeeze profits out,
So my last
That's
point on
silly.
this, and I'll go straight to you, Doobie. But the last point is that like I think these give you a worse product. Like there's another problem I had with what Aiko said a while ago, is that like you get a worse product with these mechanics, because these mechanics, like DLC, I think is fine, especially like major DLC, like Elden Ring, a game that I love. Is dropping DLC. Oh, thank God, right? Well, before I go, thank God. That it's happening, and I think that's amazing. Like, it's guaranteed to be a major update to the game, a lot of extra content, and I would like to. I'm going to be happy to pay the developers for the time and effort they did there, and hopefully they'll do more than one DLC pack.
Yeah, it's a good way to retain staff as well.
Exactly, right? I think it's fine for the game industry. It's different from the way it was, way back when. But you know what? I think that's not a bad advancement. But
Well,
all
DLCs
these
are
aren't the
different,
same.
though.
Like these pernicious we see how these pernicious game mechanics are used, monetization mechanics are used, and it ends up being that the it's not that the mechanics enhance the monetization enhances the game like in Elden Ring, right? It's that the game is there to make the monetization worth it, right? Like the monetization becomes the core of the experiences and the game becomes secondary. So I'm thinking I believe we're getting a worse product. Okay, I'm done. Doobie, if you want to jump in, then Spout.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that was justified. So in what way are we getting a worse product? One, but secondly, I don't understand like this hate of the corporate boards and oh god, this is just corporate greed, the greedy corporate people trying to squeeze a profit out of this game to run the fucking company and pay our fucking paychecks. Yeah, they need
Because you
they
don't
need
work in a
profit to
creative
do that.
industry, dude.
They need profit that they can devote to other projects, right? That some of them aren't going to make any
They don't
fucking
do
money.
that.
Some of them are going to tank, right? Some of them are going to go nowhere, right? They're gonna spend hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes on a game that just fucking crashes because the developers are shit, and then they can't just shut down the company, right? They don't want to fire everybody, so yeah, they need profit. Like I don't understand this hate of profit and the hate of the corporate boards.
We're not saying that.
While you're being all artsy and like, oh god, the artistry of the game and whatever the fuck, they're paying the fucking bills, right? They're making sure that you have a paycheck at the end of the day. So again, you should be thanking these people. I don't understand the hate of them.
Yeah, I know you love kissing
I'm not
boots.
even-
I get it.
I love having my boot
it's,
kissed.
It's the insurance guy. He's wanting
He's a boss,
convincing people
so-
to kiss his boot.
Yeah.
So that's what he's trying to do.
You tell your employees that?
I don't even have a problem
Pay them very well.
with I don't even have a problem
they
with
deserve it.
games making money. That's not my issue. You can come up with DLCs, you can come up with skins, you can come up with all kinds of things that you want to put on for sale in your shop. I don't care. Put all kinds of like these cosmetic things for sale in your shop. But especially when it comes to kids, and I would be tempted to just do it overall, is that it's for sale in your shop. It's not in a loot box. If you want it, you buy it. And you know what? Maybe if they want to make something like super rare, it shows up in the shop every now and then. Or maybe it's a exclusive only in the shop this day. So like you don't need
And-
fucking loot boxes to make money. You don't need loot boxes to try and make like rare cosmetic items. You don't need loot boxes to do any of that shit. You can just put it all in the store, and then just availability is what creates how common or rare an item is.
Yeah, you can just have every item you can possibly get in the game available in the store for 2 pennies, so that you broke pieces of shit can afford it.
I'm
So
not
why are you
saying
even
two
That's
pennies.
playing the
basically what you're
game?
saying, right? So like I
I'm
don't
not saying
understand
2
what's wrong
pennies.
with the concept of loot boxes. That
Do you
hey,
want an easy mode for
part of
fucking Elden Ring,
part
dude?
of the part I would actually. You know,
No, you
I'm
didn't get
fan
an
of
easy
fucking-
mode. You played
No, I
you
did
played
not.
Magic, the Magic
That's
build.
not
You
easy mode.
absolutely did.
No
That
fucking
was
mode. That
absolutely
doesn't be that game.
that
You
was
know you
fucking
can just like download like an open source like you can just basically mod it so it's easy. You don't have to pay for
Yeah,
that, right?
that's cheating. I wouldn't cheat. Okay.
your intelligence
Yeah,
build.
not
is
cheating.
Wait,
absolutely
you
ridiculous.
wouldn't
Fuck
change
This is
when you
cheating.
buy
Look,
it the
loot
same
boxes,
time?
loot
Real
boxes
man,
are
you
not
got money
cheating.
around here.
Look,
I don't
loot
know about
boxes are
y'all.
not cheating. I would not cheat. So if Elden Ring had a like a $50 pack that I could buy, that would just give me all the spells in the game, right up front, so that I could role play as like a master magician guy
You can
who
do
just
that with
started the game with like a
with
level
mods.
50, and I'm going through the game as a level 50 mage guy. Then that would be really cool, right? So I don't have to fucking grind to get to that point. Because you know how fucking
Why are
long
you
it took
even
me to grind
playing?
that
Why are
fucking
you
game.
even playing games?
Because
You
I
could
want
just
to
watch the
kill shit,
cutscenes
and I
on
want to have the
YouTube.
cool spell.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute, wait a
watch
minute.
the
I
right.
want to engage
Watch
with
the
I want to play the game.
playthrough.
I just don't
Wait,
want to have
wait,
to grind for
That's
fucking
what I did.
100 hours to
I
get
wanna-
all the
I wanna
shit.
engage with what you just said. You said, "Why would you play? Like, do you like this? Is the only purpose? Do you? Okay, no, nobody in here actually looks like athletes. But do you believe that people play sports? casually?
What? Excuse me?
Do
You want to
you-
put that
I
theory to
see
the test?
this part.
What?
No, that's what I'm saying. Do you believe that it's okay for people to play sports casually, or do you think it's only room for like professionals, or
Is
why are you
chess
doing
a sport?
it? Yeah,
Yes, I
you
believe
guys
people
agree
can
with
play
this?
casual sports. At the same time,
But it's what I'm
I
saying,
don't
like,
think
you can
at the,
engage
at the
with
same
something
at
but
the
I think
same
the
time at the
challenge is the
same
fun
time that's
part.
not it, right? Like it's challenging when you play casually too.
Yeah, like, do
But
you want to
should
play
I
a
be
game
able
where
to
you win
buy-
every single time? Like do you want to just play against like a little kid, like play chess against like a little kid, or play sports against a little kid every single time?
Why do you think they games haven't removed easy mode? Some people enjoy low stress, like getaways into anything they get into.
And
For
there's
sure.
plenty of games that are like that, yeah. But
So if I'm
guess
playing
if you're gonna
chess
play
with
Elden Ring, a
Lactoid-
game that everyone
You
loves
could
because
buy
it's
an extra
hard.
queen.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, can I
but
buy an
what
extra queen? Should I be able to do that?
Good question.
Double up,
chess is a
King.
I'm gonna
garbage game. I
purchase
don't
an
know.
extra queen. Give me 1 second, $20. All right, there's my
Yeah.
queen, and we're gonna play.
Isn't it like,
If
Yeah.
you had,
And then
if you
Lactoid
had-
doesn't
What,
get
what,
to
what,
say
what about,
anything about
what
it.
about the other guy? What about the other guy?
$25.
Doesn't have the $20 to pay for the extra
Queens.
queen,
Well, then
right?
fuck,
he
he
just gets
loses.
demolished because
Yeah.
he doesn't have enough money to pay for an extra queen.
Yeah,
So,
get
Oh,
good.
and by the
so
way,
Doobie,
the extra queen,
Get your bands
the
up.
extra. He already sold one of his extra queens, and he only had 2. So the price of the one extra queen that he had left went up to $40 because it went the availability went
It's
down,
like-
so it's
okay,
gonna be
it's
more
like-
expensive.
it's
Or if I have
it's like,
Doobie's
okay,
level of money, I could just have like all my pawns and instantly converted to queens.
right?
It's like
Start every game that
Warhammer.
way.
It's like
Why not just
Warhammer
pay a
40K.
grandmaster to
It's
play
like
for
Warhammer
you?
40K, like the war game, right? Where you paint the fucking figurines and shit.
Yeah.
The minimum to get like a playable set of characters in that of like figures or whatever, it's like $500.
That's a criticism
Right.
of that game.
the minimum, right? And if you have a lot of money, you can have a fucking massive army, right? In that fucking game. So
You know, it's
yeah,
also
yeah,
expensive
there
if you
there
get
is a
equestrian.
barrier of entry, right, to some
You
of
gotta
these
buy a
games.
horse.
That's totally
Hard.
fine. But what I'm suggesting, right, isn't raising the barrier of entry for everybody. In fact, I'd be okay with if Elden Ring was like a free to play game, and they just added in cool outfits, cool spells, cool swords and shit for like as like a pay to play thing or pay to win thing. That's
Or
totally
you could
fine.
play like 100
And
hours.
then all you do is you separate the plebs from the elite people, right? You have like a PvP area for like people who haven't paid anything, and then you have a PvP area for people who can afford to pay for a cool sword or cool spell or some shit. That's all you need to do. There's
Nobody are
nothing wrong with that.
fucking
are you-
Avatar.
Okay,
is so
there's
goddamn
something
ugly.
missing.
You don't believe in art, dude.
Being like
It is
How do-
art.
how-
What are you
how
talking
does-
about?
He's
how
buying.
does-
He's
how-
actually
how
he's
does it go
paying
from
for his
loot
art.
boxes
Actually,
to- how does it go
Let's
from
go to
loot
Bam,
boxes
let's go to
to
Bam,
this?
then Echo, and then if Lactoid wants to go, yeah.
You made her leave the room, Doobie.
Are people okay with the idea of like everything being technically winnable in game? If like you can like just increase your odds by paying for something, like, or is that like it's still?
I'm not sure what
just
you mean
as-
exactly
why
by
would
that.
you want
No,
to?
he's
That's my
no.
question.
What he's
Like,
what
sure,
he's
maybe
saying-
you can,
what
but like,
he's
why?
what he's saying is like there's things that are technically winnable, but you're gonna need to buy something to increase your odds to be able to win this.
I mean, like you
It's
can
winnable
have it,
if
can
you
have it
pay.
today, or you can like grind 100 hours in, and you'll eventually like get the like.
I think it's better not to have the grind in the first place. Why are we forcing people to grind? Like, just make a fun game.
but I have games that I do enjoy grinding. I actually like that's one of my biggest criticisms of a lot of modern games. Is like, oh, okay, like I spend this money and I beat it in 3 days. Like of doing like I actually enjoy the idea of
You'd
like,
rather
oh, okay.
do. Okay, well, I don't.
That's why I like
disagree.
RuneScape.
I don't like to do mindless repetitive tasks over and over again. So, like, I don't know.
Did you
So,
enjoy,
for example,
did you,
Prime,
did
for
you
example,
enjoy
Prime.
RuneScape? You know how hard it was to get to like level 50 in fishing or like wood chopping in RuneScape? Like you are just like repeating the same monotonous thing. But like I was like, I love it because once you get there, I don't know, I felt a huge level of satisfaction.
Okay.
So for example, Prime. So
could
when
cut the
you're
willow tree.
fighting Millennia for like the 10,000th time, right? Didn't part of you want some like thing you could buy to kill her instantly? Like what would be the problem with that, right? Like in theory, if I had the ability to say, yeah, this boss is fucking hard, but I want to get through this part of the game, what's wrong with spending $20 to do that?
What's wrong? I think one I didn't take a million times. I beat her in like 20 tries. Like it was easy.
It was like 10,000 tries I saw.
No, it wasn't. You won't even watch.
57
Don't
hours
bullshit
just
me.
fighting Millennia.
Don't bullshit me. Anyway, but I think Nina like touched on this point, grazed on it. But like, why don't you then just pay for a hack? right? Like, why don't you pay someone to mod the game for you, right? A mod doesn't exist at the time, so that you walk in the room and Melania instantly dies. Melania is a secret
Go
boss.
to like a
And
shady fucking internet dweller, right? To mod my game. Why not just have the company do it? I don't understand. Like, why, if you're okay with me going to some weirdo on the internet to have like shit installed on my PC to get
Why
through that
don't you
part of the
just
game,
like when
why
you
not
boot
just go
up
to the
Elden
company and say,
Ring,
hey,
have
company,
the ending
company,
credits just
offer me like a
Watch
$15
the
pack that I can use to get through any boss I want.
because it adulterates. Because when the company does
also
it,
those
it's
things are open
adulterating
source, by the
the
way.
experience. Let's. Well, actually, well, I'm not going to go in that direction. But yeah, it adulterates the experience. Let's go to Aiko.
I
Lactoid.
heard that like being able to hack games gives you like increases your likelihood to end up being a bank robber because you're used to cheating. Studies show.
It also increases your likelihood of being an ethical hacker and working in information security.
Let's go to Aiko.
So I just want to respond to Prime's objection to the rating system suggestion that I had, because I think I would say yeah, to the extent that there are problems where a game can get a rating that doesn't say that they're play to win, and then they can turn into playing to win, like a few months later. What you can do is you can just like fix that in the rating system. You can find ways to say, okay, this is a dynamic rating system. If the game changes, the rating changes. You put new stickers on the boxes at the store, or you give people and like, or you. I wouldn't even be object. I wouldn't even object to Lactoid's characterization, that if they are saying specifically, hey, we're not play to win, we don't do loot boxes, and then they do it, like Lactoid suggested, hey, that's fraud. If you do it maybe within a certain period of time, I don't know. Or maybe you have to change the name of the game, or make people have to buy the game again in order to make changes that specifically violate specific promises that they made when they put out the game. Or maybe you can even say, okay, in order to get this kind of rating, you have to maintain this status for at least 3 years or something like that. Like, there are ways to fix it. But what I'm saying is you're going to get more resistance to outright banning something than you are fixing the rating system for something.
Resistance from
Because there
Phil
are
Shifley
still people who
people.
want to play to win games, and then there are other people who don't. And people should know what they're getting.
And literally with the collapse of live services that we're seeing happen as we speak, we can see that's actually not the case. But like this reliance on the ESRB, yeah, that's right. Because now that we have that rating M for mature, parents never buy violent video games for their kids. They look at the box and they understand the rating system, and they make smart choices about the purchases. Yeah. That's the thing that happens.
Or
What?
okay,
Wait,
if you
Prime,
look at
Prime.
the
Kids don't
warning
play Call of
signs
Duty.
on
Kids
cigarettes
don't play
in
Call of
America,
Duty.
and you compare them to like in the way that they changed it over time, where they got more and more graphic in terms of what it is that you're getting, and that in fact worked. The ones in England are incredible, but there were some really more graphic ones here too that were more graphic than before, and the more graphic they were, the better they worked. So maybe whatever's on the box that tells you that the game is M for mature or whatever, like maybe it's not maybe more needs to be done to make it clear what is in this game. Like maybe even you just make that certification bigger on the box, or whatever. Like, I understand that kids are going to be able to get around their parents in a lot of cases.
Your previous allegation just isn't true though, because I every time I play Call of Duty, I've never heard a kid. It's always been adults. And I've
most
always had
mature
fun
adults,
playing
I'm
Call
sure.
of Duty with adults. And
Yeah.
absolutely, they were just fine gentlemen. And you could tell that they just weren't kids.
All gentlemen.
So my problem is that like what you're saying is that like and it's with Doobie as well, because Doobie was a major component of his argument, is that like I agree that parents should be more responsible for their kids, right? I've made that argument before and I won't back away from that. But we should like it shouldn't be that parents have total responsibility, and then like the rest of society is just allowed to attack their kids, right? In any way possible, exploit their kids in any way possible, like straight, like short of touching them, right? Like if you have these mechanics, right? That like most parents, especially they don't play video games, they're not going to understand. They don't know how like the game system works, right? They just want to provide like a good like a present for their kid, right? So they give them the game system and they assume that this thing is safe, right? Maybe they even look at the rating system and like, oh yeah, this is for everyone, but still in-game purchases. They don't understand what that means. Or loot boxes. They don't understand what that means, right? Like let's lower the barrier for parents. Make it easier for them to actually be involved, right? So I don't think that I think we should protect well not just kids but adults as well. But at the very least kids and educate parents. But like we shouldn't just like abandon. We should just say that the capitalists can do whatever their it is like short of showing the kids pornography.
You Aiden
Go ahead,
Ross?
Yeah,
Corey.
well, sort of,
Come on.
bouncing off of that, as a question to Doobie, based off of like what I know, as in, from what I understand of your position on, let's say, whatever illicit drugs, you want those generally banned, correct? Like, let's say cocaine,
Yeah.
heroin. So then I would ask the question, like, why shouldn't a child be allowed to purchase heroin or cocaine?
I think that there are health effects that come with like illicit drugs like heroin, cocaine,
No, you
marijuana, etc.
can.
That are not comparable to the dopamine rush that you get from like a video game, right? From beating a boss in a video game, whether or not there's a loot box involved.
You
Right, and if you're gonna say that, hey, if there's a dopamine rush here too, you know, if
Oh.
if your kid's playing Elden Ring, right, and they've struggled to beat millennia for 100 tries, and then they finally do it, they have this big dopamine rush,
I'll make it good.
and
No,
the child might get addicted to this, right? Then I'd ask you like what the fucking line is, right? Should
No,
we
no,
not?
yeah,
Okay, speak then. Go
no,
for it.
yeah, it's not the angle I'm going to take. As in, you can healthily consume cocaine and heroin. Actually, heroin is used as a therapeutic in some contexts. As in, you can have a moderate consumption of heroin and be just. So it's then me, Corey. Why should, or even a child, basically, why should my desire to purchase heroin be prevented if some child is, isn't that arguably bad parenting if a child goes in and purchases heroin and cocaine and gets addicted to it?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I don't think these two things are comparable. I think you're making like you're stretching far to compare heroin to like a loot box in a video game.
No, but your fundamental argument boils down to, well, why should I be punished?
What you're doing right
And
now is it's a lot like when people say, hey, actually we shouldn't have fucking meth available at the grocery store. Then they'll say, oh well, hey, you know, caffeine's a drug too. This is in effect what you're doing, right?
Math?
These things are not comparable.
no,
What you mean,
that's not.
meth?
At
The
least
worst
from what
drug,
I
math.
understand,
Or
your your fundamental
Yeah,
argument
math.
boils down to like you want the freedom to purchase loot boxes, and that should not be impeded by someone else's like poor parenting and decisions. As in, like, since as a result of poor parenting,
Well,
children
no, but there's a
can.
difference here though, because I'm not talking about like the reason I'm opposed to drugs, right? Heroin, cocaine, etc. Isn't because of the damage that it does to children. It's because of the damage that it does to society. Because these things are linked to gangs and to death, to murder, to overdoses,
All
to
the more reason to
suicide.
legalize them.
To yeah, exactly. But I don't think that loot boxes are doing this kind of damage to our society. If you could prove that they are, but then I'd be for banning them. But I don't think that they are.
And I
But
also I assume the harm you have like related to it is like I'm sure you would still be in favor of it legally, like of like amphetamines and like opioids for like medical use, just like not recreational.
So, Doobie, do you want Gamblers Anonymous to go away because it's not providing that much of a harm to society that Gamblers
Again,
Anonymous shouldn't exist?
comparing fucking gambling and the damage that does to society to the drug war is fucking ridiculous.
I'm asking a question. I didn't make a
Sorry,
comparison.
The answer is
I
no.
asked-
Your question was stupid in the first
keep
place.
people in line.
Okay.
We gotta. So Corey, finish your point, and then we gotta Lactoid and Ico.
well, that's gonna take too long. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Lactoid, Ico.
Just want to quickly point out a couple things. Doobie, the fact that the drugs are associated with gangs is because they're illegal in the first place. If you want to get rid of the gang association, you should legalize it. Ico, I fucking hate those like scary Halloween pictures they put on cigarette packs. Hate them. And Doobie, I got a question that I'm
Yeah,
just
that's why they work.
Well, no, I think they're overkill. But I got a question for Doobie. I to preface it a little bit, have you ever heard of Progress Quest
Yeah.
or like Cookie Clicker or like these games where like it's a game, but like for Progress Quest, the game is quite literally you turn it on and you look at it, and then the little progress bar goes up, and if it goes up, you level up, and that's the game. There's no interaction with you whatsoever. Okay. I had a friend that was really into Progress Quest. Like he spent a lot of time looking at the progress bar, going forth, and it would say, "You just gained a sword, you gained a shield, you killed a monster," and like it was activating that dopamine. So he would just sit and just watch it. And he told me one day that he wished he could have paid to advance to like a higher level in Progress Quest. And the thing that I just didn't understand about that is it seems like for these like really grindy games, there's no skill involved, right? It's not like respectable in that sense. The only real point of this is just some kind of like meditation. So you can just like after a long day's work stare at like a progress bar or click on something and then, number goes up so brain feels happy. But it sounds like from
Yeah.
what you're saying, you spent thousands and thousands of dollars to basically circumvent the point of these grinding games to just get to the end. So, are you more addicted to just spending money? Like, is the actual spending money the kind of like dopamine thing that we're kind of encouraging here? And if so, don't you agree that it's like relating spending money on frivolous things with dopamine for children might lead to some bad outcomes down the road?
It proves that he's
No.
better than the pores. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I guess I'll just use the ESO example, right? Because that's one that you guys know. So, for example, in ESO's Elder Scrolls Online. So they put out like a new house thing, right, that you could get, a new like skin for your horse and a skin for your armor and things like that. I think that part of the fun is the loot boxes, right? Is that you're getting this thing that there's a chance that you might get something that you don't want. There's a chance you're gonna get nothing helpful at all. Or you might get something really cool that you didn't even know was there. Right? That's part of the fun of the loot boxes, right? So I think that like when people spend money on that kind of stuff, it's not just because they want the specific thing. It's not just because they want to skip the progress or like get to the end of the game. It's because that is part of the game, right? The
Right.
the, the chance that you
If there's something unique,
yeah.
but what you said before was like if you could pay to have like the ability to just delete a boss, right, in a game.
Oh, that's different, right? So yeah, so sometimes so for example in Elden Ring, for example, right? So like if there's a part of the game that I'm stuck on and I don't want to bash my head against this for
Get
20
good.
hours. Yeah, get good. Okay. I don't want to bash my head against this wall, right, for
I
20
begin.
hours. I think it's totally reasonable to say, hey, I'm going to pay $10 to get around this, right? So that I can get to the specific part that I hate, that I'm tired of looking at, and get to the rest of the game. Otherwise, I might just delete the game, right? Never finish it, right? So like, I don't understand what the issue with that thinking is, because there are parts of the game like Elden Ring, which is a great game that I just fucking hated. I hated Millennia. I
You
hated
don't have to
the
pay.
fucking
You don't have
swamp.
to play the game
Right?
then.
So like,
Maybe.
okay,
What
but I
if-
like the
what
other
if-
parts.
let me
But I
respond
need
one
to go
last
through
time.
the things that I hate, right, and spend hours there because I hated the shit, and I kept dying there over and over and over again. If I could just pay $10 to get through that entire part of the game, that make my
Go ahead.
experience so much better.
Like to
I-
what
what if you just
Echo,
went to-
like what Echo
You could
Sprout.
just
I
hack
just want to
it
say
then.
one last thing here. I'm not saying what you're doing is morally wrong or anything by doing that, but I will say that it reminds me a little bit of the marshmallow experiment, where like you're like the whole point is to like of these games, like the difficult part is to somewhat teach like people pure perseverance, and like you have to learn to overcome
Perseverance.
obstacles, right? And this idea of, well, you can just skip the obstacles that you don't want to like learn to overcome with a click of a button and give us some money. Um, I think that's probably not the best. Honestly, I don't think it's like a good thing to teach kids or to teach people generally.
I think that
I want
position is
people to have.
ableist and elitist. Right? There are plenty of people who couldn't get through those parts of the game because they had disabilities, because they were older and didn't have the reaction time that
But then why do they
required to
want to
get
play the game
get that part of the
then? I
game.
don't. The
Because they
entire
love the rest
fun
of the
of
game,
like
because they want
Elden
the
Ring is that it's
perseverance.
hard.
Perseverance.
That's the
Because
fun.
they want to experience the story, right? Like I don't understand
Then
why
watch
you
it
guys hate
online.
these
Watch a
people.
playthrough.
They look. Doobie never learned that
Or hack
lesson. I
it.
mean, he was an intelligence build, so he just
Watch
hit the
a
easy
playthrough.
button. Let's go to Aiko, and then Sprout.
I kind of feel like we've lost one of the more relevant parts of what Dewey's argument was, which is these games have to be sustainable. They've got to make the money so that they can pay the bills, so that they can make the next game. And to that extent, yeah, they've got to figure out a way to like charge for online content. But I do think though that people need to know what they're getting into, which is why I'm still harping on making sure that every to whatever degree is possible, that everybody that's involved in buying these games like understands what they're getting into. And if the problem is that our systems like aren't graphic enough, maybe what we should do is like change like that mature content that like something is unacceptable for kids. Maybe it should look something like this, right? Where you've got something very scary, right behind the M for that's mature content, right? People see Doobie and they know my child should not go anywhere near uh, this game. Like this game is absolutely unacceptable for kids.
For human
I think that's the
consumption.
solution. That's how we make sure that right, the Eye of Sauron is inside of Doobie's like skull right now. So maybe that's what like that part of
Absolutely
Doobie
terrifying.
specifically is like what would
You guys are
discourage
racist.
parents from buying these things. Yeah, make sure it's
You know what?
speciesist.
You know what? Basing upon what everyone said, I think I might be able to come up with a solution that we could all agree with. So like the skins and everything, those are just in the store. And there's still loot boxes, but in order to get the loot boxes, it doesn't take actual money. It takes you doing these extremely easy tasks elsewhere. And you have to do so many of these easy tasks for however hard the level is. That way you can easily pass a level if you want to, and you can get this loot box and just pass this level and just kind of continue on with the story because you're too weak-minded to actually try. And then you just keep moving forward. You're just doing dumbass tasks over here, trying to make sure you can beat the boss.
Prime. When I asked you if you had ever beaten or played The Last of Us, what did you say? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
You at the start of the fucking game, you got stuck in the high-rise level. We had to sneak past the clickers. So you
Yeah.
never experienced that game. You never experienced the story, which is a beautiful story, extremely emotional. You just never were able to experience that, be part of a community, be part of the cultural experience of that game because you couldn't get good, because you couldn't get through that one fucking part. You're telling me if you had the option to pay $5 to skip through that fucking part and experience the rest of the story so that you can be part of the cultural experience, you wouldn't have done that? That wouldn't have been a good thing that people like you should have had access to? Of course you should have access
But you
to
can
that.
do that. You don't have to pay for it. I
But
don't
Nina,
get
he couldn't.
what
Nina,
you-
he couldn't. Prime is one of those
Prime.
people that couldn't
No,
get good.
you can literally just
Prime,
like
He's one of the people that you're saying,
download
hey,
software that can
Prime,
just do it, dude.
Prime, you're shit, Prime, so you don't get to experience this,
Prime,
right?
Prime,
You can
That's
Prime,
so
would you
personally
have,
that's,
mod it
Prime,
without
that's
even having to download
actually
anything.
ableist.
Prime,
And
would
then
you
you
have
just don't know what games
would
are.
you have gone and done a bunch of easy tasks that would have like bypassed that for you, right? Like you just go do a bunch of fucking easy tasks.
Like collect
And it
flowers
just
and
bypasses
the
You
like collect 10
go
flowers.
you go start mowing lawn with scissors. Right? You got to mow some guy's lawn with scissors, okay? Would you have mowed the guy's lawn with scissors to bypass that level?
Why are you punishing him? Just accept that he's not good at this specific thing, and that's okay.
The shame.
But this
would
isn't a
be-
loot box, right? Like paying to like move a little bit forward in the game or getting downloadable
They're
content
opposed to that
or
too, though. Ike.
buying-
that's the point I'm making.
I
So
think
it's not
I'm
even about the
more
loot
opposed to
boxes.
that, honestly.
The issue with these people is that they're gamer nerd elitists, right? And they don't want him to have the ability to get ahead, right? To use his hard-earned money to get a little bit of boost in the game, in a single-player game, by the way. Like, so the fact that they're opposed to that is like ridiculous.
You don't
So,
need to do
Doobie,
that.
what do you
don't need
think?
to pay.
What do you think of the idea that there should be truth in advertising, though? That if you say that you're not going to have loot boxes, then you shouldn't have loot box. Like,
Yeah. So if they say we're not going
the
to,
industry should
ever,
enforce.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But if they say there's no loot boxes right now, that's a different thing, right?
I'm a little more amenable to the idea of some sort of uh pay not even,
Transparency.
yeah, no, pay mechanic within a single player game, like the one Doobie described, right? Like, no, I wouldn't fucking use that. Like, no, like the shame would be
Yeah,
too
you would,
much.
don't
The
lie.
shame would be too much to bear.
You tell everybody you didn't. Don't lie.
You can just mod it, dude. A lot of them have
Yeah.
dev tools.
Yeah,
Literally, games have
just
dev tools.
just open up your PC to some fucking internet hacker because you can't get to the sneaker part on.
No,
in
no, you don't
Last
understand how
Survivor.
gaming development works. There's dev tools that a lot of programs, but like the Forest, for example, like you can just
Yeah, Prime, just hack your game.
activate
Prime,
a
just
dev
hack it.
tool. You're not hacking the game. It's literally, how do you think games are made?
It's
I don't know. Some nerd in a building does it, and then he sells it to me. I don't
Telling you
fucking
to
know.
do pussy.
In the
So-
basement, of
That's
course.
pretty accurate.
There's dev tools. There's dev tools that you can, like, a lot of games do not disable. Obviously, like the Forest, for example, is one of them. You can activate the dev tools so that you can, like, have all the items if you want. There's dev commands. That's how games work,
Doobie is
dude.
saying that he
You don't have to
sleeps
pay
with too
for
much.
it.
Doobie is saying he sleeps with too many women to understand what the fuck you're talking about. So like
Yeah.
I think so and I hear what you're trying to say with the dev tools, like like in like the old Genesis games where you could get like the what was it? It was the developer setup, right? There was like it was called something specific, right? Guys, you guys know what I'm talking about? Like you put in a code and you
Like
could
cheat
like
codes or whatever, sure.
yeah, it was like a
You're
cheat
talking
code, but it was
about like
something else.
what you buy like the I don't know. It just reminded me. You buy the book of cheat codes, and like
Mhm.
it's got like all the cheat codes for all the games, and like it used to be like on the Game Boy,
We
Nintendo
gotta
DS,
add
and that
the
kind of
Okay,
shit.
but
Yes.
the problem with
The-
this, like, you guys are just
the
saying,
specific
like, do the
mode.
same thing. Like, you're telling him to just skip it, but not the way he wants to skip it. Like, it's
Well, he wants to
Yeah,
pay
skipping
money
a
for
some
no
other way is
reason,
fine,
though.
but
I'm just
paying
like,
for
No.
it is like bad.
I'm not
somewhere.
necessarily
No,
saying I'm not necessarily
yeah, it
saying
is.
that.
bad.
But I'm
look,
saying
if
I mainly
someone
against
with
loot boxes.
especially
was-
within a single player
Stolen valor.
experiences where you don't have that level of social pressure,
Were you
that like
talking about a game shark?
no, I'm not talking about that. But don't worry about it. It's I just can't think of the mode. It was a specific name for that, but it's fine.
The Konami code.
But like uh within the context of like someone's own experience, right? Then yeah, it's fine, right? If it doesn't trigger those same addictive properties, if it doesn't trigger those like again, like I don't care if Doobie like gets ahead, like if he wants to skip ahead in Elden Ring, like go ahead, like I don't give a shit, right? Like it doesn't make a difference to me. But like it's the larger context and how that affects players, and that happens at least with our current mechanics through multiplayer games with a level of social pressure, which you take it explore. Okay, so we're gonna end it here. We got to get to the next topic. But this was I told you guys what I say. I told you the loot box conversation gets people passionate every single time.
Can I just say something real fast?
Sure.
I just want to say, like, Ginger devotes a lot of her stream to romance
at video games?
scams, and that I think that involves a lot of like dopamine rush that comes from doing something that spends money like in the scam, and a lot of these people like kind of know what's going on, but they're so addicted to that dopamine rush that they allow themselves to be scammed. And it
Over
seems
and
to me
over
that
again.
some of this is similar to what she's covered a lot on her stream.
Debug mode. That was what I was trying to think of. Debug mode was the thing they had like in old games, right? Yeah, and you could like it was practically like a level designer within these games. So it
Yeah,
was-
there's builds in video games. Obviously in the industry, we have the debug builds of our games. So yeah, it still exists. It's just not as to the public. You don't release it with the debug build all the time.
yeah. Okay. So this was a lot of fun. We are going to go on to our next topic, guys. If you're out there and you've been enjoying this topic so far, if you brand new to the channel, just found us, well, thanks for being here. Hit that follow button. We have these conversations all the time. They're a lot of fun. And we cover all kinds of topics. So hit us up. And also consider subbing to the channel, guys. This is how we power this community. Is through your help. So consider keeping us up. Though this is a brand new month. This is our first stream of the month. So the leaderboard is wide open. Consider helping out the channel by subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Or else we can't have all these nice things, right? So we can't have all these great experiences. So consider substitute channel getting this subs. Usually Amazon Prime Gaming on this channel. You're winning free sub per month here. Free for you, goes a long way for us. Okay. Let's go to the next topic.
Finally done with the controversial topic of loot boxes.
We're done. We're done. We're gonna take it easy from now on, right? So one of the central parts of the abortion debate is when exactly does a human gain personhood? Is it at birth, some point during gestation, or at the moment of conception? Does the debate even matter, or should a woman's right to choose supersede all of this? Yeah, so we're talking about abortion. We're keeping it chill. And specifically personhood. This came up last week when we were discussing this. And I really wanted to dig into this because I know people have like different opinions on this. And so I want to nail you down, right? Like, so don't like dodge the question. When do you think this idea of personhood, or maybe if a personhood is too loaded, that a growing embryo gains like human rights? Okay, so let's start with our friend Lactoid.
So I'm not gonna dodge it. I'm gonna answer directly, but it might be a little bit wordy because it's
Because you're a fucking lawyer.
maybe somebody here can help me make it more concise because this is a difficult. This is one of the topics that I go most back and forth on. I think it's one of the most difficult questions that we've ever pondered, ever. So to start, when you cut off my leg, despite my leg being composed of human cells, we would not call that killing me, even if the cells in my leg died. Your leg is owned by you. It's not you, right? Cutting off your leg doesn't make you any less you. It just removes something that you own that you use to operate in the world around you. Same with your arm, your face, even your skull. None of it is you. All of it is your property. So, what is the you that is owning all this property? What can't be removed for you not to exist? Some people have argued that it's a unique DNA sequence. Once a unique DNA sequence is entirely eliminated, then the you is gone. But I don't think that that works either, because if I cut off your leg, destroy everything, every other part of your body, including your brain, and keep the leg alive forever, you are still clearly gone, despite the fact that your DNA is living on. So I think, therefore, the you has to be the hardware that projects yourself, which is the software, not the software itself, the constant stream of consciousness, because I would argue that killing an unconscious person is also still wrong, even without consciousness. And I wouldn't argue the potential for consciousness because of an infinite regression problem. So I would say that the true you is a living frontal cortex. The frontal cortex is the computer. It's the CPU. It's the mechanical part of you that is you. If that is removed or destroyed, you are truly gone forever. I don't think we can reduce it any further than that. My understanding is the frontal cortex develops at around 12 weeks within the as a fetus. Therefore, I would put it at around 12 weeks as a person, or whenever the earliest we can measure somebody having a frontal cortex is.
Lost me with the hardware software talk, but like I think I got what you're saying. Thank you so much. Let's go to Corey.
Well, yeah, Lactoid touched upon a lot of the important aspects. And you know, it's been a minute, so I have to refresh my brain. It's been a while since I've studied some developmental biology, but I have studied some developmental biology.
Got a book.
Yes, I did. I have done quite a bit of book learning in biology. That is my specialty. And so, yeah, the question of personhood, it's a difficult question. And pretty much I will defer, or rather, I'll answer the question, the last question in the prompt. Pretty much, I err in the direction of the woman's right to choose supersedes all of that, and that there is no one singular characteristic that you can pin down to personhood. Even that frontal cortex that Lacto brought up, which is, I would say, one of the better guiding principles, is still problematic. And so I err on the woman's right to choose. And I'll leave it there for now.
But do you? So then you're saying there is no point in time, no.
No one.
I'm
not saying no one is ever a person. Let's just say if I am going to define it, We'll get into the weeds, but I would say, sort of convoluted, when the source of oxygen is no longer coming from the mother, and that, let's say, in general, the lungs are being oxygenated through pretty much its own circulatory system, would pretty much be when I would largely put personhood, loosely speaking.
Thank you so much. Bam.
Yeah, like so the I think the argument for personhood, the argument for conscious experience seems to be the most correct argument we have currently. But I also think that argument, the reason I side with that argument is probably based on levels of human technology, if I'm being completely honest. Like if what not even if I think eventually we could come I could see us coming to a future where even at like 1 day post conception, like we would have technology that would be able to remove the embryo um embryo from the mother and have that embryo and fetus developed inside a tank. At that point, I think my moral position would move to like banning all abortion completely. But based on like I said, but yeah, based on the current technology as it exists, like my moral position, yeah, lines up with personhood, even though that feels, I guess, in that it feels unsatisfying. That's like my opinion.
Marcus.
I'm gonna go a little bit with what Bam was saying. But I'm gonna go a little bit off of it too. I believe personhood believes when the starts when the fetus attaches itself to the Ethereum wall. That's when it starts to gain life. It's when it starts to gain actual um development. And it can continue to develop. If it fails to attach to the Ethereum wall, then you end up with basically you wouldn't even consider yourself pregnant. It would be something that would just happen, and you're fine. Basically, anytime that two people a man and a woman engage in sex, that's what happens. Is that there's a certain fetus that doesn't attach itself to the Ethereum wall. But I believe once attached to the Ethereum wall, I believe that's when personhood starts. I also believe that morally there are exceptions that have to take place until technology improves. So the 5 exceptions I talk about are the exception for rape, the exception for mother's health, the exception for infant's health, the exception for incest, and the exception for the mother's age. I believe those are morally necessary as to the mom. But once technology improves to where we can develop artificial wombs that can take these children and it's outside the mom and the mom doesn't need to worry about it, yada yada yada. I believe that is when that's when I take my stance on abortion. I say, okay, it's completely immoral at this point to have an abortion versus putting the fetus into an artificial womb.
Yeah, I go.
Gosh, I wanted to have an intro, but I'm just going to briefly respond to Sprout because this idea of attaching to the uterine wall suddenly turning you into a person. The reason people latch onto that is because something like 50% do not attach to the uterine wall, and so it's inconvenient to talk about the status of those 50%. So they just say, "Oh, it's not a person" until it does that. But really, that's just a matter of convenience. That's just a matter of, okay, now we know that there's a chance it'll be born, so now we can call it a person. But that's, I mean, to me, that's sort of a random like I don't see any evidence of personhood at that point. But let me just say that there are 4 questions when it comes to personhood, and this is something we've dealt with like in my line of work because I'm a debate coach. We've been dealing with this issue for the 35 years that I've sort of been in that industry, and there are 4 questions that always get conflated. And I'm sure that we're going to hear these conflations now. In fact, we've heard them already. The first question is it alive? And the second question is it a human? And the third question is it a person? And the fourth is it a citizen? The first 2 questions are very easy to answer. It's obviously alive. It has cell division. It has growth. It has all the things that you need for something to be alive. It's obviously human, right? It's not chicken or a pig or a cow or whatever. It's a human. The real question is is it a person? And if at what point would it be a person, like on the spectrum of conception to birth, or even there are some ethicists. Steven Pinker talks about personhood happening at around age 4, something like that, which means you should be able to like kill a 3-year-old. Like, so using the logic of the conversations that happen like normally, he's like, look, you're no more of a person or less of a person whether you're inside a womb or outside of a womb. The real question is, are you capable of certain like degrees of thought, which is why he's sort of exposing that whole debate as being a bit of a sham when he says all of this. But anyway, I'll leave the rest of my argumentation for when we get started.
I got a few 2-year-olds have been a little uppity. All right, this is good news for me.
They've been buying too many loot boxes. Gotta.
Yeah.
We can go into Pinker. We can go into Pinker.
We will deliver swift justices on the 3-year-olds. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Nina.
I have a lot of issues with the whole abortion topic, but I really like to focus on. I mean, I know I'll get into the moral aspect of it, but the legal aspect of personhood, like personhood, it's not a philosophical argument in a lot of ways. It's more of a legal one, and that is like incredibly complicated. But it's kind of funny that you guys were saying that in science earlier. Like if we had a way to artificially do, we already have that. I don't know if you guys know how IVF works. It literally is an artificial insemination of the egg outside of the body. It is absolutely. Do you want me to?
It's not what we're saying. We're saying that you can.
Oh no,
you
no,
can
it's
take
her.
the-
It's her intro.
I don't know if we're debating yet.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay, well,
just
I
wanna
don't know if you guys
clarify.
are all saying the same thing. That's fine. You can clarify your point later. That's fine. But like IVF is literally like where you just have an egg and a sperm, and they will actually keep it for a while, by the way, before they implant it into a womb, where they are at that point. Then I guess like if that's where that argument is with the, and I'm not saying that's your argument, obviously. I'm just saying like with the idea of like that's where life starts at conception is really fucking stupid because like okay, so what the fuck does that mean? Like, do you think it's gonna survive without you? Like, in my like general opinion, I think that like when you become in a philosophical sense, a person, and also a legal sense, if you're not having to be attached to somebody physically to survive, then you're your own entity. If you have to physically be attached to somebody, then you're not. And then you can maybe say the argument about like, what do we do about people who are like comatose, right? We do have the right, at least in America, if somebody is comatose and brain dead or whatever, you can literally pull the plug on them because they cannot survive on their own. And obviously they're not a person at that point. So those rights are really, really, really complicated when we talk about legal stuff. And I don't love the philosophical argument because I feel like we can like religion comes into it and all of that, and I think that's really fucking annoying. But I think what is really important when it comes to the abortion debate is the legal ramifications of like assigning personhood to again like conception or something like this, something silly where it's like again like I think a lot of people that do this are, I'm getting a little bit off track, but I'll just finish with this, is that like I think a lot of people that have that argument like, oh, you should just fucking deal with it, like just don't give a fuck because they know it's their fucking dudes and they're not gonna they are not personally gonna ever have to deal with it. So we'll get into it.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Ginger.
Good.
Well, my quick stance is that I do believe that I do believe that it's every woman's right, but I also believe that there are extenuating circumstances for certain situations. If you were going to make it illegal to have an abortion, it should be no later than when uh, the heart starts beating. Uh, but that's only if you have to make it that way. And the only reason um, I feel like they're putting it on the states right now is um, that they kind of want to wash their hands of it and make it so it's by state's fault, and they can just kind of like I said wash their hands.
And Doobie, please.
I think that unborn infants or unborn babies are people, are human beings, and that doesn't mean it's not okay to kill them, right? I think it's totally reasonable for even like up to the point of like birth for someone to have an abortion. I think that people on the left tend to like look for some kind of way to say that this human being growing in this woman's womb is like somehow less than a human being out of it, or is like somehow like not. It's something other than like a human being, right? It's like it's not a life. It's like a clump of cells or whatever the fuck. I think you just need to own that. Yeah, this is a person, right? And we're gonna kill this person because they're inconvenient, like we kill other inconvenient people. Yeah, I think it's totally fine. I think that's and I think that people on the right who are opposed to abortion, and say that oh well this life is attached to the mother, um, again, are just I don't think that you can get out of the bodily autonomy argument, right? So if a woman doesn't want to have a baby, I don't think there's any reasonable way that you can force her to go through with that pregnancy. Because at some point you get to the point where you're like you need to strap them to a table or something, or charge them with murdering this thing that hasn't even been born yet, right? Like it's kind of silly. I think we should just let women abort the babies whenever they want to.
Open to the panel, so I have
right.
Aiko.
Oh,
And
okay. So I just wanted to say, like, we already started getting into the larger, like, more general, like, pro-life, pro-choice issue, but I think we should still be talking about like what is the status of the fetus, just because that's the prompt. I do know part of the prompt says, does it even matter? And I agree with that because I do think that as Doobie said, you can't get away from the bodily autonomy argument. And I do think that consent gets lost in that argument. And I'm sure we'll get to that in this debate. But we're still talking about, I forgot the fourth possibility. So is it alive? Is it human? Is it a person? Is it
A citizen.
the
A
fourth
citizen.
question is, is it a citizen? Yeah. Oh, I did say that, I guess. Okay. So I did say all four. So then the question are, what kind of rights that we can assign it? And that will come later too. But I think at first we have to maybe at least try to come to some agreement as to what that status is. So I think I already heard a couple people say, "Well, it's not a life yet," and I just don't see the how we can say it's not a life. Like we would say a plant is alive, and it's at least as alive as even a clump of cells is alive, and certainly it's human life. But the question is, has it developed some sort of personhood? And the only line that I heard, I think I heard Ginger talk about the heartbeat. I think I heard Lactoid talk about having a frontal lobe, maybe. It seems to me that it's very difficult to get everyone to agree on exactly what the line is. I might, if I were going to defer to anybody on the panel on this, it'd probably be Corey, because he actually knows at what point it develops a certain level of complexity to which one might assign personhood. I don't know where that is. I just know that it exists somewhere on the spectrum. And that's why when it comes to the legality of it, which I'm sure we'll get to later, the status of the fetus, it becomes harder and harder to like nail your opinion on things to the status of the fetus when even science can't quite say when a fetus becomes a person. Like there seems to be no agreement on that.
Well, it's Sprout
So-
and then Lactoid, and then
So
Bam.
there was two main things that I want to talk about that were talked about during the other openings. First to Aiko, the 50% of fertilized eggs that don't attach itself to the uterine wall are not viable. They're never considered viable if they don't attach to the uterine wall. They will turn into either miscarriages or just non-viable fertilized eggs. That's
Right,
essentially
but
what they
can you
are.
be a
and they're not
non-viable
people.
person? Can
No,
you be a
you're not.
non-viable person?
You cannot be a non-viable person.
So,
Such as if someone's wait. Such as if someone is non-viable in the hospital, their family can choose to terminate life support. You cannot be a non-viable person. If you are non-viable, you have lost personhood. Then to Nina's point, when I'm specifically talking about like an artificial womb, I'm specifically talking about like scientists having the ability to take the egg, the fertilized egg, or however long the fetus is developed, and move it into an artificial
Yeah,
womb
you're an
in which
evictionist or whatever, right?
no, I'm not an evictionist. I'm saying when that happens, I'm saying that the choice has become too immoral to choose abortion, that abortion would have to be made illegal, such as there's an option for both parties to live and to live separately than there is
What if that
together,
procedure is
right?
incredibly invasive, like more invasive than an abortion would be?
I think you're dealing with I think you're dealing with a human being at that point. Like,
Yeah, you're dealing with a human
it would
being.
be. I think it would be.
Yes, you are dealing with a human being.
No,
By what
What do you mean?
criteria?
Nobody's arguing with that.
I'm trying
By what
to answer that.
criteria?
I'm literally trying to say.
Okay,
Like,
fair
I
enough.
think it sounds insane. I think anyone would consider it insane to decide that, like, oh, okay, like this surgery might take like 3 hours. It's even though we know that if we do it, then like this 2-day-old
What?
fetus will eventually become a person.
Okay, but we're talking about like maybe like okay, so like even like the C-sections, for example, are like way different than like having like a live birth.
Sure,
Like
but
I'm not saying that those are
just
two
interact
different
with what I'm
things.
saying though, and like instead of that thing that you're talking about. I'm saying that, like,
Okay.
if we like I'm like I said, my position is at like I said person at like conscious experience, which seems to be now around like some people say 12. I've heard somewhere between 20 and 24. But like
I assume you mean years.
And so what happens?
No, I'm
after,
talking about weeks. But I'm saying that. Wait,
Okay,
just
I
let
was
me
like,
finish that. Just let me. Like, I'm saying that like none of the. I think that realistically, even though we have these arguments, if we knew that, and listen, before we even make it invasive, if like let's just make it as simple as possible. If we knew that you could just go to the doctor 10 minutes later, like, oh, you figure out that you're pregnant, but you're like a week pregnant, and they could just say like, oh, okay, take this pill and the fetus is going to appear in some chamber somewhere. It's never going to impact you at all, and it's going to grow up to be a person that you have to have no like human connection with. I don't think we would be okay with saying that, like, no, you can choose to like in that life, like you can decide you don't want your DNA to be replicated.
Yeah, I would make that permissible. As
Yeah,
I would. So
I think that's fair.
Sprouticus, based off of like what you
Yeah.
said, as in like, so if or when the technology exists, as in pretty much we can take a fertilized egg outside of the womb and we can get it to a full maturation. Pretty much at that point, you would want to make abortion illegal. Is that?
Yes.
There will be argument against it.
So okay, so if I may follow up, as in in boots on the ground, how this works. Let's say if someone finds out that they are pregnant and it's like pretty much whatever week 1, you would pretty much like force them to undergo a medical procedure, even if they don't want to, they want to have it aborted. You would force extraction on this person.
That's
No,
also a medical
abortion
procedure.
abortion would be illegal, but they more than certainly have the right to choose that they're going to give birth rather than give the fetus up to an artificial womb. This isn't being forced upon them, rather it's an option. You have
Okay.
the option of giving up the life that's growing inside of you, or you can do it. You can go the natural way and go through pregnancy and give birth. Those are your options.
How
just
would
the
that not
same
be
way that
considered
abortion-
legally abortion?
It's not legally abortion because the child would be living.
Yeah, so you would force them to undergo the pregnancy, the full developmental, like you would force them to give birth, essentially.
It has nothing to do
No,
with
I'm not
living,
forcing
by the
them
way.
to give birth.
Well,
Hold on,
okay,
I'm missing
fine.
the
You are.
question.
They
you
have
are
the
forced-
option. They have the option. They have two options. They can choose whichever one.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sprout. I just want to answer your first question, your first response to me before we've cut, because I want to go down that line of argumentation too. But you were talking about viability. This is fascinating to me. That if you're not viable, then you're not a person.
Yes.
Like I agree with Doobie that you can be non-viable and therefore it's okay, like to terminate the life or whatever. That's fine. But to say that you're not a person at that point sounds a little bit cope. So I'm thinking of examples of like Tony Stark at the end of Endgame. He's floating in space. There's no way to get back home. He's going to run out of oxygen. He's about to give that big love letter to his family, like, to his helmet or whatever. We know he's going to die. He's not viable in any way. Is Tony Stark, even though he can speak, even though he can communicate, give his last will, at that point, he's still not a person?
Oh, he's still viable.
He's not viable. There's absolutely no way for him to survive.
He doesn't become non-viable until the no way to survive kicks in.
Like,
Okay,
what,
but
something on a desert island is not
what?
viable in your
Wait,
I can't.
Yeah,
like, what are you
so
talking
we all
about?
die
It
eventually.
doesn't,
Yeah,
it doesn't
no,
matter.
viability
No,
is-
it doesn't matter until it kicks in. It
literally got
doesn't matter until it
saved.
kicks in.
Wait, do you know how stress-inducing that would be
So
on
then
a
the
fetus?
fertilized egg is viable
What?
until it
Wait,
fails to attach
wait,
to
What,
the.
being
what?
stuck on a
What?
desert island?
What?
So
Okay,
the-
I'm hit. No, stop. I'm hit with
No,
so many
Ginger, what the
questions. I don't
fuck
even know
did
what
you just
happened
say?
so far. I was just
Well,
told,
this-
do you know what stress that would have on the fetus? Okay, um, s- someone's gonna have to clarify something, or I'm not gonna be able to answer the question.
Okay, here's just what I want to point out. If you're saying that you're viable until you're not viable, so Tony Stark is viable, I guess until he runs out of oxygen, right? So then the fertilized egg is viable until it fails to attach to the uterine wall. In fact, even after that, it's viable, right? Because it continues to exist for a while until it runs out of nutrients or whatever, and then it's non-viable.
No,
so
it
what
would
you're
be
saying is
until-
it's a
no.
person,
No,
and then it's not
it
a
would be-
person again.
No,
and then
no. And I'm gonna let you know right now. No, and I was getting ready to explain, but you're continuing on. It would be considered, for example, Tony Stark could be considered viable still because there's still a way for him to live. However miraculous it might have to be, there's still a way for him to live. In a fetus that is not attached to the uterine wall, there is no way for it to be viable. There is no viability option. There's a 0% chance that this is viable. So now that we're moving past that, when you have a 0% chance of being viable, right? When you have a 0% chance, you lose personhood. You are no longer viable. Which is
So if
why
you're
we're
condemned-
we're allowed to pull life support from people.
Wait, yeah,
right?
but we don't say they're not people. Like you just said, from people, right? Not from
I'm
like
saying
objects.
viability, dude. If you're
Yeah,
brain
so-
dead,
so
you
when they're
literally
not-
have no chance of like being like waking up. Like you think that we should just
Yeah.
like keep them on the sake for keeping them on like
No. So, Sprat, to be clear, so like you just said, we pull people off of life support, right?
Yes,
Or we have
because
to
I
go-
respect the dead.
Okay,
yes,
but they're
yes.
but they're
I call my grandpa who is in his grave still a person.
But they're people, right? They don't become not humans because they're not going to survive.
we're
I
not
didn't
talking
say
about
that they become not
humans.
humans. I said they lost personhood.
Well, we're talking about personhood. But listen, I mean, Nina's example is of somebody who's brain dead. And I can agree that somebody who's brain dead might not be a person. But somebody else that we pull a plug on because they're not viable, but they're still like conscious and speaking and everything else. But we know they're not viable
Then
because
we
like
wouldn't consider them not viable. What are you talking about? I
no,
think
they're
you're
not viable. Like
misunderstanding it,
there's
yeah.
no chance they can live. That's why Sprout
I guess
says you
my
can
question
pull
is
the
like, what
plug.
do you mean by personhood?
Where's the legality of this? Like, what person is living and what person is talking and speaking that is non-viable
My father.
entirely?
My father was not brain dead, but he did have a stroke and he fell, cracked his head open, and the doctors had determined that he had almost no chance to live. We had as a
Almost?
family had yes, and he was not brain dead, right?
Okay,
He was
almost would be your answer. There's still a
Almost what?
viability.
Person?
he was
No,
we-
there's still
our-
there's still
the
still a
family
percentage
still
of
was
viability,
legally
no matter how
allowed.
miraculous it might be.
Well, look, even like the Catholic Church would say that you don't have to go through what they call extraordinary measures in order to keep somebody alive. So at that point, you pull the plug, and when you pull the plug, their viability goes away, but they're still a person until they're dead. So
I'm
there's a
not-
point at which they are a person and non-viable. Like this
No,
idea
because
that
if they were a
personhood
person
relies on
and you pulled
viability
the
makes no
plug,
sense.
then it would be murder.
It's not murder.
If you pull the
if
plug
it's
on
the
a
wishes-
person, it would be murder. Or
If it's-
or if you want to, it'd be suicide by hire.
No, it's just not using extraordinary measures to keep somebody alive.
I don't.
I mean, we're not talking about actively killing somebody.
I disagree.
We're talking
with
about
the Catholic
allowing a
Church on
natural
so many
death.
things. I don't know why you're bringing up the Catholic Church and bringing up Catholic Church
Because
things. To try and change my mind.
they're
I
because
disagree
they're the
with
ones that
Catholic
are
Church.
accused of taking the most irrationally pro-life stances possible. And so I'm just saying, even
Man,
those
okay.
people will tell
it's not
you.
surprising. It's not surprising. I disagree with the Catholic Church. I don't know what you want. I disagree with the Catholic Church.
so
Is
you're
that what
more
looking
Catholic
for?
than Catholic. That's fine, but I'm
No,
just saying.
I'm not. I disagree.
But
with the
I don't
Catholic
care
Church.
about
I'm
how
not more Catholic
that.
than Catholics.
I don't care about that.
What
What I
went
what,
completely brain dead and came back from it.
I
Like
have-
it's not impossible to.
Can I
It's
ask?
really
I want to
unlikely.
ask Corey about his criticism of my system, but I also want to ask Sprout what's like the temporal limitation here? Because you're saying, well, once somebody is non-viable, once like they're going to die or whatever, then they're not a person. Well, we are all going to die eventually. How
Right,
far
and we
away
lose-
does the death have to be before I lose my personhood?
Okay, when you are considered basically when you're brain dead, when there's nothing there, you're non-viable. Basically, we can keep your body alive for however long we can with technology, but there's nothing there. There's nothing upstairs.
So it's the brain
There's nothing
activity.
upstairs with the zygote.
Wait. So is the brain activity or the
Holy
viability?
fucking shit! Am I gonna be allowed to go through like one whole answer without like being interrupted? There's the no, there's nothing upstairs. So if someone is clinically brain dead, they're non-viable, right? There might be like one-off chances, but I'm talking about the majority, right? We make laws based off of the rule, not the exceptions. But they're non-viable and they've lost personhood. There's nothing upstairs. Now there may be nothing upstairs when you're talking about a fetus that's attached to the uterine wall as well, but there's viability, right? There's viability there. You've lost viability when you go brain dead, right? You gain viability when you attach stuff to the uterine wall, and when you go brain dead, you've lost viability. Would you agree with that?
No, hold on. So no, because
can I
so
address this?
well,
No.
you seem to let me respond. You seem to indicate that like it has to do with like there's nothing upstairs. There's like a lack of activity in the brain. Like that, I think I agree with. I think that kind of goes along with my understanding of this. But the part that like where you lose me a little bit is whether or not it attaches to the uterine wall, there is no brain activity whatsoever. So
But
like
there's
that,
viability, isn't
well,
there?
when you're saying there's viability, you're assuming like what you're saying is there like it will potentially grow to like be something in the future, right? Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. Is it like
There's viability.
Is the potential that it will uh, gain brain function in the future? Like that's what
More
makes
often than not, if left
More often
than not, if left alone.
Okay, so I'll attempt to address that, Spartacus. So
What?
somewhere down the line, we might be in the place, just as I brought, we had technology of we can pretty much bring an embryo outside of the womb through full development.
Yes.
So presumably, let's say in the context of IVF, where like multiple embryos are often fertilized, so all of those have to be brought to viability. If we live in that world where we have the technology, we fertilize a bunch of embryos, and maybe one gets implanted, and what do we do with the rest? We have to bring them all to full development. In that case, we're obligated to.
I'm pretty sure if it doesn't get in. So okay, I'm assuming I'm gonna assume what you're saying, and I'm gonna go through what I think you're saying before I kind of give my answer. I believe what you're saying is that like fertilized eggs that don't attach itself to the uterine wall. Would you be forced to basically have those eggs put into a artificial womb so that way they can grow and can become humans? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because at least from what I understand of your argument, the crux of your argument is
okay. The answer would be yes. With knowledge of that happening, yes. I believe that if you don't have knowledge of that happening, then no.
So
I have a
even for research purposes, as in let's say, because it does happen where we fertilize eggs or we use embryos for research. When we live in the world, we just can't do that research anymore because like every time we use an embryo, they have to be brought to full development.
From my understanding, embryos can be used outside of fertilized eggs, correct? Just through cells, correct?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Embryos can be used just through cells, not just fertilized eggs, correct?
I'm not sure you even understand your embryos.
Okay,
are
give me 1 second.
They are the
give me 1
advanced
second.
version of a fertilized
I
egg.
think what I'm thinking. Okay, so no, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of something else and including that word. My bad. But yes, I think that if you're going to create an embryo, that it deserves a chance to live. I think yes, that'd be my answer.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that research would be.
I could
So I
I
have-
differentiate between that, like, and I'm sorry, just
No,
because
you're
this is
fine.
the only
No,
point I
you're
wanted to actually deal with. Like, I think I can make a differentiation between that and someone, and like research purposes, and someone using something for like someone going to go and get an abortion. Like, oh, I want an abortion, and like if let's say the process is as simplistic or easier than like even less invasive than it is now. I think we could say that if someone could go through that process, they don't get a call on what happens with that DNA. Like I don't think you get to say it has to die. Like that feels. I don't think you could logically justify that, or even morally justify why you get to make that decision. I think it's removed from your body, and then from that point, whether it's used for research purposes or if it's brought
Bam.
to be a life.
why wouldn't that be applied when scientists are playing with human life and developing human life and then just killing it? Why wouldn't that same process be applied?
Because I'm not completely against the idea of like killing people for greater good. And, like but that's like it. So if it's for research
Innocent people?
that's supposed to, huh?
Innocent people for greater
Yeah.
good?
For sure, 100%.
Alright.
If I mean,
The needs of
I
the
mean,
many,
you can
Lactoid.
say what you can. I mean, everyone can like have like whatever.
I mean,
moral
at least
position
you're
they want.
consistent.
But if you could kill one person, like if you had to kill one person to save like the human race, like it would get done. Like
Okay,
we
you can
wouldn't
think of
no
stuff
one
like
would talk
this,
about
but
it.
this is like killing people for the sake of like 9 months of convenience, right?
No, I'm not talking about convenience. Again, this isn't related to pregnancy. I said that if it's removed, I'm saying that arguably it should be like it should be like brought to be a life. But I'm saying it could also be used for like research purposes if we're studying to create some medication that's going to further along like human experience as well. I'm saying that both of these options should be could be possibilities, and I don't think the person who chose to have the abortion at that point should have a say. Like, no, I want it to specifically die. I don't think you get to make that call anymore.
So I just want to push back on a little bit on what Spartacus was saying. So you're saying that once the brainwaves are intact, that's when we should consider it.
No,
a
that's why I'm considering the inviolability.
Okay. So
Is
so
the lack
before the period and at the time of the implantation of the pre-embryo, there's about like a 7-week process. There's the implantation of the pre-embryo stops becoming a pre-embryo and becomes an actual embryo within 18 days, but it usually takes about 14. Anyways, the process between that 14-day period and the period of which they develop a brain, like brain waves, is like
that's not what I'm considering the start of personhood either.
She's just going off your nothing upstairs comment.
So yeah, so
Okay.
he's saying what he's saying is that what I understood him to say is that what defines life is if there's more likely than not that this being will now have future brain activity. And once
Okay,
the
but
brain activity is over, then there is no possibility for future brain
right.
activity.
He's
So it's
saying
not
there's a
birth.
viability option with the embryo being able to have that brainwave capability.
It's more
But
likely
the
than
dis-
not that it might.
Right. But there's an obvious like extension period of time where that can go wrong. So that's what you're pushing into, is that there's a lot of shit that can
Yeah.
go wrong for
Miscarriages can
multiple
happen.
reasons.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but
that a
not
woman
even
having
just but
miscarriage
not
is
even
murder.
just
No.
miscarriage, because most women don't know that they're even fucking pregnant at 14
Yes.
days.
Yes.
No, you're lucky to know if you're pregnant within 14
I'm
days.
agreeing with
It
you.
won't even
I'm
show up on a
I'm agreeing
thing.
with you. I'm agreeing with you, Ginger. My yes
how
is agreement.
so how like when is it for you that they can actually when it's in your mind okay for them to be like, okay, when is the
As of
abortion?
right now, with the 5 exceptions I gave, the first 2 trimesters.
Wait.
That's
With the 5 exceptions I gave that said were morally necessary. The first 2 trimesters.
Yeah, that's up to what, like
morally necessary, not legally
Yes.
necessary.
week 20.
They're in my opinion, they're morally necessary.
But absent those situations, then you would say 14
Yes, but
days.
absent those situations, then there wouldn't be a time, because unless you somehow figured out that you had that you have a
Plan B.
fertilized egg before it attached itself to the uterine wall, like unless you figure it out before then like, which is going to be difficult, but then no.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult,
Well,
and
that-
you
Yeah,
yourself
I
even
agree.
admit to the fact that it's extremely difficult. So like
Yeah, I agree.
they're giving very little leeway.
No, I'm not. I have 5 exceptions. There are 5 main exceptions. I can come up with more exceptions if people give me a valid like
So
reason
okay,
to
so
add this exception.
is
But I've
not
got 5 main
knowing that
exceptions
you're
at time being.
okay. So is not knowing that you're pregnant one of those exceptions?
Nope.
There's
Then
a lot of things in life we don't
then
get much
then
leeway on. That's not like that. I mean, again, I'm probably more toward your side, but saying that like this is a really strict parameter. Like, there's a lot of
it
things
is
that
a
are really
very
strict, but we have
okay, but
strict
this is
parameters
something.
on
This
when you
is
can kill people too. Like we have really no, and I'm not even talking about like pregnancy. I'm talking about like murdering like adults. I'm saying we have really strict parameters on when you can do that. But that doesn't make it wrong to have strict parameters. It's not bad in itself because we have strict parameters.
It can even be unclear whether or not you have like the right to self-defense in any given situation. But it's up to you to like know those circumstances if you're in it.
I mean, self-defense is a good analogy here too, right? Because we're talking about whether or not continuation of pregnancy requires the consent of the mother.
Right.
And if the mother does not consent and is forced to do it anyway, that puts you in some awkward situations. Like one of the things that I sometimes ask people who are like stridently pro-life is, if you think this is a direct moral issue, like a life or death issue, then if you knew somebody was going to get an abortion, would you be morally justified in kidnapping them, imprisoning them like in your house somewhere, and then forcing them to term in order to save that life?
Well, you want the
And
government.
people aren't willing to. This is kind of a trolley problem.
I'm not even saying I want the government to do it because I'm not going to charge women. You wouldn't charge women with crimes. This would just be getting rid of the service. You wouldn't necessarily charge women with crimes. I'm not for charging women with crimes, but there's 5 main exceptions that I've had. I named it at the beginning. I named them right now just to make it clear. It's mother's health, infant's health, rape, incest, and mothers underneath the age of 18.
What's wrong with
those are the 5 main exceptions?
Wait.
What's wrong with convenience? Because I don't think you get to kill a human being out of convenience.
Why?
Because I do not believe that
No,
it is
mother's
the
health is
morally
across the
right
board.
thing
That applies to
kill a
every
human being out
single
of
abortion that would
convenience.
happen. It's not convenience. You think 9 months out of your fucking life and like having a chance of fucking dying.
asked me what about convenience. Wait. I'm not getting trapped into this. Doobie asked me about convenience.
Yeah, abortions are significantly
like I
safer than
came up
giving
with it.
birth.
My question is, if it's a person and like let's say the mother kills the person, why wouldn't you be in favor of charging the mother?
Why
Wait, hold
wouldn't
on.
they end up charging them?
If it's like a separate like individual like entity, like yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Well, like charging them with a crime.
Yeah, of course we charge them with a crime. They're
Right.
killing another like what's the word I'm looking for?
You would have to.
It's basically another like individual, right? Citizen of the United States who has all the rights and protections of the United States. Before that, they're not that.
Whoa, this goes back to Ico's question. There's a
They're
separation between
they're
Well,
human.
killing non-citizens is still illegal.
They're
Just wanna point
human.
that out.
They're human without all the rights and protections, right? In this case, what I'm saying is that they shouldn't have the right to life. I'm saying that the mother should be able to say, "Hey, actually, I don't want to have this kid after all, just because I don't want to fucking deal with the kid, or I don't want to know that this fucking a person is out there and they're related to me, and they might pop up one day." Or I don't like the fucking father anymore. So
what
so
about
fuck that
what
guy. I'm
about
gonna break
1
up
years
with him,
old?
and I'm gonna kill the kid.
What about at 1 years old, Doobie? You still cool with?
Well,
killing
at that point, you had a whole 9 months to decide whether or not you're going to keep this individual. If you don't want them at that point, at a year old, out of the womb, give them up for adoption.
No. What you just said is you don't want
You've
like
missed-
somebody
okay, but
out
that-
there
but at that
looking
point-
like you, like walking
At
around.
that point, you've missed your window of opportunity.
Okay, where's the
right?
window and why?
The moment that they're born, and that's because they become a citizen of the United States.
So so the moment of opportunity is that like that 9 months, and the reason is like that she should have decided by then is because
The moment that they're out of the womb, right, that they're born, they become a citizen of the United States with all the rights and protections afforded them.
yeah, what if they're
Right.
born outside the country, so they're not a citizen or something? I don't fucking know.
What?
Let's say for some weird scenario, this person's not a citizen. Can you kill them at 1 year old?
Waters.
It depends on the country that they're in.
Okay, Lactoid, there is.
Do I think
I know
there
if
is
the mother's,
there
if
is
mother's a citizen, I understand. But I'm saying like if for some weird scenario this kid was not a citizen, is that really what you're basing killing them being wrong off of? If they're
Yeah,
a citizen
I don't see anything.
of the
no,
United States?
because you have the inalienable rights whether or not you're a citizen.
Right.
But
I
here's
don't
the
agree
thing:
with
Doesn't sound like
is
Doobie agrees
once-
with that at all.
Well, I mean,
actually.
legally in the United States, you have the right to life whether you're a citizen or not. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the inalienable ones, and those are the
but
ones that
doesn't
don't
apply here
require
because
citizenship.
we still allow abortion in the United States, right? So if this was apparently it's not that unalienable, right? So we
Well,
allow
no,
these people
yeah,
to be
that's
killed.
the
But that's
argument,
because-
though,
That's
Doobie.
literally
well,
the argument, dude.
Yeah, but that's
literally
different than the
personhood
question
argument.
of personhood. But
That's called begging the
just to answer
question.
Lactoid's point real quick, you are allowed to abandon your infant after birth by dropping them off either at a hospital or, interestingly, a fire station, and there are no consequences for it. Like, it's not illegal. Like, you can do it. That's your window of opportunity.
But
Duke
you
was
have,
talking
well,
about.
no, but you have to do it there. You can't just leave the kid in a dumpster to die, right? Because
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And so
because it has.
And so I'm
yeah.
curious, like, for the people who are like maybe like like on the more extreme pro-choice side of this, like, if you could safely, I guess, if you could extract the baby and it was still viable at, like, let's say 6 or 7 months or something, would you have an obligation then to, like, put the baby at a fire station or like a hospital so then they can grow up to be a person? Or I guess if they're already a person, they can grow up further.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Okay.
In terms of the context of, like, if someone who, if a person is, let's say, 7 months pregnant and they decide to terminate it, you would basically, you're asking, would I force them to undergo the pregnancy and then whatever, give it up at a
Or
fire
a
station?
C-section, or like what, it's basically extracting the living
Yeah,
child.
no,
Premature birth.
no, I would probably not force them to undergo a pregnancy if they don't want to.
At 8
No.
months? What about at 8 months?
Yeah, I think I made my line in terms of, like, oxygenation and all that, and circulatory system,
Okay,
and a whole bunch of other things.
Okay, actually, no. I'm gonna push you to the. I'm gonna give a stupid hypothetical. I'm saying beforehand is completely stupid.
Mm,
You're on the way to the abortion clinic, and you, like, go into labor. Like, you already planned. This baby was dying today, anyways.
That's not so far out there. I mean, that's
So that's what I'm saying. So what happens at this point? Is this a person, or do you just finish your trip up and, like, throw it out?
if they
Bro has a standard for this.
yeah, assuming they can, like, find a medical professional to carry out the procedure, like, I would make that permissible. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Corey.
Look, Roe has a standard for this, and that is because it's theoretical. They just say at a certain point, it becomes possible for a fetus to survive outside the womb. And when you reach that certain point, and back then it was determined to be at 24 weeks. Okay, then when you reach that certain point, then it's optional for the states to decide its own policies on abortion. The Supreme Court doesn't get involved. The courts don't get involved. But if it's before that 24th week, then it's not allowed. Like, abortions are must be available across the board until that 24th week. Now, there have been scientific advancements since then. I think the earliest theoretical viability date, and they call this viability, but it sounds like something different than what Sprout means when he says viability.
Right.
What Roe says is that viability happens at 24 weeks. Now, scientifically, it's possible to say that it happens at 21 weeks. Yeah. I think the earliest, like, preemie that's been born and survived was at 21 weeks. So you can make an argument to push it back to 21 within the standard of Roe.
It's gonna get earlier and earlier.
I want to
That's
point
my
out that
argument.
Roe is bad law now, right? It is useless.
Yeah, I understand.
It is
I understand. Yeah,
Dobbs made that clear. So
I understand. I'm just telling you what the standard is because you're asking that
standard
specific
was.
question.
Right, the standard was entirely arbitrary. Roe was one of the worst cases. We can talk about why it was arbitrary.
The standard still exists, just not in all 50 states.
Sure, because it was based on, like, that legal precedent. But I wanted to ask.
My problem with viability, though, is that, like, the vibe, and maybe you guys have already said this, but, like, viability does not mean, like, the baby is healthy or anything like that. Like, oh, just to remove the baby. Well,
Yeah.
but
And it can breathe on its
21
own or
weeks,
something.
Yeah, but
It's
it
a
can
theoretical
barely
standard. It's
survive.
not a real one. Yeah.
Or
Okay,
22
I should
weeks or
probably. I guess
23
I should probably use a
like,
different
yeah.
word than viability, but mine is the potential. I guess I don't want to say potential, but, like, it. I think you guys understand what I'm saying when I'm saying viability. I don't know what other word to use, but I think
Did I
know what you're
explain
saying,
it
but I'm
well?
saying the
I mean,
concept is still bad. Let's
disagree.
go to Corey and then Lactoid.
Well, so yeah, Lactoid. So, understandably, you had a reaction to my position. And so, like, I would engage with your position in terms of, like, your guiding principle is, like, development. And from what I understand, if I remember correctly, basically prefrontal cortex development. And that's where you, like, yeah. So, but then essentially, pretty much at any point before 12 weeks, abortion is permissible under your framework.
Yeah.
And that you grant personhood as a result of. So what if because like we know enough now, and let's just say prefrontal cortex development is not so cut and dry in terms of like 12 weeks.
Frontal cortex, yeah.
Yeah, or whatever, frontal cortex, frontal lobe, whatever terminology. But either way, if you think brain development is so cut and dry, and also if you're going to grant personhood by that guiding principle, well, so, and also how do you measure frontal cortex? As in, like, there's no like reference standard, like this is what a frontal cortex looks like. As in, what you have.
My understanding is that there is a there is like a point in which like there is a definable like frontal cortex. Now, I would err more on the early side on this, right? I agree for everybody it's different. It would be ideally if we had perfect information, it would be based entirely on, yes, not everybody would become a person at the same gestational time period. But ideally, we would have that. But since we can't have it, I think staying on the safe side and just saying, look, like the earliest that we've seen the frontal cortex develop, like that's the line, nothing after that. Because that is like the indisputable person, and we don't want to risk, put an overly large risk that we're killing somebody, right?
So that's what I would push back against in terms of like there are adult humans where you can use your guiding principle as a justification to terminate them, as in abort them as well, which I would say is arguably equally like horrific. If a
human has no frontal cortex.
Yeah, or like what, like on what stage? No, because like again, yeah, brain development is not cut and dry. It's not like black and white. Like what is like? I'm asking you the question, like what is a frontal cortex then? As in like they're no longer here. But like the guided principle for ginger mouth is like the heartbeat. So then that begs the question, what is a heart? So I'm asking you, what is your reference standard of a frontal cortex?
Right,
that is not clearly defined or delineated.
Right. Well, my reference standard for a frontal cortex is the part of the brain, the frontal part of the brain, that is a distinct part that emerges somewhere within 12 weeks that is primarily responsible for consciousness, judgment, internal dialogue, things of these nature, right? The you, when I'm talking
executive
to you,
functions, typically, yes.
Executive functions. Whoever is seeing behind your eyes, right? Like that's not the cerebellum, that's your balance, right? If we take that off, you're still going to be you're just not going to be able to walk, okay? But the part of the brain that we just can't pull out and remove, that's the frontal cortex, and if that's gone, then you're just a total vegetable, right? My understanding is once the frontal cortex is gone, there is no you. And in fact, there's been like examples like Gage, for example, I think Phineas Gage, who had a railway spike shot up through his frontal cortex, and it didn't destroy all of it, so he was still there, but it dramatically changed his personality. Like he was not the same person that he was before, which I think goes to show like this is the you, right? If we fuck with this part, you is a very different person.
Yeah. So then I would ask the question then, because not only are you just concerned with frontal cortex, you are concerned with I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming you are concerned with human frontal cortex, as in I'm assuming you don't grant personhood to dolphins.
Right. Human frontal cortex, yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. What is the human frontal cortex? As in, if you're just going to use frontal cortex, you can assign personhood to dolphins.
So and if I was I think there's hardcore vegans that do. I think there's there's a reasonable argument there. Honestly, name the trait. It's difficult, but I would define it as a human frontal cortex. Right, that is the CPU, and the you that's being like projected upon the world. That's like the software running on the CPU. I actually think it's a very good analogy. Because I have a suspicion that it works. Obviously, it's different, but I think it works in kind of the same concept, which is like electrical impulses stimulate different areas, different neurons that release different chemicals, all coming together into an amalgamation that we consider to be a personality. And where does this all come from? The frontal cortex, right? This is the hardware that's generating the you. As long as we have electrical impulses in the frontal cortex, it is reasonable to assume something.
The human.
Something
well,
is,
again, in your framework.
The human.
Right. So. Right.
The human frontal cortex, yes. As long as you got the human frontal cortex, as long as there's electrical impulses, we can assume there's some human idea, some human concept, no matter how primitive, there's some kind of human concepts being formed in there, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, what we generally understand as like the starting point of a subjective human experience, yes.
Okay. Why is that not a bad starting point for a person?
Yeah, because I would pretty much defer to what I said earlier in terms of like you are largely concerned, if not exclusively concerned, with basically human.
Because I'm not a vegan, this is like a thesis argument. Is that what this is?
Well, yeah, because like by your guiding principle, then like yes, that is how you are assigning.
So let's say I was a vegan. Let's say I was a vegan, and every mammal now is a person. Like, do you have an argument other than that?
I would say that is more consistent. Yes, as in like that is the logical.
Do you agree with it though? Like, what would be if I was a vegan and I applied this consistently to all lizards and all mammals and all birds? What would be your criticism of the idea of a personhood beginning at electrical impulses in the frontal cortex?
I said at the beginning that is one of the better frameworks. As
Okay,
in
sure.
you are then morally obliged to recognize the personhood of many non-human animals. Yes.
So if you
So
run over
Corey-
a squirrel, it's
Corey-
manslaughter.
So
Corey, I have
if
a question.
you
Corey, I have a question to kind of like depict like where you're standing, right? So, what's like some examples besides being brain dead, that a human that is alive fails to have, like a human being that's alive, that it fails to have personhood been born, and they fail to have personhood, yet they have signs of life, and and they're a human being. What human being that has signs of life is no longer a person?
Doobie.
That's
I'm
rude.
not gonna touch that. Um, so yeah, you're basically asking, when do I take someone's personhood away?
Yes.
If I'm understanding your yeah, I'm that coincides with, like, what is death? We don't have good indicators of death either. Same thing as we don't have good indicators of life. As in, like, I equate pretty much a lack of personhood as to a lack of subjective experience. But can I define what is a lack of subjective experience? I cannot adequately define that. No.
No electrical impulses.
I don't
in the
understand why this
cortex.
matters, right? Because we don't need to remove personhood from someone, right? To think that it's okay to kill them, right? Whether they're like on the opposing side of like please stop. Whether they're on the other side of a battlefield, right? Like Sprouticus, I think you were in the military. If
I was.
the guys you were fighting were still people, they still had personhood, but you were okay with killing them if they shot at you, right? So that
I
didn't
never
remove
went
their personhood.
overseas, but
Defending
I
Yeah,
understand
yourself.
what you're saying.
but if you had, they wouldn't be.
I understand what you're
they wouldn't
saying.
they wouldn't lose personhood because they were like shooting at you, right?
Yes,
But it
I'm
would still be
fighting for
okay
the
to kill
defense
them,
of my
right?
country.
So
Yes.
somebody is like a serial killer, right? And we give them the death penalty. We don't say that they lost personhood and this is why it's okay to kill them. They're still people. They're still a person. It's just okay to kill them, right? So I don't understand why we're so focused on whether or not these babies have personhood.
I would argue. I would rather argue that they surrendered their right to they surrendered their right to life when they took someone else's in the manners that are
Yeah,
required
so not everyone with
for a
personhood
death
has
sentence. So
right to
you
life.
surrender your right to life.
No,
Yeah, so
no,
not
I'm
everyone with
saying-
personhood has a right to life. So therefore, whether or not these babies have personhood, they don't necessarily have the right to life. Right. So
Sure,
what we
Well,
should be
they
arguing
yeah,
is
I'm
whether or
saying
not
that
they have the right to life.
they voluntarily surrendered their right to life. So you inherently have the right to
No.
life.
No, I
don't.
disagree
But-
with this.
Do non-citizens have the right to life?
Not necessarily. So for example, if we need to drone somebody, right, and this kills like 50 people who are totally uninvolved, yeah, we call that collateral damage, right? This is what happens sometimes. Yeah.
Yes.
So their right to life, quote unquote, it just extends to whether or not it's convenient for us to keep them alive.
Again, no, I think there's a stronger argument. You're correct, but like for a different reason. Like it's not just like, oh, okay, like inconvenience is enough. It's also like it's not just like, oh, bad people sacrifice their right to life. I think there's also like an argument I would
I'm not saying bad people. I'm saying the people that are worthy of the death penalty.
No, I'm saying that there's people that aren't worthy of the death penalty that we could still kill if it's for some broader, greater good.
Convenient.
Are you talking
No,
about
not
self-defense?
convenient.
Because self-defense is not convenient.
No, I'm not talking about self-defense. I'm saying that Chris Johnson, insert random person here.
Keep at a wedding
decided to
where a terrorist
join
happens to be.
This, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just happen to be somewhere, be in relation with someone who's bad, and like collateral damage does happen. It doesn't mean we could never like enter these spaces, even though you personally haven't done anything.
Doobie, what was your argument against like killing a 1-year-old? What if it's like super convenient? What if it's super inconvenient?
Well, I think sometimes it does make sense to kill like a baby post birth. Right. So examples of this would be like if a baby's born and they have like a terrible like a condition, right? And there's a chance they could survive, or maybe they will survive, but they're going to survive and they're going to be disfigured, or they're going to be like mentally like disabled or whatever it is. I think at that point it's totally reasonable to say, hey, maybe it's better to end the life right now, so they don't need to go through life with this disability.
Or let me give you a different example. Let's say I'm driving and I'm hoping to make it to like the fire department to drop off my baby because I don't want the baby anymore. But
Okay.
my like the Lady Gaga concert starts in 1 hour, and if
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't make it there, I'm going to be incredibly inconvenienced. Okay. Should the mother be able to just like toss the
Casey
baby,
Anthony.
No, because
toss the baby out the window of the car in order to make it to the Lady Gaga concert? Because she will not make it there. She goes.
Is
to the
that
fire
your
department.
equation to abortion,
because-
you fucking dumb bitch? Are you really
Yeah, you
gonna be
dumb
that
bitch.
myopic about it?
you stupid bitch.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
stupid
sorry.
dumb bitch.
So yeah, I would say no, because at that point, she has the legal duty of guardianship, right? She got that when she gave birth to the baby, then took it from the hospital, took it home with her. If she wants to give that up, she needs to do it in the proper way, right?
Okay.
She can't just throw it out the window or leave it in the desert
Okay,
because she's
so-
a legal guardian of this thing.
Sure. So why do you?
You
so I
can-
guess what's your differential? Like, why do you draw the line then? Like, legal guardian and laws, I'll be honest, are just sort of made up. Like,
Yeah.
if we make it the law here that people who once they're born they're a citizen, what is your argument against somebody who says, well, actually, by choosing to get pregnant and by like the 5th month of choosing to continue the pregnancy, now this person has like adopted guardianship over the child. What would be your argument against them?
I think that while the child is in the womb, while the person is pregnant with this thing, I don't think it makes any sense to say, hey, at this point, at month number 5 or 6 or 9, you suddenly lose your bodily autonomy to this thing growing within you. I think to me it makes a lot more sense to say that, yeah, this baby is grown within this body. They do not have a right to that body, right? They're not owed the body, and at any point, if the mother wants to get rid of it, she has the right to get rid of it. I don't think I think
You're
you're
just
implying that
you're-
there's like you're implying that the mother has some kind of duty to this
Right.
unborn thing within her, and I don't think that exists.
So I think what you're doing is like, I think you're just reiterating things, but you haven't like explained why necessarily. You're just saying it is the case. So
well,
I
but
think there
you're
is a
saying that there's a
concept.
duty without explaining why there's a duty.
Well, I can explain. I think on there is like, again, made up legal principle, but I think on some basis, like I could explain it morally. I think when you put somebody in a position, when you intentionally put somebody in a position where now, like the only way you can see them out of it is through some kind of inconvenience from yourself, you do have an obligation to see them out of it yourself. So, like, for example, I own my body, just like that's what bodily autonomy is, right? You own your body. I also own my car. And if I put the child in the car and I'm driving down the highway, well, I put the child in the car. I don't get to just toss the baby out of the car because I don't want it in my car anymore. Right? It's my car. No one's saying the baby owns the car.
No, you don't
but
have
I
the same
put the
fucking
baby,
rights
but
to
I
your
put the
car
baby in
as
the
your
car.
body. That is so dumb for you to say that. Are you serious?
You keep saying stuff is dumb.
Good,
without
good
making no
contribution.
arguments.
No, but like you're really gonna fucking say right now that you have the same rights to your car. It's not property. Like you.
I think
those
your
are
body is
two
your
different
property.
things.
No, I think your body's your
It
property.
is
the
not
same way- in the
legally
same way your
considered
car
that.
is.
So you're just wrong. I mean, I feel like you lie sometimes when you say that you're a fucking lawyer. If you're gonna really fucking say this shit, like, what do you mean? Like,
True.
you know that property is a completely
What-
different
what-
aspect
so,
than your
Again,
body.
I am more
Joy,
towards your
Joy.
side, but you are
Okay.
making a terrible argument. You can't just say like that's dumb. That's not how we do things. Like
Yeah, and then I
dumb.
extrapolated on it, and now you're just like,
But you,
I'm-
you didn't
he's trying
explain
to say
it. You
that
just said that they're
his-
different.
Okay, yes, I am saying. Okay, well, you want me to like what? Do the exact case law as why your car is not your body and why legal
Yes,
rights are
cite
completely
the
different
case
from those
right
two
now.
things?
Nina,
We don't need
Nina.
case
Well,
law.
I
I think
mean,
we're
I
I think
would
we're
say
you
just looking
serious
for
with
your
this?
I
argumentation.
am
It's very
more
clear that
perspective.
your body is not the
I
same
am
as your
Clearly
glad
car.
driving your
You're
car
trying to
without
get false
permission is the same as
equivalency
driving
here
a
with this
baby. Like,
bullshit, dude.
I am
It's so fucking
glad-
annoying when you guys get
I
all like.
am glad that someone finally
Alright.
called out Lacto got
Oh
his fucking
my
autograph
God.
out of a Cracker Jack
Simp
box.
mode
We all know
activated.
this. So Nina was only the first one brave enough to say it. Thank you so much. All right, moving forward though.
Wait, can I finish my question to Doobie?
Because
Okay,
I
I
disagree with like
can.
actually no, I probably
So
I don't know.
everyone disagrees with me. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about. So while I think the body and the car are like both property of yourself in similar ways.
You still have
my
bodily
arg- my
autonomy when
argument-
you go to
my-
jail, dude. Like
my,
you don't
my
have rights to your
argument
fucking
doesn't
car.
necessarily my argument doesn't necessarily hinge on that. I can think of other scenarios where I think somebody should
Okay,
have to
go
give up
ahead
their
then.
bodily
Go ahead
autonomy.
and maybe just
Yeah, I think that like if
finish.
you pull out a gun and you shoot somebody in the kidney and they need a kidney, I think they should have a right to yours. I think that's a perfectly reason. Now, does that violate your
Yes.
bodily autonomy? Sure. Something that you might be interested in is like vaccine mandates. Does that violate bodily autonomy? Of course it does. But a lot of people argue that, well, you should have to get this metal thing inserted in your body
No, it
to
doesn't.
save the
It
lives
helps you.
around you. It
It
absolutely
literally makes you healthier. Giving somebody else your
That's not
kidney
what
doesn't make you
bodily
healthier,
autonomy.
my dude.
Okay, so you're thinking bodily autonomy relies on whether or not you're healthier after the fact?
No, it doesn't. It obviously doesn't mean that. That's not what I'm saying. The point is, I think that it's okay to subvert bodily autonomy arguments when it is to literally help you in the long run, help your body in the long run.
Okay,
But
so
that's
as
like
long
real
as long as we
subjective.
believe that it'll
How
help you in the
so
long run, then bodily autonomy doesn't matter. But if
Oh,
it's
so
to
believe.
but
Oh,
if
you
it's
saying
to save a
believe,
life,
like you don't
if it's
believe
to
that. Are
save
you
a
fucking
life, then no.
vaccine?
Then
Like,
saving a child,
here?
no bodily autonomy. But if it's going to be healthier for you in the long run,
It's not a
then
fucking child, you dumb asshole. What are
Okay,
you
anyway,
talking about? It's just
so
a clump of cells.
okay, sure. So sure. So
Why?
Doobie, one
Sure.
question I have for you is, the car body differentiation is actually not particularly important. The point that I was making is I think if you put somebody in a scenario, you have some duty to see them out, right? If you were the one that made them in the risk. So if I put a
Why?
child in a car, if I put a child in a car and I'm driving down the highway and I can't just throw the baby out because I put the child in that position where now, in order to like, or a boat or a plane or any scenario in which
Oh,
I
you
put
just
another
avoiding
person.
the car.
Well, what if it wasn't even a baby? What if like you got in the car next to me, or I put you in the car next to me, Doobie, against your will.
Wait,
I put you in the car because you didn't choose to be
What
put
if
in the car.
what
And
if
then I'm
someone
driving down the
else put
highway and I
their
push
baby?
you out of the highway.
how
what
is
if
this a
what if
person
what if
argument
wait,
if you're
wait,
saying that it
what
implies
if
that it's already a person?
I want to hear Doobie's
wait
answer.
wait
personally.
what if
Yeah.
what if someone else put their baby in your car? Do you have the right to throw it out because you're driving down the
Yes.
highway?
Unironically, I think
Yeah,
so. I think
let's
so.
let's
But
go.
I want to
Let's
see
go to
Doobie's answer.
Doobie. Oh my god,
You are the
Doobie,
worst
Trespass.
type
You
of
can kill for
people.
trespass.
you can
Wait.
answer that question, but then Ike, I believe, has been trying to get in for a while, so I want to give him space.
So I guess I just disagree with your the moral principle. Right? So if I put someone in a bad position, in any position, that I have a duty ever to see them out of that position, right? Like I don't understand where that comes from or why you're making that claim.
Because you didn't you like by putting them in the position where now the only way they can leave that position is by like you have to see them like aren't you violating
No.
their rights by putting them where like they can like for example if I pull out a gun and I aim it at you and like maybe this is not the best example but like if I shot a gun at somebody then like I'm putting them in a position where they will immediately die, right? The pulling the trigger, the
Okay.
causal effect of me pulling the trigger is not necessarily the bullet hitting you. That's like the wrong act. The wrong act is me aiming the gun and pulling the trigger. I am setting in motion a chain of events which will lead to your death. So in the same way, if I put a child in a car intending to like, well, I don't, I'm going to throw the baby out the window. I am putting in a chain of causation where it will lead to this person's death. Doobie, surely you agree that aiming a gun at somebody and pulling the trigger is wrong. Like simply pulling the trigger is wrong.
I don't think
because
these
they're
two-
going to die.
It depends. It depends on the context, obviously, but I don't think these two things are
course.
comparable. Right? So I don't. So for example, and so if I'm to Kyle Rittenhouse, right, and I want to go to the protests where I know all these people are, and I take with me a gun, right? I'm putting all these people, right, who were there without any guns around, right, who were there
True.
without, who were there without any guns around, in a situation where if something goes down, there's now a person with a gun nearby that's going to put them in danger, right? Does Kyle Rittenhouse have the duty to see these people out of that dangerous situation? No, fuck that. Of course not. Right. So yeah, he's putting them in the situation where they're now near a person with a gun. He doesn't need to like leave. He can be there. Right. So I don't understand like why you'd imply that there's any
No,
duty to anybody.
So it's about the proximity of the action, right? So if Kyle Rittenhouse, because people attacked him, right? You had monsters that
We're
were
getting
attacking
15
him.
layers deep.
Yeah,
And
but they have the
so
ability
it-
to attack him.
So no, if
Because
somebody
he was there with a
right,
gun in the
right.
first
So if
place.
somebody else
So
takes
he
an
put him in
action,
that situation.
so this is the idea of proximity of action, which is if some other actor intervenes and does like a recent action that's an aggression upon yourself, now it changes the calculus. If Kyle Rittenhouse like went there with a gun that was very like unstable and it went off and it hit somebody, I think that Kyle would have been
Okay,
responsible,
but
right?
showing up with a gun in the first place changes the calculus.
No,
and now
only if you were only because pedophiles can't attack him anymore. That's the calculus that's been changed.
Okay, we
There's
got
no longer a
we got it. We
hypothetical.
got to move on. We got to move on. Iko, Corey, bam.
I still think that the hypothetical that I talked about, like, wasn't really engaged with. Like, and let me just give another example in parallel to it, because What I asked is, why can't you kidnap somebody who's on their way to the abortion clinic in order to, let's say it's a viable one. Let's say it's beyond the 12 weeks that lactoid presents it. Certainly beyond the uterine wall moment, right? So you're saving somebody's life. Why couldn't you just kidnap that person and force them to term in order to save that life? And my analogy is, it's Nazi Germany. You know, I was about to say Ayn Rand.
I thought you were gonna say that.
Lactoid knows
Yeah, the Diary of Ayn Rand.
My queen.
You know, Anne Frank is in the house next door, right? And the Nazis are on their way, or a Nazi is on his way. He's about to discover her, right? You would fully be within your rights. I don't mean legally, because obviously Nazi Germany would consider this illegal, but you would be fully morally within your rights to kill that Nazi or kidnap him, say, for 9 months until the war's over or whatever. Why wouldn't you do the same if you thought that somebody's personhood, regardless of where you draw the line of when it is, is morally more important than the consent of the mother or the bodily integrity of the mother?
I'll make this real clear, because she could be within the 5 exceptions. That I don't need to know her health situation. She could be well within those 5 exceptions. And I'm not going to commit a moral wrong against them on my thoughts based upon very little evidence.
Well,
let's say none of the 5 exceptions apply.
Yeah.
Even then, if none of the 5 exceptions apply, right now it is legal. And right now the United States government said it is legal. And I'm going to fight the legal battle to change it legally, so that way when they show up and when they show up to an abortion clinic, it's just going to be a declination, and versus me trying to kidnap one person and end up in jail, and then not going to be able to have any further political impact past that. I believe that the greatest point of impact would be to fight this legally, rather than to fight this the way that you're suggesting, of kidnapping the mom and holding her against her will.
Sending
yada,
Anne
yada,
Frank
Nazi Germany famously illegal.
Yeah, sending Anne Frank to a concentration camp is legal, right? Stopping the Nazi was illegal. So you're saying obeying the Nazi law was more important than saving
those are
Anne
two
Frank's
very, very
wait.
different
Did
degrees.
the Nazis that put Anne Frank in the camp, did they have an obligation to get her out of the camp, or no? It's kind of not really their problem anymore. Yeah,
I would say they do.
No, I think that the question, subjectively, I think, because morality, all these things are technically still subjective. Like the person would be morally justified if that was their belief, to to kidnap the woman and force her to go through the labor. But I think that as human beings, we understand that we all live in a society, and we have a certain level of buy-in to a society. And the society has rules and regulations, so people probably just decide I don't want to suffer the consequences of the consequences of what comes to fulfill this moral duty. I don't want to go to jail afterwards, or I don't want to. But that person could morally justify it. We just don't care about other human beings that much.
Okay, here's why I do this hypothetical, because in America we do have people who have bombed abortion clinics, murdered abortion doctors.
Disagree harshly with them.
But just as Bam just said, within their own moral systems, they were justified in doing that. In fact, I would argue that if you actually believed these things, then those bombings and those murders are justified.
Aiko, let me be
I
clear.
think you have to bite that bullet if you believe that stuff.
So here's
Sprout, why aren't you bombing abortion clinics?
Because I see a difference in degree of harm. And I think, and I believe that the best way to move forward with the smallest amount of harm possible is to fight this legally and move forward that way. And move forward that way without bombing abortion clinics. Fight abortion outside the 5 limitations that I already gave previously.
But I already had said that basically, if you're saying the health of the mother, yes, you have more danger of dying from giving birth than to having an abortion. So
okay, great. The health of the mother's included. All right.
So you're pro-abortion then. So you're pro-abortion then.
If a doctor agrees the mother's
you're really gonna fucking tell me right now that women don't have a higher chance of fucking fucking dying from like getting in,
If the
like
doctor
actually having to
agrees
give
that the
birth and
mother's
getting
health is
having an
at risk,
abortion.
No,
It doesn't even have to be health because Sprout said
that depends on the like that's a,
health
You
is
that's
said
an
important.
health.
argument
He
You
based
said
said
on
death
health of the
is
mother.
important.
You said health of the mother.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
that's what I mean.
I'm saying that that's an
What I'm
argument
saying
based
is,
specifically on like the technology in the country and the time you're in. Like
No.
health
No.
health of the mother is a
That's just
different
saying
standard
you-
than life of the
You're really
mother.
gonna fucking say that like do you have kids, dude? Like, have you seen a woman give birth? Are you fucking kidding me?
I said that answer is based on the technology, time, and period you're in. That's not like a
Okay, literally everything. You could say that for anything.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. So you're saying
So
that
it's a pointless thing for you to say.
it's not a
I
pointless
understand what
thing
you're
to say
trying to say.
because if you're in the middle of
No, but
I don't
his
know,
whole argument
if
is
you're
that
in the
it
middle
is based off of.
Saudi Arabia, it's probably you're probably
No, I'm talking about the United States. We're fucking terrible at that shit. Doesn't matter though. The point is, if you have an abortion, is way safer than giving birth.
So I got it.
It's not objectively true.
Yes,
We got
it is.
We got to okay. Well, let's pull out some stats then. And to prove this, okay, let's go to Corey. Bam. Then back to Ico Lactoid. Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify and understand your framework better, Lactoid. Well, first of all, I think you brought up something interesting, which has been brought up before by other people, by I think whatever other libertarians. So like you mentioned, yeah, you own your body just as like whatever you potentially own your car. And so like when let's say as I'm sure you recognize, you can disown your car. So can you like walk me through like how? So under which conditions do you no longer own your car?
If you give it away, sell it.
Yeah, there's some sort of transaction, and then whatever, it's no longer like it's no longer in your possession, as in like it's some whatever, presumably somewhere in physical space that's different from you as well, in addition to like some sort of transaction, right? As in like there's two criteria. So my question is, basically, how do you disown your body under your framework?
If you want to sell organs, if you want to undergo surgery in which you remove particular body parts, you should be allowed to do so as long as you're an adult.
But again, I don't see how that. At least, well, I don't want to go down that road
because it's your property. You can do what you want with your property. It's not my property.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, how can you fully disown your body under like pretty much like how can you pretty much like separate it like from space? As in like pretty much as far as I can tell, most property is something that's physically distinct from you as a person.
Well, once I chop off my leg, now it is physically distinct from me as a person.
No, this is like your kink.
And I can give it to somebody else if they want my leg.
Yeah.
So Lactoid, do you think suicide should be legal?
Yes, I've always
in any manner.
Yeah,
as long as a person is of sound mind, suicide should be legal,
100%. And a follow up
on
a tangential manner. So yeah, you go by prefrontal cortex development, and you go by sort of like electrical activity that's measurable. That is limited, or let's say that's driven by our but also that's driven by our technology, as in what we can measure, as in given what we can measure now. Like we go by since we can measure electrical activity in prefrontal cortex at this time, therefore that's your dividing line. So presumably we might get to a point where with better advances in technology, let's say we can measure electrical activity in prefrontal cortex at let's say like 6 weeks, then you would so you want
it is entirely empirically driven about where that line is.
Okay, Lactoid, what if a mom wanted to commit suicide instead of having an abortion?
We got just a little bit of time. Let's go to Bam, Ico.
I don't think I would allow that.
Yeah, I think that the other reason why we get into like a lot of these tough situations is it's not just about like, I mean, I love getting debate brain and going through like the super harsh hypotheticals, but like in reality, a lot of these things are built into like like I said, the buy-in to living in a society. And even if we can come with some individual moral frameworks where we could arguably justify throwing the baby out the car or doing etc. here, there, this is my property. Like we generally have buy-ins into society on the things that we deem acceptable, and we kind of force those parameters on to everyone else that wants to live inside that society. So I think that's probably why we don't you can't sell your arm, or like I said, like or crap, whatever was something that was said before.
I'm advocating for you should be able to sell your arm though, in the same way if you want to clip your fingernails, that's part of you, or it was part of you, and now you've clipped it off you and now you're selling it. no problem with that.
Sure, but I'm saying that like
Their OnlyFans model.
even if you could individually justify it,
Or
I think we could you could argue we could lead to some negative circumstances in like for society as a whole, which is why we can outlaw it, even though like it limits your bodily autonomy.
Well, hold on there. That's an interesting argument. So if something like harms society as a whole, we can limit someone's individual bodily autonomy, is the argument. Because that is a very pro-life argument.
Sure, I mean, and there's an argument people make. It doesn't mean like I said,
Nope.
it's going to selectively apply, obviously, but yeah, we do apply things
Sure.
to a society. We limit people's bodily autonomy all the time. Like,
Right.
What's the argument pro-lifers love to make? Like, my knife stops where your knife stops where my body starts, or whatever. Like, you can't do whatever you want. Yeah, your fist stops.
Yeah,
in
your
my nose.
You're right to,
but even
you're right
prisoners
to
have
swing
bodily
your
autonomy to
arm
an
ends where my
extent,
nose
like-
begins.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can respond to that.
Well, I mean, I think maybe then one of the differences here is like on a very foundational level. Like, I do value like the idea of ownership of your own body, and I think maybe this is just a property dispute. I think you can do with your own property what you will.
Can I lease your body?
Even if you can, if you want to clip your fingernails, if you want to like, cut off genitalia, like as long as you're an adult, like you can do with what you can tattoo yourself, right? You can do to your body what you will, even if it's not actually good for you. I don't think a lot of body modifications are actually good for people in the long run, especially some of the more extreme kinds where they put little horns in their head and they dye their eyes black and they get face tattoos. I mean, face tattoos are clearly not good for you based on like every kind of societal metric. But we still let people do it because I'm not going to tell someone what they can or can't do with their own body unless what they're doing with their own body is posing a direct threat to the life of another person, which I think that's the question with abortion, right? Because if this is a person, which I think after a fairly short time period it is, then you can't, then no. And to answer your point, Aiko, yeah, after 14 weeks, I think if somebody's like expressing a willingness to like kill somebody, they probably should be put in protective custody by like mental health professionals and prevented from doing the actions they're going to do.
Nina, did you just become Lactoid's pimp?
Let's.
You said I could, so.
I forget which one was next. Honestly, I was either Bam or Ico. Ico.
I already said my point, so probably back to Ico.
Oh, was the court?
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to. Okay, so I heard Sprout say, and I think this is very interesting. I just don't know the context. He said the reason he wouldn't do it is because of levels of harm. So are you saying that like the death of the fetus is a lower level of harm than the death of Anne Frank? Or are you saying that it's a lower level of harm than the imprisonment of the mother?
I'm arguing it's a lower level of harm than the imprisonment of the mother.
Okay, great. Perfect. So why can't the government make that same conclusion that stopping somebody from having an abortion, right? You stop it because
imprisonment's not the same as stopping an abortion.
But how do you stop her? She's going to go and get it.
Well,
if you don't stop her, she's going to go.
Do you not know what's happening in Texas, my dude? It is illegal. Like, what are you talking about?
Literally right now, if I'm an Uber driver and a woman gets in my car and I end up dropping her off.
No, that's
no. This is law in Texas.
This is law in Texas. I live in Texas.
No, okay. What I'm saying was the original question theoretical, and I think that's not even a question. I think the answer is assumed, right? The original question was theoretical, right?
Well, it's yes and no. I mean, if you answer yes, you should kidnap that person. Then it's no longer theoretical. You should go out and do it.
Can you reiterate which question you want to answer?
It's confining.
What I'm stating is that imprisonment of a woman is a greater harm than stopping abortion outside of the 5 exceptions. At that point, the imprisonment of the woman is a greater harm.
Wait, that wasn't the question. The question is whether or not it's a greater harm.
That's what I stated after you started talking about imprisonation.
That's what he said.
That's what I said, and then are you talking about me, Lactoid?
Yeah, no, you were saying what you said. You said it's a greater harm.
Imprisoning a woman is a greater harm than not allowing an abortion outside of the 5 exceptions. It's a greater harm. You asked me plain and simple, which one's more harmful, abortion or imprisoning the woman? I said imprisoning the woman is more harmful. Then you immediately made the equation that stopping abortion is the same thing as imprisonment.
Yes, it
But
is.
it
There's
is.
literally a
It's
21-year-old
not
Native
imprisonment.
American woman from Oklahoma was convicted of manslaughter after having a miscarriage.
Okay, I disagree with that. Thank you.
No, Lactoid. Sprout.
These are the laws that you're supporting now.
Sprout, is
I'm not supporting them.
kidnapping?
I've
Is
openly talked. I've
kidnapping?
openly talked.
It's about
I've
pussy
openly
to
talked
have
against
your-
them. I've openly talked against them.
Okay.
I've openly talked against
Okay.
Indiana's laws.
Doobie, did you have something?
I said Oklahoma.
And I'm
kidnapping? Okay.
acknowledging that I've openly talked against Indiana's laws as well.
Doobie,
Go ahead,
Doobie,
Doobie.
Doobie, Doobie,
I said Oklahoma.
Sprout, is
Go ahead, sorry.
kidnapping
Beginning.
and imprisoning an abortion doctor more or less harmful than the dozens of lives he'd kill that year?
More harmful.
Why? He's killing dozens of babies,
Because-
dozens of human beings. Why is it more harmful to kidnap him?
Because there's a degree of harm, and I don't
The murder
see
of dozens
I
of
don't
human
see,
beings
okay.
is more. Hold on, explain that to me.
I was trying to.
You
It
just
just
say
seemed
degree
that you
of
liked
harm.
interrupting me more than listening.
Hey,
I know you like
okay,
to complain about
this,
that.
This implies that the degree of harm here, where again he's killing dozens of babies that you believe are like human beings with the right to life. How is it more harmful to kidnap him than it would
Because
be to
I
to
believe-
kill those people?
Because I believe there's a difference in degree of harm between a fetus and a person that is born. I believe there's a difference in degree of harm.
Okay, you're just repeating. What's the difference? Why is it okay? What if it were like 10,000 babies that he'd kill that year, or 100,000? Like, at what level? At what point does it become less harmful to kidnap him?
Okay, what I'm saying is I'm not for I'm not for people taking the law in their own hands and deciding this. What I'm saying is that the idea of kidnapping someone is more harmful inherently than what they
saving
potentially
100,000 lives?
Okay, holy shit. It doesn't
Okay,
matter if you
you're-
know
you're
someone's gonna
repeating it again.
no wait, stop. It doesn't matter if you know someone's gonna go rob a fucking bank and shoot someone in the head while doing it. It's still illegal to kidnap them.
Wait, hold on. So if you knew somebody was gonna go murder another person, right, or like a dozen other people, right, you think that it would be more harmful to society for you to kidnap that person before they committed the murders?
Yes.
How does that make any sense to
You can go to
We're not
jail for
even talking-
kidnapping.
We're not even
Because
talking
you don't
about
you don't
unborn
know
babies at
that.
this
Because
point.
you
We're-
don't know
we're
that.
talking
You
about
don't
human,
know
We're
that.
talking about living
Citizens
human
arrest.
beings. You're
You don't-
talking about
okay,
you're
a
talking about
citizen's
okay, so if
arrest
there's like a
requires a
school
crime.
shooter,
Citizen's
if
arrest
there's a
requires
school
a crime.
shooter who's preparing to go and murder a bunch of kids at school, you'd think it's more harmful to kidnap that guy?
No, you would call the police on them.
Okay,
Hold on. Do
but-
you remember Uvalde? All those parents trying to go in and stop the shooter. Do you think those parents, if a parent had run in there and stopped that shooter, you think that parent would be wrong to do that?
No.
they're
Okay.
taking the law into
So
their own
then
There
hands.
was
it's
a
not the
crime that
greater
was
harm.
committed. There was a crime that was committed. What are we
No,
not getting
no, no,
about
no,
this?
before he
Holy
was-
shit.
You said don't take the law in your own
He's
hands.
in a school with guns shooting at kids. Yes, stop the motherfucker.
Stop
Yeah,
someone
and there
about to
was
kill kids,
right, and this abortion, right, this abortionist has killed a lot of kids before this as well, and is about to do it again.
Oh my gosh. Like I don't fucking get it. Okay.
I don't really know.
help
I
me
guess.
help me understand. Help me understand because obviously there's something I'm missing, right?
Okay,
So
so
we
in
don't know.
the reason
I've already I'm going to give what's already happened. Aiko, I understand you're upset. I am going to give what's already happened.
I don't think he's upset.
I've already stated
I'm
that
not
I
the one who
hold
sounds
a
upset.
difference. I hold a difference in the degree of harm different between a fetus and a born human being. Right? I hold a difference in the degree of harm. Right? It's not equal in the scales. Right? And so what I'm saying is that kidnapping that doctor would be more harmful.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to zero in on. So what you're saying is, this is something I think that hasn't been clear up until you said that this thing right now, which is that a fetus, in your mind, is a person, but is a lower class of person than a born human.
No, because
Like,
he
is that
said
part of a
he said
person?
even if they're going to kill like living human
Yes, it's a
adults,
lower class.
he'd apply the same standard.
If there were 1,000 fetuses on one side and on one side in a bag, and on one side of the house in the bag, and there's an alive human being, and the other side, and the house is on fire, I'm going to
Right.
grab the alive human being and pull them out of the house. I'm not going to go grab the bag of fetuses.
So you
What,
put
Okay, so
what
her
makes
as
one
mother.
life? What makes one life like worth more than another?
Yeah, if you had like
Lived
100,000
experience.
fetuses in a big bag.
Lived experience. So like one 90-year-old is worth more than like a 5-year-old.
No, I'm stating lived experience in this situation. So I'm not saying that like 90-year-old is more important than a 12-year-old. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying lived experience in this very, very limited situation is the differentiating factor.
Yeah, but if you had like 50 fetuses in a big bag, right? Like they have the potential for far more lived experience than any single person.
What?
Like what? Okay, so if you have
50
fetuses
fetuses in a
giant
bag,
right?
which is the maximum
and
of
the
9
house on
months.
fire, and the house on fire, right?
Which is a maximum of 9 months. So the person's not even
Sure.
50 years old.
Okay, wait. What
They have more lived
what do you mean?
experience
What do you mean
than
50 years
a
old?
living person.
No, you're not. No, the potential for lived experience, right? They have
I'm not
fucking
talking
80
about
years
potential.
of
I'm
life
talking
ahead of
about
them.
lived experience. I'm talking
versus,
about lived
well,
experience.
okay, what if it were like a 90-year-old, right, on the other
Holy
side?
shit.
Like you'd really leave 50 potential human beings, or
Yes.
actually human beings to you, in favor of a 90-year-old?
Yes.
How does that make any sense? Like I don't understand how the system makes
They
any
have
sense.
more
to
lived
you.
experience.
Okay, I have another question.
It's gonna be
along
dead
these
in 10
lines.
years. Like what the fuck?
Because I think this is actually really productive. So
Wow,
if you're saying
ages.
that the fetus is a lower level of person, isn't it reasonable to say that the bodily autonomy of the mother is because you said it was a greater harm to kidnap them, right? Wouldn't it also be a greater harm to force that person to term against her will under any circumstances?
I would say not in one that's done out of convenience. Convenience is not a great
Convenience?
convenience. No,
Can we
okay.
stop using
Listen,
that
listen.
frame? You think
Okay,
convenience is what people
I'm
don't
using.
understand, you
Okay,
fucking retard?
here's
Are
the
you fucking
5
serious?
exceptions, Nina. Since you
9
can't get it,
months, 9
mother's
months of your
health,
life where you think
mother's
you're a
health,
bunch of 18
mother's
years,
health. You
and then
dumb
18
fuck,
years.
mother's health.
Yeah, you can't call me a dumb fuck.
Holy
18 years.
shit.
18 years, you dumb asshole. That's convenience. Not wanting to have 9 months of you having incredible
Mother's
back
health.
issues, fucking the chance of fucking
Mother's
dying,
health.
and 18 years.
If your doctor
That's
agrees with you,
convenience.
congratulations. It's up to the doctor.
You can find
Mother's
a doctor
health.
to say anything.
You can find a doctor to say
Well,
health
what the
for
fuck does that
every
mean?
single mother.
Everyone.
And in fact,
Okay, so
and in
wait, no,
fact-
you're telling me, wait, hold on, we can't move off this. You're really gonna fucking tell me that convenience is not having to spend 18 years and a shit ton of fucking money, mind you, on another fucking life that you don't give a shit about? That's just convenience to get rid of it.
You can't abandon your
Yes.
child after it's born. You can't give up your child to the
Okay,
fire
well,
have,
department.
like,
You
no,
can't
life
give
then
up your
we'll
child
go
to be
to
at
9
war with the
months.
state.
9 months. 9 months is still convenience.
Yes.
Again, yes.
Convenience.
There was a choice that
Your
was made that
convenience
led to
store
the.
is down the
There was a
road because
choice.
it's like 5
There
minutes
was a
away, dude.
choice. There was a choice that was made to have that
Uh-huh.
child. A termination
Oh
of
my
the
God, spoken
results
like
of
somebody
that
who literally
choice
would
would
never
be
have to
convenience.
actually have to deal with that. You're such a fucking pussy.
Outside of mother's health, outside of infant's health, outside of rape,
Yes,
outside of
into the
incest,
health
and
of us,
outside
you
of the
dumb
mother
bitch.
being
What are you
underneath the age of
talking
18.
You know the United States ranks incredibly low
So
and how
on
fucking
edge.
like insanely
know,
like
like,
high our
holy shit.
mortality rate is.
Well, Sprout,
Then
what
if
Listen,
your
there's a
doctor
reason-
agrees
Stop
with
this
you,
asshole
if your
bullshit
doctor
because you're gonna never have
agrees,
to deal with it.
congratulations, there's your
You know
pass.
what
If your
banning
doctor
abortion, you know
agrees,
what banning abortion does? You know what banning abortion does? It makes the fucking
if your
mortality
doctor
rate.
agrees,
If your baby is brain dead, hold on.
congratulations.
If your baby's fucking brain dead, do you think you should have
Holy
to continue with it?
No, infant's health.
Okay.
It's already dead though.
Why do you
Banning
why,
abortion
why,
means
why
that
do you why do you live on the
Then it's-
peripherals, right? Just like
Oh
focus on the
my
actual question.
Gosh.
If
Oh
your
my gosh!
doctor-
Yeah, I know. You keep acting like you're
I
annoyed
already
by
said
everything
that
'cause
it's
you feel
fine.
like you're like
Infant's health.
being
Infant's
or
health.
burned
Infant's
by
health.
Bosch or
Knock
some
it,
shit.
knock it,
Like,
knock it off, knock it
you're-
off, knock it off, knock it off.
Okay,
Infant's
sorry.
health.
Sprouts like if a
Yeah, I know.
doctor's
You
agree.
only give a shit. There's no infant, dude.
Sprouts is like if a doctor's agree. You mean if a man agrees, right? Am I
No, there's
right?
female
What if it's a
doctors.
woman's doctor? Huh? There-
Okay.
Listen, there's a reason the conservative movement stopped using health of the mother and started using life of the mother. That's why all of this argument about a woman can die under this circumstance or that circumstance. No. Health of the mother means that your health is impacted by the birth. And one of the reasons conservatives have moved off of that is because they realized that when you go to the doctor, you can absolutely find a doctor that can explain in detail and correctly why your health is endangered in every single pregnancy. It doesn't necessarily.
Gestational diabetes is very common. Like you could just get a diagnosis of that, and your
morning
health,
sickness, right?
Your health is affected.
Yeah.
Nausea
Or back issues. That's health. That was mentioned before. That's health. Anything can be
I
health.
agree with your definition. I agree with your definition. What I'm saying is,
so
I
that
agree with
means
your definition.
your
I'm not saying
exception
mother's
applies
life.
to everyone.
What I'm saying is mother's health. All right. So if the doctor
That's
agrees,
what I know. That's what I'm saying. So if you're saying mother's health,
that's always been that. It's mother's health.
So then you're
pro-choice.
You're pro-choice.
You're pro-choice. You're pro-choice in every case because of health.
Well, wait. He doesn't get an opinion though. He's a man, so his opinion doesn't matter. I don't know why you're.
No, he does get an opinion. It doesn't.
Well, he doesn't have a medical degree, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, apparently.
I want to shit on that position for just 1 second because I hear it all the time. This is like the single most position I hear. Like whenever this debate happens.
More than doggy?
Like I have never owned a slave and I've never been a slave, but I have very strong opinions on whether or not slavery is morally right or wrong. And if I ever express those opinions and somebody says, well, you can't have an opinion, you don't ever own a slave, I don't give a fuck. Like I can have opinions despite the fact that I've never been there. It was just like a weird point. And it's a point that's so fucking common in the discourse right now. I just don't understand it.
He's extremely pro-slavery.
Wait, which one are you
he feels bummed because he missed out. But
are you responding to me with that, or like who? That was confusing.
Yes, I'm saying your point is bad. Your points are bad. That's all I'm saying.
My points are bad.
Yes.
Which one?
I mean, most of them, but specifically the point where you're saying, well, the reason you think this is because you'll never have to deal with that. This is a ridiculous.
No, I think that the reason that you do think that
statement.
is because you probably don't deal with it.
Listen, actually,
well, no, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even fucking make sense of what you said. The idea would be like, oh, I've never been a slave, meaning I don't have to deal with it. That would be more accurate, bro.
Okay, and I can have opinions on slavery without ever having been a slave, right?
Yeah, obviously.
What's your
but once
opinion
you
on
get your
slavery?
fucking shit in, what the fuck are you talking about? Were you just trying to like obfuscate here?
No, what I'm pointing out is that you don't need to like be a woman to have a fucking opinion on abortion.
No, I'm not saying that, you dumb asshole. I'm saying the reason why you, I think, don't give a shit and don't like have the same insight about the way that you think about it is because you don't have the idea of, okay, would you be okay with like, you know how seahorses work, right?
I mean, are you talking about the gender transition or the sex transition? Sure, yeah.
No, they don't. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Male pregnancy. Go ahead.
Yes, male pregnancy. The women like
I guess I don't know how
they like
work.
they fuck the female seahorse and then the male gestates.
I'll Google that. I'm pretty sure it becomes the female, right? There's no way. Is that actually true?
No. I think it's still a male. As far as I understand, it's still male.
Doesn't matter. Obviously, the one that was given the sperm was the one. It doesn't really matter how that ends up. The thing is, you're the one that gives birth at that point, as being the male, so to say.
Okay. And I am also the one that is legally on the hook for 18 years for child support and could go to prison and have my bodily autonomy violated if I don't
That
pay.
literally is the exact same bullshit that women have to go through too. Like, what do you think? Like, women just get like a pass?
No, women
like,
can choose. Women can choose within that first 9 months. Men can't, right?
What?
Men can't choose. Well, the woman gets the choice. Men don't get to choose. They're stuck for 18 years and they get their bodily autonomy violated if they don't pay, right?
There is an argument with that. That's obviously a different topic, but I do have a little bit of sympathy for that as well. But I think that's a more complicated conversation. But I do think that it's kind of weird that it's a little bit of like being on the line for it. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over people too much.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Can I just say that the kernel of truth to this about the genders expressing opinions or whatever, I think has to do with the hypothetical that I just gave. The reason people are way more pro-life, and then when I tell them, okay, why don't you go kidnap that woman or whatever, everything changes because now it goes from theoretical, which is what abortion is for men, theoretical. It goes from theoretical to you actually having to do something. And that's why when people say that men's opinion on this like is worth less than women, it's because really it's a lot easier for us to opine on it because it's theoretical for us. Just like it becomes more difficult when you have to actually do something like go kidnap the person who's going to go. Then all of a sudden your position moderates. I'm not saying anyone in here has done that. I'm just saying in general, when I do that experiment with people, suddenly they start backing off of some of their claims because then they're actually required to do something.
Well,
and the fact is, men are not required
that's what's like saying
to
like
do
9
anything.
months is like a inconvenience. It's kind of like the same I mean, similar in a lot of ways to what you're saying, where it's like, okay, well, now it's actually like a time period you have to deal with.
Doobie, I think you had something to say previously. Did you?
I think. Oh yeah. So I'm curious as to like, 'cause you're talking about like the health of the mother, right? But it seems like you're only considering the
Were you saying
physical.
you? Who are you talking to?
Spartacus.
Got it.
Seems like he's only considering the physical, like bodily health of the mother, right? But what about the mental health? So what if?
Oh, I've already
Hold
gone
on.
down
Wait,
this road in a different debate.
Let me get it out.
We're not in that debate anymore. We're in a new
Okay.
one. Okay.
And before
So
you
what if I
say it, and before you say it, this is bonus time, guys. So you have to go. Like it's fine. You know, like
I get the
if you
fuck
need
out?
to, yeah. but go ahead, Doobie, please.
I'm just curious. Okay, so like, if we have like, because plenty of couples plan to have a baby, right? Then the woman gets pregnant, and they can maybe no longer have sex, or she gets a little fat, or whatever the fuck it is. And the relationship falls apart for one reason or another, right? And I'm curious as to like whether or not you would agree that a woman who has come out of a failing relationship, where the father's no longer in the picture, so this plan to have this child has been like undermined. Why shouldn't she be able to get an abortion?
If a doctor agrees that the mental stress has gone to a point to where it's going to affect the health of the mother, then she should be able to she should be able to get an abortion.
Okay, so you're like super pro-choice actually then.
Yeah.
I'm mother's. I've literally mother's health. There's people just don't ask me these questions. I'm literally stating these are the reasons. And if you go to the abortion clinic stating you're doing this out of convenience just because you don't want the kid, then you don't have enough of a reason to decide to get an abortion.
That is your fundamental misunderstanding to think that anyone does it out of convenience.
Yeah, but so when I say
if you don't bring a logical
convenience, right?
reason,
it could be
Go
like,
ahead.
hey, yeah, I thought this was a good idea, but now I lost my job, or my husband cheated on me, or whatever it is, right? The back pain's terrible, so it's not like convenience, quote unquote. It's like, hey, my life is being affected in a negative way. Long term, this still seems like a bad idea for me, so I want to get rid of the abortion. I want to get rid of the pregnancy.
What I'm stating is that the doctor does not state that the doctor does not state one of those 5 exceptions, then you should not be able to get an abortion. If your doctor, because it's between you and your doctor,
Oh.
the government should not be able to step in and see these records.
Pro-choice
The
then!
government,
Oh
the
my
government,
God, we
the
did
government
it!
should be able. So if it's between you and your doctor, if your doctor states this, then yes, you should be able to get an abortion. It's between you and your doctor.
So you're
Beautiful.
pro-choice, dude.
This is amazing.
I'm just stating the 5 exceptions that would apply that a doctor would be able to basically check
But
off.
the 5 exceptions extend to 100% of pregnancies.
Then
Yes.
that's fine. I'm just stating the 5
You're
exceptions the
pro-choice.
doctor would be able to check off.
Okay,
Can
all
you-
right, then
Great.
we got it.
I
I
love
would
it.
like to. I think you want the last person to say something.
I mean, everybody seems very pleased that they've gotten somebody the panel to repeat themselves like 4 times. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I
because
would.
he's just like the Pokemon evolved form of you. Or
I wouldn't
something.
agree.
No, I've been
I would-
persuaded to his opinion. I am now. I've been persuaded by Sprout to hold that.
You
position.
both have
It's the
like
same
come to this
exceptions,
like
actually, now.
you all have
He's-
come to this like Frankenstein of an opinion. It's not a good opinion.
is?
You've just like all like kind of clobbered it together to now where we can all like you all
Yeah.
somewhat agree with it,
Yeah,
right?
that's how politics
Sure.
works.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
literally.
Well, I don't agree with it. So I'm outside of the Frankenstein. I don't know. I think.
You're one of the villagers about to get murdered.
Yeah, I mean,
but
so,
like,
and keep,
Yeah, that's how the
and keep
story
in mind
goes.
what that means is like, under this theory that you've gotten Sprout to agree with multiple times, that all of you, or at least Aiko and maybe some other people, are really on board with, you would be perfectly fine with it.
Some other people.
At 9 months going in and doing an abortion, like just taking
No.
the baby.
That's not what we're talking about.
Well, no, health of the mother, Aiko. Like you could find a doctor.
That's a whole different. That's a whole different story.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
could
a
find a
kind-
doctor that could say an abortion in 9 months is
Oh,
healthier
you're
for the
gonna be
mother.
one of those people. Yeah, that's how you know you don't have any
Lactoid.
arguments.
If you
I've
can get
stated
it,
I've
like-
stated in this debate the first 2 trimesters.
Well,
is
I know
where-
you. I know
after
you.
the
I know
first 2,
you
that
have.
stops.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
well,
reasonable.
What's the
Right.
argument?
We're
What's
talking
argument
about the
for first
choice
two
of being able to terminate
trimesters?
at some point. Like obviously, like what, like the second that like your baby's born, like is ugly, you get to kill him. Like that's not what we're fucking talking about. You know that, and you know that. You're a fucking smart person. You're just being completely dishonest.
Okay.
No, he
the-
means
the-
no. I
like,
think he
Troy.
means 9 months. 9 months minus a 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a
Um,
dishonest argument. It's the exact same thing. I was
So-
just being a little bit more dramatic
Like,
about it.
Okay, but
do you
6
think-
months, yes, but why?
I-
Like, where
well,
we
yeah, like
health
you're
mother? What?
yours is just as arbitrary. Like, if like we drill, like I can't do it now, but like if you drill down to it, but
My
so
speciesism is just as arbitrary, but the
Yeah, well,
actual
then,
line
yeah.
as to like electrical impulses,
the
consciousness,
difference,
that's all very
the
reasonable.
difference is
No one gives a shit about
some people
electrical
have the
impulses.
will to actually follow through their actions, as opposed to you're just on paper and you don't follow through with how you behave. That is the ultimate difference.
So
So-
my system is like might have like arbitrary foundations, like all moral systems, but it's incredibly consistent when it's actually implemented. I'm not in
Yeah, it's
favor of
okay.
like
well, it's- well,
killing.
yeah, well,
I'm
it's-
not in favor of
but you
killing
don't
unconscious
implement it.
people.
You don't implement it yourself. That's the like.
I 100% implement it myself. What are you talking about?
Because
well,
a
we
lot
should,
of conscious people. Go
yeah,
ahead, sorry.
exactly. You would grant personhood to non-human animals, and that would extend to very many non-human animals that you would presumably.
Here's so there's a
The
difference here.
irony is saying that
there's
you
a
say
difference here between-
Frankensteining because that's
Okay.
basically what happened with them with electric impulses.
The difference here between like consistency and arbitrariness. Okay, you can have a moral like a moral system that on its foundation is arbitrary, like all moral systems are, because we're talking about base level values. This is like the foundation of morality. But whether you apply it consistently, right? Whether or not you apply this, like your moral foundation is, well, here's where I think personhood begins and why, and how are you going to apply that? Okay, and why? I've given a reason and why. If you're just going to say second trimester, well, because I like the way second sounds on my tongue. I mean, if that, I guess. But like my question is, why do you have it as a second
sure.
trimester, or why
But
do you have it all the way to 9 months?
So something can be consistent, and you talk about application, but then you don't apply it. As in, you can be internally consistent on paper, but if you don't actually enact it in practice, then it's useless. As in,
I apply it. I apply all my principles in paper, like on reality and on paper.
I don't want to get too caught up with.
Corey. What do you mean, Corey? I don't know what you mean by that.
Based off of my understanding of Lactoid's positions, in terms of how he fleshed out, in terms of based off his definition of personhood, he would potentially grant personhood to non. Yeah, absolutely, you would.
No, I would not. A human frontal cortex is a person. Point blank. Everything after that, that is the arbitrary foundation. Everything after that's consistent.
You haven't defined what a human prefrontal cortex is. That is the problem.
But you don't. The definition of a human, like a biological human, like whatever fucking how many chromosomes we have, the DNA.
That is not. You should look into the species problem and how there's no actually good classification for what constitutes.
Whatever the range of human is. When I say that's a human, what do you think?
Exactly.
What do you think I mean when I say that's a human?
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure it out in terms of like. Yeah, I actually don't, because like once you actually dig down and drill down, you would eventually start granting it to non-human, or pretty much like the concept breaks down, and therefore you would not be justified in killing them, but you would.
But Corey, and first of all, Doobie believes on killing, aborting babies at 9 months. So like you can direct that at him. But like
it's also crazy.
Can you I mean, I think you understand that, right? When Lactoid says human, right? Like he can understand. I'm sure Lactoid can understand that maybe there's some sort of spectrum that you're referring to here, and that like maybe at the edges it gets funny. But for like 99.9%, I put an extra point there.
Infinite nines, yes.
Yeah. This like counts, right? This works out. And there may be people like exceptions at the edges, but still, like it's a working theory, right? Working paradigm.
What do you mean by working? Like, what do you mean by working paradigm exactly?
I mean, he's saying that he's being consistent, right? And maybe you're right that like because of speciation, he can't be 100% accurate, right, with implementing this, but like for 99% of the cases he is, right, and that's as accurate as like you need to be.
Yeah, I would agree. In the vast majority of cases, he would be consistent, and there would be absolute the outliers do matter, just as in my case, I think that's where I would bring in like, yes, on paper I would allow it would be allowable to me to allow certain abortions in very extreme positions, but then boots on the ground, like, do you actually think you'll find very many medical professionals that would actually be like just on a whim be willing to do that? And isn't like both parties agree in terms of like the mother desires? And I would say in that context, if both the medical professional and the mother both agree that this should be terminated, then I don't see why that should not be honored.
Okay, I don't know. To me, it just seems like I understand that when you boil down every moral system, ultimately we're talking about some kind of like subjective arbitrary basis. The point is like you try to
Nope.
establish some kind of common understanding of like I value this and here's why, and then if we can come to that understanding, then we can move forward. Like I have established, okay, you have at 12 weeks, like the CPU develops, the thing that houses the personality, judgment, consciousness, all these things that I would assume that we share values on, okay? And then that's like the standard, and here's why. That what the answer that I've heard is, well, second trimester because that sounds about right. Like why? Why does it sound about right? Why does second trimester or 9 months or 4 months or 6 months or any of this shit? Like why does that sound
I,
right?
I think this is a fair
You think the
question.
second trimester is 9 months?
No. He didn't say. But like, I think, I mean, that brings up to Doobie's point, right? Doobie's point is that up to 9 months, that you should be able to abort, and like, but like, why not? Like, why at the second? Like, what is there some sort of magical process? Not, I won't say that magical. But is there some sort of biological process that happens at that 6 months marker that says this is a step too far, or like what changes?
Yeah,
So,
there's
to me, there is a magical process. What that is when you exit the birth canal, right, and you have your fucking umbilical cord cut. The magic process you undergo is becoming a citizen of the United States.
You
At
said
that
it's 6
point,
months.
no, I said in 9 months.
You're
9 months.
missing so Doobie
So when that happens, hey, there at that point you get assigned a legal guardian, right, through your growth process. Prior to that, yeah, I don't think you have any rights.
Doobie, do illegal immigrants have a
You're
right
basically
to
property
life? Do
at that
illegal
point.
immigrants have a
Yes.
right to life?
If we extend it to them, but not
Yes.
necessarily.
But not necessarily. There's no
Yeah,
intrinsic
if we
right to
choose
life for an
if we
illegal
choose
immigrant.
to extend it to them, sure, but we don't
I think he's
give
just trying
we
to
don't
gotcha
give
you.
He said sure.
Yeah,
That
no,
is
no,
a gotcha.
no,
Did you not hear what he said?
No, listen. We don't give non-citizens all the rights and protections of citizens, right? We have like a separate
We
category
do give
for
them
them.
the right to life,
What I'm
though.
saying,
The ones
sometimes.
that are unalienable, yes.
What I'm saying,
No,
what I'm
no.
saying, what I'm saying
International law, dude.
what I'm saying is that we have a separate category also for unborn babies, right? And we acknowledge this already because if that weren't true, we wouldn't allow abortion in the first place because life is an inalienable right. Right? So it isn't actually because we don't put babies in the category of people that have this right. So I don't think that I don't think it makes sense to say that prior to that point, right, becoming a citizen, getting a legal guardian assigned to you, you have any of those rights and protections, and I think it should totally be up to the mother to say, hey, whether or not at fucking 9 months and 1 day, the moment that the baby's coming out, if she wants the doctor to stick a syringe in the baby's head, go for it. Because at that point, it's still her property.
You're like the doctor from The Giver. Like you're actually
yeah,
it's crazy.
so lactoid. Again, going back to like your framework of like roughly you at 12 weeks, based off of electrical activity, that is where you grant personhood. But pretty much at that point, at that stage in embryonic development, that is virtually indistinguishable from like again a dolphin at that embryonic stage, and then like you would recognize then. Same with many other mammals, and therefore you would grant personhood to those embryos at that point.
I'm not basing it off of one of the characteristics that I'm basing it off of is like human. If it fits within like the definition of human as Prime so eloquently explained here. Now you could say your definition. No, I think he did. I would never question Prime's ability to
I
explain
would.
things.
Sorry, I
It
love
was
Prime
incredible. It
to
was
death.
impeccable. It was perfect.
I recognize the personhood of Prime fully.
No, the argument
Prime,
was
can you move
as
yourself back to the
usual.
middle?
As
I feel
usual.
like I don't like you not being
You
in
would
the
save
middle.
him for the Nazis, Corey? Is that what you're saying?
As
100%.
usual,
Thank
Prime's
you.
argument was
Damn it, I like being in the
undefeatable.
middle.
Undefeatable.
No.
So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to undermine you.
So as again, the rock solid and undefeatable argument was so eloquently put, right? So we have like human, which we know what I'm talking about here. I would assume.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
No, you really weren't really good at defining it.
Okay.
You want me to bring up the? You want me to bring the? I'll bring up
No.
all the
Okay. So
textbooks you want,
I'm
Lloyd.
going to rest my faith in the audience here. When I say human, biological human, I think we know what I mean, but maybe not. But I think we do. Okay. So we know human. We know that's like a categorization. We have species. We have categorizations of things.
You
And
said
they're
personhood should
bring in
be.
And we can blend and we can
Google
meld
Is
every.
human different than person? Is human different than
There is a
person?
Corey,
species
Corey,
problem.
if I
human is
kill
just a featherless biped on Earth.
if I had like shot somebody and your argument, like if I shot somebody and I went to you and I'm like, well, can you really prove that was a human? What's really the difference between a human and a dolphin anyway? When you think about it, they're both mammals. They both have this. Like, how's that gonna fly? How is that gonna fly? Do I
Worked on
really have to
Charlie
appeal to
Kirk.
common sense here? Like, we know what a human being is.
I would say, yeah, we would appeal to intuition. Ultimately, that is what we are
My
appealing
intuitions
to.
here are
Yeah,
obvious,
so-
and I think they reflect the intuitions of anybody who is
Yeah,
listening
and
to this.
I agree with you. Your intuitions would grant personhood to dolphins and other pretty much very many mammals that we would consider mammal, and we should start recognizing those. I agree with you. I act as if
Uh-huh.
that is true.
So
you
you're
not.
pro-life, right then?
But what if that
whoa, whoa,
dolphin
he's pro-life
is the
then.
result of an unspeakable act that I regularly perform and see?
Well, can you prove it's a dolphin? Right, the line's kind of blurred. I didn't realize. No.
Okay, so Lactoid. Okay, so you want to talk about biology? What is life then? Can you define how do we define life? Because we all
Lactoid-
when I talk about life,
What's
define it for
life?
me. What's the
Lactoid,
expert?
all
What
you
is
have
the
to-
definition
all-
of life? Please
all you have to
school me
say,
in
Lactoid-
biology. Give me that perfect definition of life. Are viruses alive? Should biology study viruses? Tell me how do we classify viruses in species? Tell me. Please
COVID
inform me.
deserves
So
rights.
here's.
all you have to say, Lactoid, is that you're a speciesist. That's
I've
all you
already
have to
said
say is that
that.
you're a
I've
speciesist.
already species. Yeah, I've already said I'm speciesist. But here's the. I would argue this is what's called obfuscation. I think that while it's true that with any category ever for anything, the difference between a rock and a plant, heat and cold, sun and moon, like there is always some point where I'm going to run out of words necessary to explain in the cosmic sense what truly is the difference. Well, it's all made of atoms, right? And all atoms they all come from a singularity. So technically, right, we could get to that point if we want to. We could get to the point where everything is one, we are all the universe and nothing matters. Sure, if we want to get there.
We're all
okay?
stardust.
We're all
Yeah.
stardust.
We're
We're all
all made of
stardust.
stardust,
There is no
absolutely.
such thing as morality. We're all stardust, just talking to each other, man. Just feeling the vibes.
We love
But
Stardust.
normally.
That was Doobie's experience a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Doobie had that experience a few
I
weeks
found out I was
ago.
born before the wind. That's
Right. Yeah, he was born, and maybe he was. The atoms
That
that
was
made
his
up his
ego
body
death. We're
existed long
recreating it
before
now.
the wind. But when we're talking about like things, okay, and categories and ideas, generally we do something like, okay, we understand that without like ad absurdums, we can understand like categories. And the category of human being and life, like sure, on the edge cases it gets difficult, but we know where it's crossed the line. And we know like for humans, right? It's very clearly like humans are like this category. Humans are within this category. And so a human frontal cortex, a human frontal cortex is what I would define as a person. Okay, you have a human frontal cortex, that is a person. And if that exists, then you have a person. And why? Well, because what do we value in a person? The part of their body that is responsible for them. And what is them, right? This is my intro. The part of them that controls you, that if you remove, you are now completely gone and you can never come
But not them being able to breathe, not them being able to like
someone
eat,
in an
like
iron,
not them
someone in
having
an
any.
iron lung doesn't make them not a person. Somebody who can't digest
It doesn't matter. We're
food
not talking
doesn't
about
matter.
that. An iron lung is not based off an entire human being, my dude.
No, because they can't breathe without the assistance of something else.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying about based off an entire human being.
And Lactoid. You
If you're on an iron lung,
you
does that
went-
make you
No,
not
wait.
a person?
Clearly
The iron
not.
lung itself is a mechanical structure. If you're talking about you can only survive based off of another human being.
I'm pretty sure we talked about this in the last panel. So if you're part of a conjoined
Why?
twin, if you're part of a conjoined twin,
Oh,
and they
that
have
one.
then they
Oh,
have the
no.
lungs, are you a person anymore? Because they're breathing for you.
I think I said no.
Yeah, you said no, which is
What do you think that's like a fucking slam dunk, dude? Like what the fuck
yes.
do you mean?
If I can literally be sitting here and having a full conversation with you, but if I'm attached to somebody else, you're saying you're not a
Yeah,
real
again, the
person.
car crash argument. Yeah.
And doesn't someone construct the iron lung? I mean, like if no one makes.
Okay,
the
no,
iron
but I'm
lung,
saying like
probably
it
not
doesn't
gonna do
affect
that.
if you make an iron lung, it doesn't affect your life to have somebody in the iron lung. It does affect like you are really Lactoid. You're really gonna fucking tell me you're gonna sit 9 months. Okay, so maybe you get in a car crash, right, with your friend. You caused it, right? And you're totally gonna tell me that you're 100% okay with losing your bodily autonomy against your will because you're passed out, right? And they hooked you up to somebody. That like
Yeah,
if
Lactoid,
you
you fucking
want to
idiot.
get up, and like leave. That like you're like then that person would die, right? So like you're gonna tell me that you're just okay with sitting there 9 months, you have a job, you have everything going in your life, like your life's gonna be completely ruined by this.
Yes, if I intentionally chose to hurt somebody in a car accident, I should have
No,
to keep them alive for 9 months.
not intentional. Fucking say intent. Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you hold on? If
Shut
here,
the fuck up.
I'll-
That's not
if
what
you
I'm saying.
intentionally
Intent?
or
No,
recklessly
I
injured
specifically
somebody,
I specifically said accidentally.
well, but no, but you fucked, right? So if you fucked, you recklessly had a kid.
That going into a fucking car is a chance of you getting in a car accident.
Yes, and if you're behaving recklessly, if you're driving the car recklessly and you hurt
What if you're
somebody,
just bad? What if somebody like, okay, you think the only way you
if
get
it's
into a
your
car
yeah,
accident?
if
What,
it's
you're
your
gonna
fault,
really fucking tell me the only reason you get into a car accident is because of your fault? Nobody can ever run into you.
it is negligence or reckless. Well, if they run into you, then they're responsible. Then they have to give you.
Okay, well,
the
you could
9
have,
months of life
but you
support.
could have done things to go against it. You know, you could have moved out of the way, but you didn't have enough reaction time.
It's
Yeah,
about
you
like
fucking idiot.
it's about like the reasonability of the action, right? So
Yes,
when
it's
you're
a very
when you're
reasonable
having
situation.
when you're having
People,
unprotected
people
sex,
can
when
get
you're having
pregnant on
unprotected
birth
sex,
control, right? People
sure,
get pregnant on birth control.
and so
That is reasonable. That is the same thing as driving a fucking car, dude.
and
Like with
so
your,
if you
it's just,
if there's a
shit
lot of
happens, bro.
if there's a lot of circumstances in
Should you
between,
just not? So
there's-
you're anti-drive.
well, I'm actually trying to explain myself. So if there's a lot of circumstances in between that would like make
Can
it,
you answer my question?
Are you
I'm
anti-drive?
trying.
Exactly.
I'm
Are
trying.
you anti-drive?
So no, I'm not anti-driving. I am anti-driving recklessly. If you take proper precautions
We're
while
not.
driving,
I'm not talking about that.
if
I'm not
you-
talking about that. Don't
No,
fucking
no,
show
no, no,
me.
no, no. You gotta let
Thank you, bro.
Lactoid
if you
speak,
take
please.
proper, yeah, if I was doing this, it'd be toxic masculinity. If you take proper precautions while you're driving, okay, and you're driving down the road very carefully and properly in a way that you consent to, and everyone else on the road consents to by having a driver's license, right? They consent to everybody operating this
car
particular
crashes
and everything operating this particular way. Then that's fine, right? But if you're
Oh, thank
if
God,
you're
no car
operating,
crashes ever happened
if
then, because
you're-
we're all doing that, right?
if you're
Lactoid.
operating outside of the bounds of what all the other drivers have consented to, you are placing them at an undue risk.
Okay, I've
that
multiple
they
times
did not
almost
consent
gotten hit by a
to,
car.
and
I
that-
have multiple
that
times almost got
they-
hit by
that
a
did
car
not
because they
consent
fucked
to,
up.
and
'Cause
so
they fucked
and
up.
yes, and
'Cause
if they
they
yes,
fucked
and
up.
if they are negligent, they should be responsible. If they are negligent, if they're operating outside of the bounds that all drivers agree to, and this is the point though, when you got two people fucking, the baby didn't consent to that, right? They didn't consent to like
I don't
being
give a shit
created.
what we're talking about. There's no baby.
It's an
We're not
abortion
talking about
debate. I don't
that.
know if you knew that.
We're not talking about a baby, my dude. A baby, I consider a baby something that's actually fucking out of the womb and can fucking survive and is like a dumb floppy asshole.
Unless
like,
it's a conjoined
like
twin,
a fucking
then
baby.
it's not. Then it's a
That's
thing.
a fucking.
Okay.
You're just being annoying for the sake of being annoying with that.
I think we got it.
I don't know if we were, but my point. Wait, hold on. I don't feel like I finished. Can I finish it really quick?
You don't feel like you finished.
Okay.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, so he like will refuse the idea of getting into a car crash from his own volition. So apparently Lactoid is the best driver in the fucking world, apparently. But like you have a risk of getting into a car crash every single fucking time that you go in your car. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, so you're in a car with your friend, you're looking at your phone for like a second, and then you get in a car crash, and then that person almost dies, right? Okay, so the only way to keep them alive is that they are attached to your body. And the only way, like, and that was not consented to you, by the way. You were obviously like passed out or whatever. So the doctor decided to connect you to that person. Should you be required legally to have to be that person's like blood bag?
If you negligently cause the accident, yes, you should have to be their blood bag for 9 months. 100%.
That is the most unbelievably
bites the
like
bullet on
because
destroying,
otherwise
bodily, yeah, you don't
they
feel
are going
bodily
to
autonomy.
die.
Yes, I know
because
you
of
don't believe
your
in
act.
bodily autonomy then.
You otherwise
Yeah.
you killed them. Otherwise
And
you
he's-
killed them. That's the
and-
only
and you know-
alternative.
You know legally that
And-
you don't have to save people. You're a fucking lawyer. Are you fucking like
no,
lying
it's not about
again?
saving them. It's you,
don't
killed
have
them.
to save anybody. Yes, that
Yeah,
is
Lactoid's a
saving
fake
them.
player.
Lactoid, I think you're on the
You are not-
similar train for Scott, right? Talking about like if you go to prison, you have to make restitution.
Yes.
Right?
You have to
So
make
this would be
right
his
what
level
you
of
did.
restitution. Yeah, so this would be restitution.
That is
in his
financial. They
eyes.
don't make you like cut off like your
Yeah,
fucking
but he's
like
saying that like you
limbs.
should morally be able to be on the hook for that.
Look,
Like
body
maybe
is
that'd be a
property, just
better
like money is.
system. Okay.
It's not. Not legally at all.
We definitely
legally.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a
Great.
lawyer. You should know that. I'm sorry.
no problem. No problem. Look. Someone had to put Lactoid in his place.
I think he's lying. I'm saying I think he's lying.
So we are audience. Wow. Audience. if you enjoyed this, and I think you did, you guys got into this. Um, oh God. No, it's not a ad for Uber. No, it's not. Audience, please. If you enjoyed this conversation for what it was, hit that follow button. We'll give you more of this, which I'm sure is a good thing to some of you. Hit that follow button and make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Hit us up at our various social medias. And consider supporting the channel, guys. We can't do this without you. The new month, brand new stream. Like, no, new stream, brand new month. Um, and help us out with the leaderboards. Leaderboards are empty. Consider us putting the channel so that we can provide you more of this content. The content disappears if no one helps us out. So consider subbing to the channel using Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming. Here on this community goes a long way. A little bit of nothing for you for Amazon Prime, but a lot for us. Consider doing that. Or gifting subs, or bits. Bits are great. No one gives like a massive amount of good bits anymore. It's been a long time since anyone did that. But consider helping us out, so that I can continue providing this content. All right. I'm going to. All right. I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start with left. Right? We're going to start with my man Corey Campbell. I think he put up a good fight today. With really interesting points. So shout out to you, Corey.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Always grateful to be here with these fine faces and familiar faces. On, let's say, a side note, somewhat related to the panel, I'm really invested in the developing story arc, specifically like the story arc of Nina's experience with Doobie within like 1 week. Which I think went from like the highest highs to the lowest lows of like from I'm honored to meet you to you are not a person. I don't recognize your personhood. I think that is the best story arc. And so like this, all the more reason to tune in to your channel for these developing story arcs. But yeah, this is great as always. And I'm glad that we put that controversial loot box topic to rest. And we got here.
And we came
But yeah.
together like a family.
Exactly. But yeah, if you like what I have to say, or if you hate what I have to say, which I'm sure there are many people that hate what I have to say, which is totally fine, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCam84. I do workout streams, and I cover science and news. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh boy. Let's go to our friend Aiko. Aiko, thanks for putting up with the kids again. All right. The kids were calling. Oh, I swear to God, Aiko doesn't want to admit that he never does, right? Like, but I swear he like sits back and he looks at us. He's like, "This kids, like, I'm better than this." I know he does. I know he does. Go ahead.
It's funny. I hear arguments, but people formulate arguments that are actually very similar to like formal arguments that have been used for decades. But they're making up the analogies themselves. They're sort of recreating history and doing so. Like this car crash argument that Nina gives is typically called the violinist argument because it's about being attached to a famous violinist or whatever. Some of you may already be familiar with it, but it is interesting to hear people sort of reinvent these arguments themselves that have actually been time honored and are effective, like real, like good arguments. So yeah, so it's always fun to hear it sort of reformulated.
All right. Hey, have you ever gotten your channel up and running?
I'm getting closer. It's spring break for me, so I'll have time to work on it actually. And you convinced me to start with Streamlabs because that one, it's the computer, it's the method for boomers. So
you can switch to OBS later. OBS is better overall, but
Yeah.
Streamlabs is easier to get started.
I was gonna start with OBS, and I ran into some problems, and then Prime just said, "Yeah, you're too old for that. Let's just do Streamlabs."
I'm not sure if it was exactly. Well, it might have been exactly those words.
The
Actually,
ageism.
yeah. That sounds
Ageism.
about right.
Yeah,
To me, honestly.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not viable at this point, so I have to use Streamlabs.
Oh,
yeah, you're
boy.
non-viable. You've lost personhood.
Thank you, Viceroy, for 500 bits. Getting us started. help us out. Number one for this month. So thank you so much.
Streamerhood.
Consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Yeah, help us get a hype train, which would be fantastic. Okay, let's go to our friend Sprouticus. Sprouticus, yeah, people piled on you, and unnecessarily, I think. Sprouticus, but you put up a fight, because you're a
But we're
soldier.
all on the
That's
same
what-
side with Sproutacus now.
Yeah, we're all on the same shot.
I
Indeed,
mean,
we are.
all
True.
all I have to say is this.
Except for like
I started this panel off by saying this, and I'll end this panel off by saying the same thing. And maybe it'll ring a whole lot true when I say it this time. I'm Sprouticus. I'm Twitch's favorite wild card. People hate me, people love me, and they change their minds all the time. But you can find me at twitch.tv/thesprouticus, twitter.com/thesprouticus. It's always fun to come on your panel, Prime, and I hope I get to come on a few more. It's a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Shout out to Bam and Ginger, who were here, but who
Oh,
had to leave because they have lives.
Well, I assume
Let's-
Bam got murdered.
might have been no longer alive. Thank you for correcting me there.
Can I say one last thing about Sprouticus? So that whole conversation sort of reminded me of because he went from his positions were so broad, his exceptions were so broad as to cover like all pregnant women. It sort of reminded me of what was it? Democracy is the worst of all systems except for all the others, right? Like the exceptions are so broad that you end up like arriving at the same position anyway. I appreciate that. I love it. I mean, I think it's a great position to have.
Let's go to our friend, a Dark Lord and Savior, DB. DB, do you generally have this effect on women, right? Where DB's a handsome guy, right? But like when they get to know you, is this the result? DB?
I'll explain last time. So there's an initial period of like uh denial, right? And it's not denial of me, it's denial of like the truth of reality. Because typically they haven't dealt with it as directly as I gave it to them. Eventually they give up, they realize that they can't fight it, they accept reality for what it is, and they're better people for it.
Just like Andrew Tate.
Just like Andrew Tate.
Thank you, DB. For
So
always
she's at the start of the grieving process. It's okay.
DB, I'll say your outro for you because it's always the same. DB is head of politics at Discord server. He runs that. He's great at it. Head over there for interesting discussions. You'll love it. They've got some amazing AMA coming up. I can guarantee you that. Exclamation point DB in chat to get to the politics Discord server. The link is right there. Discord.gg/politics. Did I get anything wrong, DB?
No, that was it. Thank you.
When do
Okay,
other
I'll-
panelists get their exclamation point? Like at what point do you have to reach before you get like an exclamation point in Prime's chat?
When you give 50 subs all at once. DB does that.
That might be a minute.
All right. Well, the door is always open. Thank you, Nina. Nina, you.
I was worried.
Oh, yeah, Nina, you continue to be a lightning rod, right? Which is what we love here on this panel, right? Like before, it was all Scott every goddamn day, right? Him and his ANCAP bullshit.
Yeah, that's why he's too afraid of me.
You came in like a goddamn thunderstorm. You swept him away, right? And this is the age of Nina now, and I'm all for it. Nina, thank you for being here and having this particular effect on these boys.
Thank you for having me, obviously. It was a pleasure to come back again to talk to Lactoid. And Corey, I really appreciate you acknowledging the
The roller coaster.
the character art that I'm having with Doobie, where I'm just slowly starting to hate him. But then he says something where he's trying to make me like pro choice, and I'm like, well, no, I do like him again, but everything else about it, this has been a lot for me emotionally with my Doobie. What is the hand motion? But no, this has been like a lot of fun, and thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to obviously talk to you guys as well, and I would definitely love to come back again. I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/ I was literally about to say twitch.tv/YouTube. Nina, Neina. But it was a pleasure to talk to you guys. I hope that we get to talk again individually. And Lactoid, I do think you're a fake lawyer, so
Nina, this is why you're a fucking hero. Now, I have nothing but love for my friend Lactoid. But I just haven't been brave enough to call him out, right? He's a fucking fraud. He
I'll do
got
it for
his
you. It's
law
okay.
degree from a goddamn clown college, right? And you can see it today, right? Like he got owned, he got bodied here. Thank
I
you,
mean, look at
Nina.
his flag behind him. He can't even get that right.
He can't
You
even get the
didn't even
fucking flag
iron. You
right.
didn't even
Flag
iron
a
your
lawyer.
flag, bro.
What?
He's Canadian too. Don't forget that. He's
Yeah,
Canadian.
You're Canadian. You have an
Can they
American
be
flag.
real, or
It's
can Canadians
absolutely-
be real lawyers?
Stop.
Can
Corey. See,
Canadians
people
be real
believe
He
it.
is a
That's what
fake
you
lawyer
can't
then.
meme about that. That's
Oh my god. Get a Canadian
So-
flag at least in the background.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like be true to your heritage. Right? So
Some
Classic
maple syrup.
fake.
so lactoid. Again, I appreciate you. But this had to happen. Like one day someone had to cut you down to size. And I'm glad Nina was the one to do it. So Lactoid, how are you feeling? Emotionally devastated, I imagine.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody would find out, but unfortunately, it happened. You guys outed me as a paralegal. I'm very upset. No,
No, it was
I
actually
really-
a Swedish model.
yeah. I wish that'd be a pretty fun life. Anyway, I really appreciate the opportunity to come on Prime as always. I appreciate everybody here who argued me. Thank you all. Good talk, no hard feelings. And if you're interested in what I have to say and you like my arguments, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay, all right.
I can make it
And
spicy.
Prime, thank you so much for being a host. You're fantastic.
Oh,
Absolutely.
thank you. Much appreciate. All right, guys. Thanks to the audience for putting up with all of this. Like it's clearly, this was an odyssey for us all. But we've made it through. We've made it through. Lactoid's been exposed. Good guys have won. Bad guys have lost. So, we are going to continue, right, to open walk on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. I think I gotta go to bed. Lactoid, I wanted to ask you, are you gonna stay online? Because I just think that you're the only person streaming. I don't know if you are, Sprout, but I want to host somebody, but I need to go to bed. So.
I am streaming, but it's not going to be for much more, so I'm probably just gonna.
I
Which
was
one?
streaming and my OBS shit out. That's why my camera like stopped
Yeah, I saw that.
like 3 times during there. Yeah, my OBS.
You
shit
can
out.
raid into
Yeah,
me,
that's
and then I
fine.
can raid into Prime, and it'll make it look more.
All right, that
impressive.
sounds good. Okay, I'm never gonna raid into you then. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. It is a pleasure to meet all of you guys. Corey, I'm very, I love that you picked up on the narrative arc.
The emotions are clear.
Lactoid's
Juby's like
like,
I'm a fan, so it's like I don't know. Oh no.
Ruby, you're betraying your followers. What are you doing?
What are you talking about?
Lactoid's like I could take the viewer boost before I raid.
yeah. I just it looks more impressive. Like, oh, look at that.
No, we love
some huge growth recently.
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and raid into you, and then I'm going to bail. But thank you so much, everyone, for sorry, I'm talking to you like you're my stream. Thank you, everyone, for being here. But definitely follow all of the people here: Lactoid, Corey, iCow, Doobie, maybe not Doobie, Sprout. But it was
Racism.
obviously awesome talking. I'm racing against frogs, correct? It was a pleasure talking to you guys, and I hope we talk again soon.
Likewise.
All right, how do I leave?
You gotta exit out of the StreamYard and the Discord.
You gotta exit out of the browser and then exit out of Discord. There you go.
Not two levels.
You'll find
All
your
right.
way out.
I'm gonna bounce as well because I gotta raid over to Prime, so I don't wanna.
All right, fair
disappoint all
enough.
these new
I'll
See ya.
challenge you later.
Lactoid, I sent you a philosophy thing on DM.
Yes, I will read it, and I will also respond because I have a few, I guess, responses as well. So,
Okay, great.
I hate your views, Corey. I'm gonna go follow you.
That I understand the hate. Like I understand I'm fully aware that my position is extreme. But I think
all right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and raid right on into Prime as promised. I know Nina was kind enough to raid on into me. On the off chance that any of you actually agree with any of my opinions, please go ahead and give me a follow before we raid on over. Otherwise, to all of my loyal followers, thank you so much, and we will be on soon. I gotta go anyway, so this is not like just a yeah. I'll be back. We're gonna go on. We're gonna raid on this over to Prime though. But no, if you guys like the content, please give me a follow, and that's all I'm asking for, and then you'll be able to see whenever I'm on.
Shout out to you, Zen. Hope you are safe and enjoying your life. We haven't I mean